History, globalization, and values-based leadership. What's in it for me? Reading this chapter will help you do the following. Learn about the history of principles of management. Know the context for contemporary principles of management. Understand key global trends. See how globalization is affecting management principles and practices. Appreciate the importance of value-based leadership, ethics, in management. The Planning, Organizing, Leading, Controlling, PLC, framework is summarized in the following figure. In this chapter, you'll learn that some principles of management are enduring, but you'll also see that managers need to be continually adapting to changing times. Each facet of the framework, from planning to organizing to leading to controlling, has to be adapted to take advantage of and to manage in our changing world. Global trends affect both the style and the substance of management. As the world becomes more global, managers find themselves leading workforces that may be distributed across the country and the world. Workers are more educated, but more is expected of them. Figure 3.2, the PLC framework. The realm of managers is expanding. As a leader, you'll be a role model in the organization, setting the tone not just for what gets done, but how it gets done. Increasingly, good business practice extends to stewardship, not just of the organization, but of the environment and community at large. Ethics and values-based leadership aren't just good ideas. They're vital to attracting talent and retaining loyal customers and business partners. 3.1 Case in point. Hanna Andersson Corporation changes for good. Figure 3.3. Source. Used by permission from Hanna Andersson Corporation. Born from a desire to bring quality European-style children's clothing to the United States, Hanna Andersson Corporation has sold colorful clothing and accessories since 1983. Husband and wife co-founders, Tom and Gun, pronounced Goon, Denhart, started the Portland, Oregon-based company by distributing imported Swedish clothing from their home. Named for Gunn's Swedish grandmother, the company now boasts over $100 million in annual sales and employs over 500 people. Growing from an exclusive mail-order catalog business in the early 1980s, today Hanna Andersson also distributes products online, in 29 retail stores nationwide and through select specialty retailers. Over the years, Hanna Andersson has shown that it deeply values its employees. The company provides supplemental child care reimbursement to all employees, even part-time sales associates. Additional employee benefits include part-time and flexible work hours, considerable paid time off, and 8 hours per year of paid time for employees to volunteer in the community. More important, though, employees feel like they are part of the Hanna Andersson family. In fact, in the beginning, many of the employees were friends and family members of the Denharts. It was important to the Denharts that they were involved in the decisions of the company and that those decisions took quality of life issues into account. Gunn states, if you can create balance among your work, your community, your family, and your friends, then you're going to be more satisfied. Examples of this philosophy infusing Hanna Andersson include the establishment of Hannadowns, a clothing recycling program where customers can return used clothing and receive a 20% off coupon for their next purchase. The charitable nature of Hanna Andersson has continued through what is now the Hanna Helps program. This program awards grants and donates products to schools and nonprofit groups, helping children in the community and around the world. In addition, under Gunn's leadership, Hanna Andersson established ongoing donations, 5% of pre-tax profits, to charities that benefit women and children. The considerable growth and development the business experienced did not come without its challenges and necessary organizational change. In the 1990s and early 2000s, Increased competition from other retailers and the introduction of online commerce posed some challenges for Hannah Anderson. The Denharts found themselves without a solid growth plan for the future. They worried that they might have lost sight of market forces. Change was necessary if Hannah Anderson was to remain viable. Realizing the need for help and direction, the Denharts promoted from within the company to help initiate change and strategic growth, and in 1995, Phil Iosca took the strategic lead as CEO. Hannah Anderson was then sold to a private equity firm in 2001 and has since changed ownership several times, leading to a new business direction for the company. After selling the business, Gunn remained on the Hannah board of directors until 2007. She also served as chair of the Hannah Anderson Children's Foundation from 2001 to 2006. She still partners with the company from time to time on charitable events in the community. Under Iosca's steady leadership, the company opened several retail stores throughout the country in 2002 and established online commerce. In 2009, Hannah Anderson began distributing merchandise wholesale through retail partners such as Nordstrom and Costco. The implementation of each of these new distribution avenues required a great deal of change within the company. HR Vice President Gretchen Peterson explains, "The growth of the retail business required the greatest shift in our internal processes from both technical systems to inventory planning and buying to distribution processes to our organizational communication and HR processes, recruitment, compensation, etc., as well as our marketing communication programs." Tenured employees throughout the company found themselves in unfamiliar territory, unsure of the company's future as the board and owners debated the risks and rewards of retail expansion. Fortunately, the changes were mostly offset by a consistent leadership team. Peterson, who has been with the company since 1994, explains, "From 1995 to 2010, we retained the same CEO, Iosca, and therefore, the face of the company and the management style did not fluctuate greatly." When Iosca retired in early 2010, Chief Operating Officer Adam Stone took over as CEO. He helped his company weather yet another transition with a calm push for changes within the company. To help understand different points of view at Hannah Anderson, Stone often sat in on inventory and operational planning meetings. Step by step, Stone was able to break down work initiatives so the continuing changes were not so overwhelming to the company and its valued employees. Over time, his and other company leaders' presence has helped employees make better, more strategic decisions. Rather than resisting change, they now feel heard and understood. The decision to sell wholesale turned out to be a good one, as it has enabled the company to weather the recession's negative effect on retail and online purchases. Accounting for approximately 10% of total sales, the company's wholesale business is expected to boost yearly revenue by 5%. With more conscientious inventory purchases and strategic distribution initiatives, Hannah Anderson has realized a higher sales volume, lower inventory at year-end, and less liquidation. Through it all, company management has done an effective job at interpreting the desired growth goals of its owners while inspiring change within the company. With continued clear communication, direction, and willingness to try new techniques, Hannah Anderson is poised for growth and success in the future while not forgetting to take care of its employees. Case written by citation redacted per publisher request. Based on information from Bollier, D. 1996. Aiming Higher. 25 stories of how companies prosper by combining sound management and social vision. Pages 23 to 35. New York. The Business Enterprise Trust. Boole, M. 2009, July 16th. Hannah Anderson employee can't say enough of a thank you to coworkers who helped her through cancer. Oregonian. Retrieved March 4, 2010, from information retrieved February 28, 2010, from the Hannah Anderson website, http://www.hannahanderson.com, Moyo, A. 1998, November 30th. Giving Back. Fast Company. Retrieved March 1st, 2010, from page equals 0% 2C1, Goldfield, R. 2002, June 14th. Hannah Sees Bricks and Mortar Future. Portland Business Journal. Peterson, G. 2010, March 5th and April 5th. Personal Communication. Information retrieved March 1st, 2010, from http://www.answers.com/topic/Hannah-Anderson, Raffle, M, and Raffle, N, 1995. Up the Loyalty Ladder, pages 83 to 90. New York, HarperCollins. Discussion questions. How has Hannah Anderson applied values-based leadership in terms of the organization's choices related to POLC? How did company leaders like Iosca, Peterson, and Stone help facilitate change within the company? Did they remain consistent with the values of the founders? What were the reasons for organizational change within Hannah Anderson, both internally and externally? What unique challenges do family-owned and operated businesses face? How did the mission of Hannah Anderson evolve over time? 3.2 Ancient History, Management through the 1990s. Learning Objectives. Early motivation for development of principles. What problems did these principles solve? What were the limitations of these early views? Early management principles. Early management principles were born of necessity. The most influential of these early principles were set forth by Henri Fayol, a French mining engineer. In 1888, Fayol became director of a mining company. The company was in difficulty, but Fayol was able to turn it around and make the company profitable again. When he retired, Fayol wrote down what he'd done to save the company. He helped develop an administrative science and developed principles that he thought all organizations should follow if they were to run properly. Fayol's 14 Principles of Management. Specialization/division of labor. By specializing in a limited set of activities, workers become more efficient and increase their output. Authority/responsibility. Managers must have the authority to issue commands, but with that authority comes the responsibility to ensure that the work gets done. Discipline. Workers must obey orders if the business is to run smoothly. But good discipline is the result of effective leadership. Workers must understand the rules, and management should use penalties judiciously if workers violate the rules. Unity of command. An employee should receive orders only from one boss to avoid conflicting instructions. Unity of direction. Each unit or group has only one boss and follows one plan so that work is coordinated. Subordination of individual interest. The interests of one person should never take precedence over what is best for the company as a whole. Remuneration. Workers must be fairly paid for their services. Centralization. Centralization refers to decision-making, specifically whether decisions are centralized, made by management, or decentralized, made by employees. Fayol believed that whether a company should centralize or decentralize its decision-making depended on the company's situation and the quality of its workers. Line of authority. The line of authority moves from top management down to the lowest ranks. This hierarchy is necessary for unity of command, but communication can also occur laterally if the bosses are kept aware of it. The line should not be overextended or have too many levels. Order. Orderliness refers both to the environment and materials as well as to the policies and rules. People and materials should be in the right place at the right time. Equity. Fairness, equity, dignity, and respect should pervade the organization. Bosses must treat employees well with a combination of kindliness and justice. Stability of tenure. Organizations do best when tenure is high, i.e., turnover is low. People need time to learn their jobs, and stability promotes loyalty. High employee turnover is inefficient. Initiative. Allowing everyone in the organization the right to create plans and carry them out will make them more enthusiastic and will encourage them to work harder. Esprit de corps. Harmony and team spirit across the organization builds morale and unity. Time and motion. Frederick Winslow Taylor, a contemporary of Fayol's, formalized the principles of scientific management in his 1911 book, The Principles of Scientific Management. Taylor described how productivity could be greatly improved by applying the scientific method to management. For this reason, the scientific approach is sometimes referred to as Taylorism. Taylor is most famous for his time studies, in which he used a stopwatch to time how long it took a worker to perform a task, such as shoveling coal or moving heavy loads. Then he experimented with different ways to do the tasks to save time. Sometimes the improvement came from better tools. For example, Taylor devised the science of shoveling, in which he conducted time studies to determine how much weight a worker could lift with a shovel without tiring. He determined that 21 pounds was the optimal weight. But since the employer expected each worker to bring his own shovel, and there were different materials to be shoveled on the job, it was hard to ensure that 21-pound optimum. So, Taylor provided workers with the optimal shovel for each density of materials, like coal, dirt, snow, and so on. With these optimal shovels, workers became 3 or 4 times more productive, and they were rewarded with pay increases. Frank Gilbreth and Lillian Mahler Gilbreth, his wife, who outlived Frank by 48 years, were associates of Taylor and were likewise interested in standardization of work to improve productivity. Retrieved January 28, 2009. From Cheaper by the Dozen was made into a 1950 motion picture starring Clifton Webb and Myrna Loy as Frank and Lillian Gilbreth. They went one better on Taylor's time studies, devising motion studies by photographing the individual movements of each worker. They attached lights to workers' hands and photographed their motions at slow speeds. The Gilbreths then carefully analyzed the motions and removed unnecessary ones. These motion studies were preceded by timing each task, so the studies were called time and motion studies. Applying time and motion studies to bricklaying, for example, the Gilbreths devised a way for workers to lay bricks that eliminated wasted motion and raised their productivity from 1,000 bricks per day to 2,700 bricks per day. Frank Gilbreth applied the same technique to personal tasks, like coming up with the best way to get dressed in the morning. He suggested the best way to button the waistcoat, for example, was from bottom up rather than top down. Why? Because then a man could straighten his tie in the same motion, rather than having to raise his hands back up from the bottom of the waistcoat. Limitations of the early views. Fayol, Taylor, and the Gilbreths all addressed productivity improvement and how to run an organization smoothly. But those views presumed that managers were overseeing manual labor tasks. As work began to require less manual labor and more knowledge work, the principles they had developed became less effective. Worse, the principles of Taylorism tended to dehumanize workers. The writer Upton Sinclair, who raised awareness of deplorable working conditions in the meatpacking industry in his 1906 book, The Jungle, was one of Taylor's vocal critics. Sinclair pointed out the relatively small increase in pay, 61%, that workers received compared with their increased productivity, 362%. Frederick Taylor answered Sinclair's criticism, saying that workers should not get the full benefit because it was management that devised and taught the workers to produce more. But Taylor's own words compare workers to beasts of burden. The worker is not an extraordinary man difficult to find. He is merely a man more or less the type of an ox, heavy both mentally and physically. Sinclair, U. 1911 June. A criticism. American Magazine, 243 to 244. Taylor, F. W. June 1911. An answer to the criticism. American Magazine, 243 to 244. Retrieved January 28, 2009. From http://stevens, cdmhost.com/cdm4/document, php !scissoroot =p4100 call 1 ampersand sysopter =244 ampersand rec =1 ampersand sysoshow =242. When work was manual, it made sense for a manager to observe workers doing a task and to devise the most efficient motions and tools to do that task. As we moved from a manufacturing society to a service-based one, that kind of analysis had less relevance. Managers can't see inside the head of a software engineer to devise the fastest way to write code. Effective software programming depends on knowledge work, not typing speed. Likewise, a services-based economy requires interactions between employees and customers. Employees have to be able to improvise, and they have to be motivated and happy if they are to serve the customer in a friendly way. Therefore, new management theories were developed to address the new world of management and overcome the shortcomings of the early views. Finally, early views of management were heavily oriented toward efficiency at the expense of attention to the manager as leader. That is, a manager basically directs resources to complete predetermined goals or projects. For example, a manager may engage in hiring, training, and scheduling employees to accomplish work in the most efficient and cost-effective manner possible. A manager is considered a failure if he or she is not able to complete the project or goals with efficiency or when the cost becomes too high. However, a leader within a company develops individuals to complete predetermined goals and projects. A leader develops relationships with his or her employees by building communication, by evoking images of success, and by eliciting loyalty. Thus, later views of management evoke notions of leaders and leadership in discussing the challenges and opportunities for modern managers. Management ideas of the 1990s. Peter Drucker was the first scholar to write about how to manage knowledge workers, with his earliest work appearing in 1969. Drucker addressed topics like management of professionals, the discipline of entrepreneurship and innovation, and how people make decisions. In 1982, Tom Peters and Robert Waterman wrote In Search of Excellence, which became an international bestseller and ushered a business revolution by changing the way managers viewed their relationships with employees and customers. On the basis of the author's research focusing on 43 of America's most successful companies in 6 major industries, the book introduced 9 principles of management that are embodied in excellent organizations. Managing ambiguity and paradox. The ability of managers to hold 2 opposing ideas in mind at the same time and still be able to function effectively. A bias for action. A culture of impatience with lethargy and inertia that otherwise leaves organizations unresponsive. Close to the customer. Staying close to the customer to understand and anticipate customer needs and wants. Autonomy and entrepreneurship. Actions that foster innovation and nurture customer and product champions. Productivity through people. Treating rank-and-file employees as a source of quality. Hands-on, value-driven. A management philosophy that guides everyday practice and shows management's commitment. Stick to the knitting. Stay with what you do well and the businesses you know best. Simple form, lean staff. The best companies have very minimal, lean headquarters staff. Simultaneous loose-tight properties. Peters, T. J., and Waterman, R. H. 1982. In Search of Excellence. New York, Knopf. Autonomy in shop floor activities plus centralized values. Following up, Peters wrote A Passion for Excellence, which placed further emphasis on leadership, innovation, and valuing people. His book Thriving on Chaos, published the day of the biggest stock market crash of the time, Black Monday, October 19, 1987, addressed the uncertainty of the times and liberation management, published in 1992. Laid out 45 prescriptions for how to lead companies in a rapidly changing world. The book called for empowering people by involving everyone in decision-making and eliminating bureaucratic rules and humiliating conditions. Peters urged organizational leaders, i.e., managers, to celebrate and recognize employees for their contributions. His advice to leaders was to master paradox, i.e., develop a level of comfort with complexity and ambiguity, and establish direction for the company by developing an inspiring vision and leading by example. Beginning in the 1970s, Warren Bennis pioneered a new theory of leadership that addressed the need for leaders to have vision and to communicate that vision. More than just a manager, an effective leader was defined as someone with the ability to influence and motivate others not only to perform work tasks, but also to support the organization's values and meet the organization's goals. Different views of leadership through the ages are shown next. Views of leadership through the ages. A leader is a dealer in hope. Napoleon. I suppose that leadership at one time meant muscle, but today it means getting along with people. Indira Gandhi. What leaders really do: set direction, align people, and motivate people. John Cotter, J. P. 1990, May, June. What leaders really do. Harvard Business Review, pages 85 to 95. 9 principles of management that are embodied in excellent organizations. Key takeaway. Early management theorists developed principles for managing organizations that suited the times. A century ago, few workers were highly educated. Most work was manual, tasks were repetitive, and rates of change were slow. Hierarchy brought unity and control, and principles of management in which managers defined tasks and coordinated workers to move in a unified direction made sense. As the economy moved from manufacturing to services, the need for engaging workers' minds and hearts became more important. Drucker, Peters, and Waterman presented ideas on how managers could achieve excellence in a continually changing business environment, while Bennis encouraged managers to become inspiring leaders who empowered people. 3.3 Contemporary Principles of Management. Learning objectives. Recognize organizations as social movements. Understand the benefits of social networking. Recognize learning organizations. Understand virtual organizations. Corporations as social movements. Traditionally, we've thought of corporations as organizations that had clear boundaries, formal procedures, and well-defined authority structures. In contrast, social movements are seen as more spontaneous and fluid. The term social movement refers to a type of group action that is focused on specific political or social issues. Examples include the civil rights movement, the feminist movement, and the gay rights movement. Leaders of social movements depend on charisma rather than authority to motivate participants to action. Contemporary management theory, however, is showing that the lines between the two are blurring. Corporations are becoming more like social movements, and social movements are taking on more permanence. Just as companies are outsourcing specific jobs, so social movements can contract out tasks like lobbying and fundraising. Corporations can implement initiatives that mimic a social movement. Consider how the CEO of one bank described a program he introduced. The hierarchical management structure will give way to some collective activities that will improve our effectiveness in the marketplace. Decisions won't flow from a management level to people on the line who are expected to implement those decisions. We're telling everyone, choose a process. Figure out what and where the problems are, work together to come up with solutions, and then put your solutions to work. Davis, G. F. McAdam, D. Scott, W. R. Anzald, M. N. eds. 2005, Social Movements and Organization Theory. Cambridge Studies in Contentious Politics. Cambridge, UK. Cambridge University Press. 283. Thus, more and more leading businesses are harnessing the mechanics of social movements to improve how they will manage their businesses in the future. Social networking. Social networking refers to systems that allow members of a specific site to learn about other members' skills, talents, knowledge, or preferences. Companies use these systems internally to help identify experts. In the world at large, social networks are groups of individuals who share a common interest or passion. Poker players, dog lovers, and high school alumni are a few examples of social networks in action. In the corporate world, a social network is made up of individuals who share an employer and, potentially, other interests as well. But in the pre-internet age, managers lacked the tools to recognize or tap the business value of in-house social networks. The company softball team was a social network, sure. But what did that have to do with the bottom line? Today, social networks are starting points for corporate innovation, potentially limitless arrangements of individuals inspired by opportunities, affinities, or tasks. People feel better and work better when they belong to a group of other people like themselves. Rumler, L. 2007, July. Corporate social networking updates definition of women's groups. Retrieved January 28, 2009, from. This new attitude towards social networks in the workplace has been fueled by the growth of social networking sites like Facebook. Facebook was started by then-college student Mark Zuckerberg in 2004 as a way of connecting a social network, specifically university students. Since then, Facebook has changed the way organizations connect as well. Some companies maintain a physical presence on Facebook that allows consumers to chime in about their passions or lack of them for corporate offerings, news, and products. Starbucks has adopted this model, asking consumers to help them revive their product lines and image. As Zuckerberg told the Wall Street Journal, "We just want to share information more efficiently." Vara v. 2007, May 21st. Facebook opens its pages as a way to fuel growth. Wall Street Journal. Retrieved January 28, 2009, from. And in the information age, that's what social networks do best. Companies are applying the online social networking model of open and closed groups to their corporate intranets, creating secure sites for employees in different locations to collaborate on projects based on common interests, management directives, and incentives. For example, IBM's pilot virtual world will let Big Blue employees use chat, instant messaging, and voice communication programs while also connecting to user-generated content in the public spaces of Second Life, another large social networking site. IBM also opened a virtual sales center in Second Life, and separately from the Second Life partnership, is building an internal virtual world where work groups can have meetings. The use of online social networking principles can open the door to outside collaborations. For example, Netflix offered a $1 million reward to anyone in the company's social network of interested inventors who could improve the algorithm that matches movie lovers to new titles they might enjoy. Companies like Procter & Gamble and Innocentive are tapping social networks of scientists to improve their products. Social networks fueled by passion can help managers retain, motivate, and educate staff. They might even help Facebook's Mark Zuckerberg with an in-house dilemma as his company grows. According to the Wall Street Journal, the world's most dynamic social networking site has little management experience. Learning organizations. In a 1993 article, Harvard Business School professor David Garvin defined a learning organization as an organization skilled at creating, acquiring, and transferring knowledge, and at modifying its behavior to reflect new knowledge and insights. Garvin, D. 1993, July, August. Building a learning organization. Harvard Business Review, 78-91. The 5 building blocks of learning organizations are: systematic problem solving. The company must have a consistent method for solving problems, using data and statistical tools rather than assumptions. Experimentation. Experiments are a way to test ideas in small steps. Experiments let companies hunt for and test new knowledge, such as new ways of recycling waste or of structuring an incentive program. Learning from past experience. It's essential for companies to review projects and products to learn what worked and what didn't. Boeing, for example, systematically gathered hundreds of lessons learned from previous airplane models, such as the 737 and 747, which it applied to the 757s and 767s, making those the most successful, error-free launches in Boeing's history. Learning from others, recognizing that good ideas come from anywhere, not just inside the company. Learning organizations network with other companies in a continual search for good ideas to adapt and adopt. Transferring knowledge. Sharing knowledge quickly throughout the organization is the way to make everyone a smart, contributing member. Virtual organizations. A virtual organization is one in which employees work remotely, sometimes within the same city, but more often across a country and across national borders. The company relies on computer and telecommunications technologies instead of physical presence for communication between employees. Email, wikis, web meetings, i.e., like WebEx or GoToMeeting, phone, and Internet Relay Chat, IRC, are used extensively to keep everyone in touch. Virtual companies present special leadership challenges because it's essential for leaders to keep people informed of what they are supposed to be doing and what other arms of the organization are doing. Communication in a commons area is preferable to one-on-one communication because it keeps everyone up to speed and promotes learning across the organization. The value of wikis. Wikis provide companies with a number of benefits. Tapscott A. and A. D. Williams. 2006. Wikinomics. How Mass Collaboration Changes Everything. New York. Portfolio. Wikis pool the talent of experts as well as everyone from across the company and beyond it in all time zones and geographic locations. Input from unanticipated people brings fresh ideas and unexpected connections. Wikis let people contribute to a project anytime, giving them flexibility in managing their time. It's easy to see the evolution of an idea, and new people can get up to speed quickly by seeing the history of the project. Co-creation of solutions eliminates the need to sell those solutions to get buy-in. Wikis cut the need for email by 75% and the need for meetings by 50%. With more and more companies outsourcing work to other countries, managers are turning to tools like wikis to structure project work globally. A wiki is a way for many people to collaborate and contribute to an online document or discussion. See the value of wikis. The document remains available for people to access anytime. The most famous example is Wikipedia. A wikified organization puts information into everyone's hands. Managers don't just talk about empowering workers. The access to information and communication empowers workers directly. People who are passionate about an idea can tap into the network to make the idea happen. Customers, too, can rally around an issue and contribute their opinions. Many companies that are not solely virtual use the principles of a virtual organization as a way to structure the work of globally distributed teams. Verifone, one of the largest providers of electronic payment systems worldwide, has development teams working on software projects around the world. In what the company calls a relay race, developers in Dallas working on a Rush project send unfinished work at quitting time to another development center in Laupahoehoe, Hawaii. When the sun sets there, the project is handed off to programmers in Bangalore, India, for further work, and by morning, it's back in Dallas, 16 hours closer to completion. Similarly, Midwestern Paper Converting Machine Company, PCMC, outsourced some design work to Chennai, India. Having U.S. and Indian designers collaborate 24/7 has helped PCMC slash development costs and time, enabling the company to stay in business, according to CEO Robert Chapman. Chapman said, "We can compete and create great American jobs, but not without offshoring." Engardio, P. 2006, January 30th. The Future of Outsourcing. Business Week. Virtual organizations also pose management challenges. In practical terms, if everyone is empowered to be a decision maker but various people disagree, how can decisions be made? If all workers can work at the times they choose, how can management be sure that workers are doing their work as opposed to reading websites for fun, shopping, or networking with friends, and that they are taking appropriate breaks from work to avoid burnout? There are also challenges related to the virtual environment's dependence on computers and web security. Key takeaway. In today's fast-changing world, organizations are becoming more like social movements, with more fluid boundaries and more participation in leadership across all levels. Social networks within corporations let employees find out about one another and access the people who have the skills, knowledge, or connections to get the job done. Continuous learning is important, not just for individuals, but for organizations as a whole, to transfer knowledge and try out new ideas as the pace of change increases. Virtual organizations can speed up cycle time, but they pose new challenges for managers on how to manage remote workers. Communications technologies and the web let employees work from anywhere, around the corner or around the world, and require special attention to managing communication. Exercises. What commonalities do you see between organizations and social movements? How would you use a social network to solve a work-related task? Why do social networks inspire employees? How do social networks help managers plan, organize, lead, and control? What steps would you take to help your organization become a learning organization? What are the advantages of a virtual organization? What aspects of PLC would be most likely to change based on what you have learned in this section? 3.4 Global Trends. Learning Objectives. What are the top 10 ways that the world is changing? What is the pace of these changes? As the summary top trends suggests, we are living in exciting times, and you're at the forefront of it. The world is changing in dramatic ways, and as a manager, you're in the best position to take advantage of these changes. Let's look at 10 major ways in which the world is changing. We'll characterize the first 5 as challenges and the next 5 as solutions. Top trends. Top 5 challenge trends. Increasing concern for the environment. Greater personalization and customization. Faster pace of innovation. Increasing complexity. Increasing competition for talent. Top 5 solution trends. Becoming more connected. Becoming more global. Becoming more mobile. Rise of the creative class. Increasing collaboration. Top 5 challenge trends. Increasing concern for the environment. We all seem to believe that the weather has been getting weirder in recent decades, and analysis by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, suggests that there have been more catastrophic weather events in recent years than 10 to 20 years ago. Retrieved October 7, 2008, from People are seeing the growing threat of global warming, which is leading to failing crops, rising sea levels, shortages of drinking water, and increasing death tolls from disease outbreaks such as malaria and dengue fever. Currently, 175 nations have signed the Kyoto Protocol on climate change and pledged to begin the long process of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. According to McKinsey's global survey of business executives across the world believe that business plays a wider role in society and has responsibility to address issues such as environmental concerns beyond just following the letter of the law to minimize pollution. More and more companies now watch the triple bottom line, the benchmark of how they benefit, not just 1, profits, but also 2, employees, and 3, the environment as a whole. Companies realize they have to take bold steps to minimize their carbon footprint, create environmentally friendly products, and manage the company for more than just the next quarter's profits. Managers can't simply greenwash, pretend to be green through tiny steps and heavy advertising. Greater personalization and customization. We're no longer happy with cookie-cutter products. Consumers are demanding more say in products and services. One size no longer fits all, and that means tailoring products and services to meet specific customer preferences. And as companies sell their products globally, that tailoring has to meet vastly different needs, cultural sensitivities, and income levels. Even something simple such as Tide laundry detergent can come in hundreds of potential variants in terms of formulations, powders, liquids, tablets, additives, whiteners, softeners, enzymes, fragrances, unscented, mountain fresh, floral, and package sizes from single-load laundromat sizes to massive family/economy sizes. Customization and the growing numbers of products mean managing more services and more products. For example, for just $4.99 plus shipping, you can create your own Kleenex oval tissue box, retrieved October 13, 2008, from http://www.mykleenextissue.com/?WT SRCH =1 $WT MC_ID =56597 68 IQ _ID =5659768. Managing for mass production won't suffice in the future. Faster pace of innovation. We all want the next new thing, and we want it now. New models, new products, and new variations. Companies are speeding new products to market in response to customer demands. The Finland-based mobile phone maker Nokia sells 150 different devices, of which 50 to 60 are newly introduced each year. The new variations are tailored to local languages, case colors, carriers, add-ons, and content. David Glazer, engineering director at Google, explained how his company adapts to this fast pace. Google has a high tolerance for chaos and ambiguity. When we started Open Social, a universal platform for social network applications, we didn't know what the outcome was going to be. So Google started running a bunch of experiments. We set an operational tempo. When in doubt, do something. Glazer said, if you have two paths and you're not sure which is right, take the fastest path. Fast Company. 2008, March. Retrieved January 28, 2009, from Increasing Complexity. Because we want more sustainability, more customization, and more innovation, companies face growing complexity. Nokia's 50 to 60 new phone models a year all have 300 to 400 components, some of which contain millions or hundreds of millions of transistors. Those components have to arrive at the right manufacturing location. Nokia has 10 worldwide, from whichever country they originated and arrive just in time to be manufactured. Increasing competition for talent. We need people who can solve all these tough problems, and that's a challenge all by itself. According to McKinsey's Global Survey of Trends, business executives think that this trend, among all trends, will have the greatest effect on their companies in the next 5 years. Jobs are also getting more complex. Consider people who work in warehouses doing shipping and receiving. At Intel, these workers were jokingly called knuckle-dragging box pushers and known for using their brawn to move boxes. Now, the field of transportation and shipping has become known as supply chain management, and employees need brains as well as brawn. They need to know science and advanced math. They're called on to do mathematical models of transportation networks to find the most efficient trucking routes, to minimize environmental impact, and to load the truck for balance, to minimize fuel use, and for speed of unloading at each destination. Intel now acknowledges the skills that supply chain people need. The company created a career ladder leading to Supply Chain Master that recognizes employees for developing expertise in supply chain modeling, statistics, risk management, and transportation planning. Overall, demand will grow for new types of talent, such as in the green energy industry. At the same time, companies face a shrinking supply of seasoned managers as baby boomers retire in droves. Companies will have to deal with shortages of specific skills. Top 5 solution trends. Becoming more connected. We can now use the Internet and World Wide Web to connect people with people as never before. By mid-2008, more than 1.4 billion people were online, and that number continues to increase each year as the developing world catches up with the developed world on Internet usage. Retrieved October 7, 2000. From http://www.internetworldstats.com/stats.htm. Through over 100 million websites, we can access information, words, sounds, pictures, and video with an ease previously unimaginable. Becoming more global. We can now tap into more global suppliers and global talent. Whatever problem a manager faces, someone in the world probably has the innovative products, the knowledge, or the talent to address the problem. And the Internet gives managers to the tools to help problems find solutions, customers find suppliers, and innovators find markets. The global problems we face will require people to work together to solve them. Ideas need to be shaped and implemented. Moving ideas around the world is a lot less costly and generates less greenhouse gases than moving people and products around the world. Organizations and social movements alike are using social networking to help people find others with the skills and talents to solve pressing problems. Becoming more mobile. We can now reach employees, suppliers, and customers wherever they are. By the end of 2008, 60% of the world's population, 4 billion people, were using mobile phones. Retrieved October 13, 2008, And like internet use, mobile phone adoption continues to grow. The penetration of mobile phones is changing the way we do business because people are more connected and able to share more information. Two-way, real-time dialogue and collaboration are available to people anytime, anywhere. The low cost of phones compared with computers puts them in the hands of more people around the world, and the increasing sophistication of software and services for the phone expands its use in business settings. Phones are not just a voice communication device. They can send text as well as be a connective device to send data. The fastest mobile phone growth is in developing countries, bringing connectivity to the remotest regions. Fishermen off the coast of southern India can now call around to prospective buyers of their catch before they go ashore, which is increasing their profits by 8% while actually lowering the overall price consumers have to pay for fish by 4%. Corbett. S. 2008, April 13th. Can the cell phone help end global poverty? New York Times. In South Africa, 85% of small Black-owned businesses rely solely on mobile phones. Nokia has 120,000 outlets selling phones in India, where half the population lives in rural areas, not cities. Rise of the creative class. With blogs, Flickr, and YouTube, anyone can post their creative efforts. And with open source and wikis, anyone can contribute ideas and insights. We have ubiquitous opportunities for creativity that are nurturing a new creative class. For example, Omi News, a popular newspaper, is written by 60,000 contributing citizen reporters. It has become one of South Korea's most influential news sources, with more than 750,000 unique users a day. Hua, v. 2007, March 27th. South Korea. Everyone's a journalist. Schoenfeld and Ewan Yen. It's a Web 2.0 world. Business 2.0 magazine. The demand for workers and ability for workers to work from anywhere may lead to an elance economy. Workers may become free agents, working temporarily on one project and then moving to another when that project is done. Mobile connectivity means these new workers can live anywhere in the world and can work from anywhere in their community. For you as a manager, this means managing workers who might be in a cubicle in Columbus, Ohio, an apartment in Amsterdam, or an internet cafe in Bangalore. Increasing collaboration. These solution trends combine to foster a rise in collaboration across space and time. We can now bring more people together to solve more problems more quickly. To design new products quickly and make sure they meet consumer needs, companies are now looking beyond their four walls for innovation. Google, for example, identifies itself as an organization that believes in open, decentralized innovation. Google can't do everything. And we shouldn't, said Andy Rubin, Senior Director of Mobile Platforms. That's why we formed the Open Handset Alliance with more than 34 partners. Fast Company. 2008, March. Retrieved January 28, 2009, from. While the Handset Alliance is about open cell phones, i.e., phones that aren't tied to any particular phone company and can be programmed by users just like Apple or Palm's apps, collaboration means much more than communications. People can now not just communicate, but actually collaborate, building coalitions, projects, and products. Friedman, T. 2005. The World is Flat. A Brief History of the 21st Century. New York. Farrar, Straus and Giroux, 81. Groups self-organize on the web. For example, the MIT-based Vehicle Design Summit is virtual, so students from around the world can participate. The goal is to make a low-cost, 200 miles per gallon four-seater for the Indian market. In 2008, about 200 students participated in this international open source project. Retrieved April 2008 from. A cross-section of more trend predictions follows. Trends, trends, trends. It seems that trend tracking has become somewhat of a business. Glance over these top trends from the editors of Wired, McKinsey Quarterly, and USA Today. Wired 2008 Business Trends. Open Source Tycoons. Social networks grow up. Green on the outside. Invisible Internet. Rise of the Instapreneur. Building a better banner. Invented in China. VCs look for a new life. The Human Touch. Wired. 2008, March. http://www.wired.com/it/magazine/1604/bz_open source. Top business trends likely to have the greatest effect on business over the next 5 years. Competition for talent will intensify, become more global. Centers of economic activity will shift globally, regionally. Technological connectivity will increase. Ubiquitous access to information will change economics of knowledge. Demand for natural resources will grow, as will strain on environment. Population in developed economies will age. Consumer landscape will change, expand significantly. Role, behavior of business will come under increasing scrutiny. Organizations will become larger, more complex. New global industry structures will emerge, e.g., private equity, networked, the organizational challenges of global trends. A McKinsey Global Survey. 2007, November. McKinsey Quarterly. http://www.mckinseyquarterly.com. Countdown of the biggest trends in small business. Web 2.0. Rise of e-marketing. Little is the new big. The new consumer. Fragmentation. The world is getting flatter. Personalization. Work anywhere, any place. Global warming may put you out of business. Retrieved January 28, 2009, from. Key takeaway. Today's world faces many challenges, from the need to protect the natural environment to the rapid pace of innovation and change. Technological connectivity is bringing the world closer together and enabling people to work from anywhere. Demand for talent and low-cost workers gives rise to outsourcing and employees working remotely, whether from home or from remote different countries. At the same time, information is now available to more and more people. This drives demand for personalization. It increases complexity, but at the same time gives us the collaboration tools needed to solve tough problems. Exercises. How do you manage innovation if ideas can come from anywhere, including people who aren't your direct employees or aren't even part of the company? If, according to some trends, you can work anytime and anywhere, how do you decide when to work? When do you stop working? What advantages do you see from a global workforce? What commonalities do you see across the trends presented in Trends? Which of the trends depend on technology? What aspects of PLC would be most likely to change based on what you have learned in this section? 3.5 Globalization and Principles of Management. Learning objectives. Why might global trends influence management principles? What is the Globe Project, and why is it relevant to management? What is a cultural dimension, and how do cultural dimensions affect business dealings and management decisions? Globalization and cross-cultural lessons. Despite the growing importance of global business, Fortune 500 companies have reported a shortage of global managers with the necessary skills. 2008 Global Relocation Trends Survey Report. Retrieved October 13, 2008, from http://www.gateway gmacglobalrelocation.com. Gregerson, H. B. Morrison, A. J. and Black, J. S. 1998, Fall. Developing Leaders for the Global Frontier. Sloan Management Review, 21-32. Some experts have argued that most U.S. companies are not positioned to implement global strategies due to a lack of global leadership capabilities. Hollenbeck, G. P. and McCall, M. W. 2003. Competence, not competencies, making global executive development work. In W. Mobley and P. Dorfman, eds. Advances in Global Leadership, Volume 3. Oxford, J.I. Press. It's easy to understand the problem. Communicating and working with people from different countries can be a challenge, not just because of language issues, but also because of different cultural norms. For example, in the United States, we tend to be direct in our communication. If you ask a U.S. manager a question, you'll tend to get a direct answer. In other cultures, particularly in Southern Europe and Japan, the answer to a question begins with background and context, not the bottom line, so that the listener will understand how the person arrived at the conclusion. Similarly, in some cultures, it is considered rude to deliver bad news or say no to a request. Instead, the speaker would give a non-committal answer like "we'll see" or "we'll try." Country-by-country differences are so prevalent that a worldwide team of scholars proposed to create and validate a theory of the relationship between culture and societal, organizational, and leadership effectiveness. Called the Globe Project, it included 170 researchers working together for 10 years to collect and analyze data on cultural values and practices and leadership attributes from more than 17,000 managers in 62 societal cultures. In its 2006 report, Globe identified the following 9 dimensions of culture: Javidin, M. Dorfman, P. W. DeLuque, M. S. and Hausar, J. 2006, February. In the Eye of the Beholder, Cross-Cultural Lessons in Leadership from Project Globe, Academy of Management Perspectives, 20, 67-90. Performance Orientation. Should you reward people for performance improvement and excellence? In countries like the United States and Singapore, the answer is yes. Organizations in these countries use employee training and development to help people improve their skills and performance. In countries like Russia and Greece, however, family and background count for more than performance. Uncertainty avoidance. Life often brings unpredictable events, and with them anxiety. Uncertainty avoidance reflects the extent to which members of a society attempt to cope with anxiety by minimizing uncertainty. Should you establish rules, procedures, and social norms to help your employees deal with uncertainty? In countries where uncertainty avoidance is high, like Brazil and Switzerland, the answer is yes. People in such societies want strict rules, laws, and policies to eliminate or control the unexpected. Employees in these countries tend to seek order, consistency, and structure. Countries with low uncertainty avoidance, in contrast, are less rule-oriented. They tolerate a variety of opinions and are open to change and taking risks. Countries with low uncertainty avoidance include Hong Kong and Malaysia. Assertiveness. How assertive, confrontational, or aggressive should you be in relationships with others? In highly assertive countries like the United States and Austria, competition between individuals and groups is encouraged. Managers may set up incentives that reward the best idea, even if it's contrary to established practices. People in less assertive countries, like Sweden and New Zealand, prefer harmony in relationships and emphasize loyalty and solidarity. Power distance. Power distance reflects the extent to which the less powerful members of institutions and organizations expect and accept that power is distributed unequally. Should you distribute decision-making power equally among the group? In high-power distance countries like Thailand, Brazil, and France, the answer is no. People in these societies expect unequal power distribution and greater stratification, whether that stratification is economic, social, or political. People in positions of authority in these countries expect and receive obedience. Decision-making is hierarchical with limited participation and communication. Australia, in contrast, has a power distance rating that is much lower than the world average. The Australian view reinforces cooperative interaction across power levels and stresses equality and opportunity for everyone. Gender egalitarianism. Should you promote men rather than women? Counties with low gender egalitarianism are male-dominated. Men hold positions of power to a much greater extent in low gender egalitarianism countries like Egypt and South Korea. Companies operating in more gender egalitarian countries, such as the Nordic countries, Germany, and the Netherlands, encourage tolerance for diversity of ideas and roles regardless of gender. Institutional collectivism. Institutional collectivism refers to the extent to which people act predominantly as a member of a lifelong group or organization. Should you reward groups rather than individuals? In countries with high institutional collectivism, such as Sweden, the answer is yes. Countries with low institutional collectivism, such as in the United States, emphasize individual achievement and rewards. Humane orientation. Should you reward people for being fair, altruistic, generous, and kind to others? In countries such as Malaysia, this practice is more prevalent and encouraged than in low humane orientation countries such as Germany. Future orientation. Will your employees favor activities that involve planning and investing in the future for long-term payoff? Or do they want to see short-term results? Future orientation is defined as one's expectations and the degree to which one is thoughtful about the future. It is a multifaceted concept that includes planning, realism, and a sense of control. Companies in countries with high future orientation, such as China and Singapore, will have a longer-term planning horizon, and they will be more systematic about planning. Corporations in countries that are the least future-oriented, such as Argentina and Russia, will be more opportunistic and less systematic. At the same time, they'll be less risk-averse. Global ventures gone awry. When Corning proposed a joint venture with a Mexican glass manufacturer, Vitro, the match seemed made in heaven. But just 2 years later, the venture was terminated. What happened? Cultural clashes eroded what could have been a lucrative partnership. To start, American managers were continually frustrated with what they perceived to be slow decision-making by Mexican managers. Mexico ranks higher on the power distance dimension than the United States. Company structures are hierarchical, and decisions are made only by top managers. Loyalty to these managers is a high priority in Mexico, and trying to work around them is a big taboo. Mexicans also have a less urgent approach to time. They see time as more abundant than their U.S. counterparts. As a result, Mexicans thought that Americans wanted to move too fast on decisions, and they perceived American directness in communication as aggressive. Break T 1996. The Global Leader, page 203. New York, McGraw-Hill. Additional vignettes on managing across borders are shared next. Managing across borders. Lines on the map miss the real story. Diversity is deeper than variations between countries. Sometimes those differences appear in different regions of the same country. For example, some parts of Mexico don't use Spanish as the primary language. Walmart's Mexico's Jucatan store therefore, conducts business in the local Zapotec tongue, encourages female employees to wear traditional Zapotec skirts, and does the morning company cheer in Zapotec. Talent abroad. With so much variation across countries, it's no surprise that countries vary in level of talent and the supply of managerial, skilled, and unskilled labor. Companies shouldn't assume that emerging market countries offer inferior labor pools. GM, for instance, found that 50% of its assembly line workers in India have college degrees, a ratio much higher than in other countries. Local solutions by people who understand local needs. Nokia uses local designers to create country-specific handset models. The models designed in India for Indians are dust-resistant and have a built-in flashlight. The models designed in China for the Chinese have a touch screen, stylus, and Chinese character recognition. Local designers are more likely to understand the needs of the local population than headquarters-located designers do. Strategies in Emerging Markets Conference, held by the MIT Center for Transportation and Logistics, CTL, on March 7, 2007, Cambridge, Massachusetts. Key takeaway. Because the business environment increasingly depends on collaboration across regional and national borders, a successful global manager needs to be culturally sensitive and have an understanding for how business is done in different cultures. In some countries, loyalty to the group is key. Other countries celebrate mavericks and rule breakers if they can get things done. Knowing how best to communicate with your coworkers and employees, whether to be direct or indirect, whether to follow strict protocol or be more causal, whom to involve in decisions, are all important considerations. Exercises. You've just been made a manager in Sweden, known for its institutional collectivism. What incentives and reward structures would you use to motivate your employees? How would you prepare workers for an overseas assignment? Your company has 12 branches in the United States and will be opening its first branch in Brazil. Your company prides itself on its self-managed teams. Will you keep this policy in the new country? Why or why not? You're a manager in Japan, and you've just discovered that a team leader under your supervision has made a mistake that will result in a quality problem. How will you handle this mistake? You work in Hong Kong for a Swiss-owned firm. The Swiss are known for their high uncertainty avoidance. What differences might you expect to see from your Swiss bosses compared with your Hong Kong employees? What aspects of PLC would be most likely to change based on what you have learned in this section? 3.6 Developing your values-based leadership skills. Learning objectives. What ethical challenges do managers likely face? Why are ethics relevant to principles of management? What decision-making framework can you use to help integrate ethics into your own principles of management? Ethical challenges managers face. It's late at night, and the office is quiet, except that you've got a nagging voice in your head. Your product is already 2 weeks behind schedule. You've got to get it out this week or lose the deal. But you've discovered a problem. To correct the problem would mean another 3-week delay, and you know the client won't go for that. It's a small error. It'll probably never become an issue. What do? Managers face these kinds of issues all the time. Ethical dilemmas can arise from a variety of areas, such as advertising, desire to present your product or service in the best light. Sourcing of raw materials. Does the company buy from a supplier who may be underpaying their people or damaging the environment? Privacy. Should the company have access to private emails that employees write on company time, or the websites they visit during work hours? Safety, employee, and community. Pay scales, relation of the pay of top executives to the rest of the company. Product pricing policies. Variable pricing, discounts. Communication with stockholders, announcements of plant closings, etc. It's easy to think that people who behave unethically are simply bad apples or have a character flaw. But in fact, it's often the situation or circumstances that create the ethical pressures. A global study of business ethics, published by the American Management Association, found that the main reasons for a lapse of ethics are pressure to meet unrealistic business objectives/deadlines, a desire to further one's career, a desire to protect one's livelihood, the ethical enterprise, a global study of business ethics. 2005, New York, American Management Association. You may have developed your own personal code of ethics, but the social environment of the organization can be a barrier to fulfilling that code if management is behaving unethically. At Enron, Vice President Sharon Watkins pointed out the accounting misdeeds, but she didn't take action beyond sending a memo to the company's chairman. Although she was hailed as a hero and whistleblower, she in fact did not disclose the issue to the public. Similarly, auditors at Arthur Andersen saw the questionable practices that Enron was pursuing, but when the auditors reported these facts to management, Arthur Andersen's managers pointed to the $100 million of business they were getting from the Enron account. Those managers put profits ahead of ethics. In the end, both companies were ruined, not to mention the countless employees and shareholders left shattered and financially bankrupt. Since 2002, when the Sarbanes-Oxley Act was passed, companies have been required to write a code of ethics. The act sought to reform corporate governance practices in large U.S. public companies. The purpose of the rules is to define a code of ethics as a codification of standards that is reasonably necessary to deter wrongdoing and to promote honest and ethical conduct, including the ethical handling of actual or apparent conflicts of interest, compliance with laws, and accountability to adhere to the code. Retrieved January 28, 2009. From http://www.sec.gov/news/press/2002-150.htm. The U.S. financial crisis of late 2008 pointed out that other areas, particularly in the financial services industry, needed stiffer regulations and regulatory scrutiny as well. And those moves will begin to take effect in early 2009. Some companies go a step further and articulate a set of values that drives their code of conduct, as Procter & Gamble's Values and Code of Ethics shows. Procter & Gamble's Values and Code of Ethics. Procter & Gamble Company lives by a set of 5 values that drive its code of business conduct. These values are integrity. We always try to do the right thing. We are honest and straightforward with each other. We operate within the letter and spirit of the law. We uphold the values and principles of P&G in every action and decision. We are data-based and intellectually honest in advocating proposals, including recognizing risks. Passion for winning. We are determined to be the best at doing what matters most. We have a healthy dissatisfaction with the status quo. We have a compelling desire to improve and to win in the marketplace. Leadership. We are all leaders in our area of responsibility, with a deep commitment to delivering leadership results. We have a clear vision of where we are going. We focus our resources to achieve leadership objectives and strategies. We develop the capability to deliver our strategies and eliminate organizational barriers. Trust. We respect our P&G colleagues, customers, and consumers, and treat them as we want to be treated. We have confidence in each other's capabilities and intentions. We believe that people work best when there is a foundation of trust. Ownership. We accept personal accountability to meet our business needs, improve our systems, and help others improve their effectiveness. We all act like owners, treating the company's assets as our own and behaving with the company's long-term success in mind. Retrieved January 28, 2009, from Importance of Ethics in Management. Ethical behavior among managers is even more important in organizations because leaders set the moral tone of the organization and serve as role models. Ethical leaders build trust in organizations. If employees see leaders behaving unethically, chances are the employees may be less inclined to behave ethically themselves. Companies may have printed codes of ethics, but the key standard is whether leaders uphold those values and standards. We tend to watch leaders for cues on appropriate actions and behavior that the company expects. Decisions that managers make are an indicator of their ethics. If the company says it cares about the safety of employees, but then does not buy enough protective gear for them, it is not behaving in line with its code. Likewise, if managers exhibit unsafe behavior or look the other way when employees act unsafely, their behavior is not aligned with their stated code. Without integrity, there can be no trust. Leadership is based on trust. Ethics drive effectiveness because employees know they can do the right thing decisively and with confidence. Ethical behavior earns the trust of customers and suppliers as well. It earns the public's goodwill. Ethical managers and ethical businesses tend to be more trusted and better treated. They suffer less resentment, inefficiency, litigation, and government interference. If top management cuts corners, however, or if they make shady decisions, then no matter how good the code of ethics sounds, people will emulate the questionable behavior, not the code. As a manager, you can make it clear to employees that you expect them to conduct business in an ethical manner by offering seminars on ethics, having an ethics hotline via which employees can anonymously raise issues, and having an ombudsman office or ethics committee to investigate issues. Integrating ethics into managerial decision-making. Ethics implies making a choice between decision-making rules. For instance, when choosing between two suppliers, do you choose the cheapest, decision rule 1, or the highest quality, decision rule 2? Ethics also implies deciding on a course of action when no clear decision rule is available. Dilemmas occur when the choices are incompatible and when one course of action seems to better serve your self-interest, but appears to violate a moral principle. One way to tackle ethical dilemmas is to follow an ethical decision-making process, like the one described below. Steps in an ethical decision-making process. Assess the situation. What are you being asked to do? Is it illegal? Is it unethical? Who might be harmed? Identify the stakeholders and consider the situation from their point of view. For example, consider the point of view of the company's employees, top management, stockholders, customers, suppliers, and community. Consider the alternatives you have available to you and how they affect the stakeholders. Consequences. Duties, rights, and principles. Implications for personal integrity and character. How does the action make you feel about yourself? How would you feel if your actions were reported tomorrow in the Wall Street Journal or your daily newspaper? How would you explain your actions to your mother or to your 10-year-old child? Make a decision. This might involve going to your boss or to a neutral third party, such as an ombudsman or ethics committee. Know your values and your limits. If the company does nothing to rectify the situation, do you want to continue working for the company? Monitor outcomes. How did the decision work out? How did it turn out for all concerned? If you had it to do over again, what would you do differently? Hartman, L. and Desjardins, J. 2008. Business ethics. Decision-making for personal integrity and social responsibility. New York, McGraw-Hill. If you see unethical behavior in others, confronting it early is better. Early on, you have more of an opportunity to talk with the person in a fact-finding, rather than an accusatory, way. The discussion may nip the problem in the bud and prevent it from escalating. Keeping silent because you want to avoid offending the person may lead to much greater problems later on. As French playwright Jean-Baptiste Molière wrote, "It's not only for what we do that we are held responsible, but for what we do not do." Key takeaway. Management involves decision-making, and decisions often have an ethical component. Beyond personal ethics or a moral code, managers face making decisions that reflect the company as a whole, affecting its future success and vitality. Ethics doesn't just mean following the law, but acting in accordance with basic values. 3.3 Contemporary Principles of Management. Learning objectives. Recognize organizations as social movements. Understand the benefits of social networking. Recognize learning organizations. Understand virtual organizations. Corporations as social movements. Traditionally, we've thought of corporations as organizations that had clear boundaries, formal procedures, and well-defined authority structures. In contrast, social movements are seen as more spontaneous and fluid. The term social movement refers to a type of group action that is focused on specific political or social issues. Examples include the civil rights movement, the feminist movement, and the gay rights movement. Leaders of social movements depend on charisma rather than authority to motivate participants to action. Contemporary management theory, however, is showing that the lines between the two are blurring. Corporations are becoming more like social movements, and social movements are taking on more permanence. Just as companies are outsourcing specific jobs, so social movements can contract out tasks like lobbying and fundraising. Corporations can implement initiatives that mimic a social movement. Consider how the CEO of one bank described a program he introduced. The hierarchical management structure will give way to some collective activities that will improve our effectiveness in the marketplace. Decisions won't flow from a management level to people on the line who are expected to implement those decisions. We're telling everyone, choose a process. Figure out what and where the problems are, work together to come up with solutions, and then put your solutions to work. Davis, G. F. McAdam, D. Scott, W. R. Anzald, M. N. eds. 2005, Social Movements and Organization Theory. Cambridge Studies in Contentious Politics. Cambridge, UK. Cambridge University Press. 283. Thus, more and more leading businesses are harnessing the mechanics of social movements to improve how they will manage their businesses in the future. Social networking. Social networking refers to systems that allow members of a specific site to learn about other members' skills, talents, knowledge, or preferences. Companies use these systems internally to help identify experts. In the world at large, social networks are groups of individuals who share a common interest or passion. Poker players, dog lovers, and high school alumni are a few examples of social networks in action. In the corporate world, a social network is made up of individuals who share an employer and, potentially, other interests as well. But in the pre-internet age, managers lacked the tools to recognize or tap the business value of in-house social networks. The company softball team was a social network, sure. But what did that have to do with the bottom line? Today, social networks are starting points for corporate innovation, potentially limitless arrangements of individuals inspired by opportunities, affinities, or tasks. People feel better and work better when they belong to a group of other people like themselves. Rumler, L. 2007, July. Corporate social networking updates definition of women's groups. Retrieved January 28, 2009, from. This new attitude towards social networks in the workplace has been fueled by the growth of social networking sites like Facebook. Facebook was started by then-college student Mark Zuckerberg in 2004 as a way of connecting a social network, specifically university students. Since then, Facebook has changed the way organizations connect as well. Some companies maintain a physical presence on Facebook that allows consumers to chime in about their passions or lack of them for corporate offerings, news, and products. Starbucks has adopted this model, asking consumers to help them revive their product lines and image. As Zuckerberg told the Wall Street Journal, "We just want to share information more efficiently." Vara v. 2007, May 21st. Facebook opens its pages as a way to fuel growth. Wall Street Journal. Retrieved January 28, 2009, from. And in the information age, that's what social networks do best. Companies are applying the online social networking model of open and closed groups to their corporate intranets, creating secure sites for employees in different locations to collaborate on projects based on common interests, management directives, and incentives. For example, IBM's Pilot Virtual World will let Big Blue employees use chat, instant messaging, and voice communication programs while also connecting to user-generated content in the public spaces of Second Life, another large social networking site. IBM also opened a virtual sales center in Second Life and, separately from the Second Life partnership, is building an internal virtual world where work groups can have meetings. The use of online social networking principles can open the door to outside collaborations. For example, Netflix offered a $1 million reward to anyone in the company's social network of interested inventors who could improve the algorithm that matches movie lovers to new titles they might enjoy. Companies like Procter & Gamble and Innocentive are tapping social networks of scientists to improve their products. Social networks fueled by passion can help managers retain, motivate, and educate staff. They might even help Facebook's Mark Zuckerberg with an in-house dilemma as his company grows. According to the Wall Street Journal, the world's most dynamic social networking site has little management experience. Learning organizations. In a 1993 article, Harvard Business School professor David Garvin defined a learning organization as an organization skilled at creating, acquiring, and transferring knowledge, and at modifying its behavior to reflect new knowledge and insights. Garvin, D. 1993, July, August. Building a learning organization. Harvard Business Review, 78-91. The 5 building blocks of learning organizations are: systematic problem solving. The company must have a consistent method for solving problems, using data and statistical tools rather than assumptions. Experimentation. Experiments are a way to test ideas in small steps. Experiments let companies hunt for and test new knowledge, such as new ways of recycling waste or of structuring an incentive program. Learning from past experience. It's essential for companies to review projects and products to learn what worked and what didn't. Boeing, for example, systematically gathered hundreds of lessons learned from previous airplane models, such as the 737 and 747, which it applied to the 757s and 767s, making those the most successful, error-free launches in Boeing's history. Learning from others, recognizing that good ideas come from anywhere, not just inside the company. Learning organizations network with other companies in a continual search for good ideas to adapt and adopt. Transferring knowledge. Sharing knowledge quickly throughout the organization is the way to make everyone a smart, contributing member. Virtual organizations. A virtual organization is one in which employees work remotely, sometimes within the same city, but more often across a country and across national borders. The company relies on computer and telecommunications technologies instead of physical presence for communication between employees. Email, wikis, web meetings, i.e., like WebEx or GoToMeeting, phone, and Internet relay chat IRC, are used extensively to keep everyone in touch. Virtual companies present special leadership challenges because it's essential for leaders to keep people informed of what they are supposed to be doing and what other arms of the organization are doing. Communication in a commons area is preferable to one-on-one communication because it keeps everyone up to speed and promotes learning across the organization. The value of wikis. Wikis provide companies with a number of benefits. Tapscott A. and A. D. Williams. 2006. Wikinomics. How mass collaboration changes everything. New York. Portfolio. Wikis pull the talent of experts as well as everyone from across the company and beyond it in all time zones and geographic locations. Input from unanticipated people brings fresh ideas and unexpected connections. Wikis let people contribute to a project anytime, giving them flexibility in managing their time. It's easy to see the evolution of an idea, and new people can get up to speed quickly by seeing the history of the project. Co-creation of solutions eliminates the need to sell those solutions to get buy-in. Wikis cut the need for email by 75% and the need for meetings by 50%. With more and more companies outsourcing work to other countries, managers are turning to tools like wikis to structure project work globally. A wiki is a way for many people to collaborate and contribute to an online document or discussion. See the value of wikis. The document remains available for people to access anytime. The most famous example is Wikipedia. A wikified organization puts information into everyone's hands. Managers don't just talk about empowering workers. The access to information and communication empowers workers directly. People who are passionate about an idea can tap into the network to make the idea happen. Customers, too, can rally around an issue and contribute their opinions. Many companies that are not solely virtual use the principles of a virtual organization as a way to structure the work of globally distributed teams. Verifone, one of the largest providers of electronic payment systems worldwide, has development teams working on software projects around the world. In what the company calls a relay race, developers in Dallas working on a Rush project send unfinished work at quitting time to another development center in Laupahoehoe, Hawaii. When the sun sets there, the project is handed off to programmers in Bangalore, India, for further work, and by morning, it's back in Dallas, 16 hours closer to completion. Similarly, Midwestern Paper Converting Machine Company, PCMC, outsourced some design work to Chennai, India. Having U.S. and Indian designers collaborate 24/7 has helped PCMC slash development costs and time, enabling the company to stay in business, according to CEO Robert Chapman. Chapman said, "We can compete and create great American jobs, but not without offshoring." Engardio, P. 2006, January 30th. The Future of Outsourcing. Business Week. Virtual organizations also pose management challenges. In practical terms, if everyone is empowered to be a decision maker but various people disagree, how can decisions be made? If all workers can work at the times they choose, how can management be sure that workers are doing their work as opposed to reading websites for fun, shopping, or networking with friends, and that they are taking appropriate breaks from work to avoid burnout? There are also challenges related to the virtual environment's dependence on computers and web security. Key takeaway. In today's fast-changing world, organizations are becoming more like social movements, with more fluid boundaries and more participation in leadership across all levels. Social networks within corporations let employees find out about one another and access the people who have the skills, knowledge, or connections to get the job done. Continuous learning is important, not just for individuals, but for organizations as a whole, to transfer knowledge and try out new ideas as the pace of change increases. Virtual organizations can speed up cycle time, but they pose new challenges for managers on how to manage remote workers. Communications technologies and the web let employees work from anywhere, around the corner or around the world, and require special attention to managing communication. Exercises. What commonalities do you see between organizations and social movements? How would you use a social network to solve a work-related task? Why do social networks inspire employees? How do social networks help managers plan, organize, lead, and control? What steps would you take to help your organization become a learning organization? What are the advantages of a virtual organization? What aspects of PLC would be most likely to change based on what you have learned in this section? 3.4 Global Trends. Learning Objectives. What are the top 10 ways that the world is changing? What is the pace of these changes? As the summary top trends suggests, we are living in exciting times, and you're at the forefront of it. The world is changing in dramatic ways, and as a manager, you're in the best position to take advantage of these changes. Let's look at 10 major ways in which the world is changing. We'll characterize the first 5 as challenges and the next 5 as solutions. Top trends. Top 5 challenge trends. Increasing concern for the environment. Greater personalization and customization. Faster pace of innovation. Increasing complexity. Increasing competition for talent. Top 5 solution trends. Becoming more connected. Becoming more global. Becoming more mobile. Rise of the creative class. Increasing collaboration. Top 5 challenge trends. Increasing concern for the environment. We all seem to believe that the weather has been getting weirder in recent decades, and analysis by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, suggests that there have been more catastrophic weather events in recent years than 10 to 20 years ago. Retrieved October 7, 2008, from People are seeing the growing threat of global warming, which is leading to failing crops, rising sea levels, shortages of drinking water, and increasing death tolls from disease outbreaks such as malaria and dengue fever. Currently, 175 nations have signed the Kyoto Protocol on climate change and pledged to begin the long process of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. According to McKinsey's global survey of business executives, executives across the world believe that business plays a wider role in society and has responsibility to address issues such as environmental concerns beyond just following the letter of the law to minimize pollution. More and more companies now watch the triple bottom line, the benchmark of how they benefit, not just 1, profits, but also 2, employees, and 3, the environment as a whole. Companies realize they have to take bold steps to minimize their carbon footprint, create environmentally friendly products, and manage the company for more than just the next quarter's profits. Managers can't simply greenwash, pretend to be green through tiny steps and heavy advertising. Greater personalization and customization. We're no longer happy with cookie-cutter products. Consumers are demanding more say in products and services. One size no longer fits all, and that means tailoring products and services to meet specific customer preferences. And as companies sell their products globally, that tailoring has to meet vastly different needs, cultural sensitivities, and income levels. Even something simple such as Tide laundry detergent can come in hundreds of potential variants in terms of formulations, powders, liquids, tablets, additives, whiteners, softeners, enzymes, fragrances, unscented, mountain fresh, floral, and package sizes from single-load laundromat sizes to massive family/economy sizes. Customization and the growing numbers of products mean managing more services and more products. For example, for just $4.99 plus shipping, you can create your own Kleenex oval tissue box, retrieved October 13th, 2008, from http://www.myclinextissue.com/?WT SRCH =1 MC underscore ID =56597 68 IQ underscore ID =5659768. Managing for mass production won't suffice in the future. Faster pace of innovation. We all want the next new thing, and we want it now. New models, new products, and new variations. Companies are speeding new products to market in response to customer demands. The Finland-based mobile phone maker Nokia sells 150 different devices, of which 50 to 60 are newly introduced each year. The new variations are tailored to local languages, case colors, carriers, add-ons, and content. David Glazer, engineering director at Google, explained how his company adapts to this fast pace. Google has a high tolerance for chaos and ambiguity. When we started OpenSocial, a universal platform for social network applications, we didn't know what the outcome was going to be. So Google started running a bunch of experiments. We set an operational tempo. When in doubt, do something, Glazer said. If you have two paths and you're not sure which is right, take the fastest path. Fast Company. 2008, March. Retrieved January 28, 2009, from Increasing Complexity. Because we want more sustainability, more customization, and more innovation, companies face growing complexity. Nokia's 50 to 60 new phone models a year all have 300 to 400 components, some of which contain millions or hundreds of millions of transistors. Those components have to arrive at the right manufacturing location. Nokia has 10 worldwide, from whichever country they originated, and arrive just in time to be manufactured. Increasing competition for talent. We need people who can solve all these tough problems, and that's a challenge all by itself. According to McKinsey's global survey of trends, business executives think that this trend, among all trends, will have the greatest effect on their companies in the next 5 years. Jobs are also getting more complex. Consider people who work in warehouses doing shipping and receiving. At Intel, these workers were jokingly called knuckle-dragging box pushers and known for using their brawn to move boxes. Now, the field of transportation and shipping has become known as supply chain management, and employees need brains as well as brawn. They need to know science and advanced math. They're called on to do mathematical models of transportation networks to find the most efficient trucking routes, to minimize environmental impact, and to load the truck for balance, to minimize fuel use, and for speed of unloading at each destination. Intel now acknowledges the skills that supply chain people need. The company created a career ladder leading to Supply Chain Master that recognizes employees for developing expertise in supply chain modeling, statistics, risk management, and transportation planning. Overall, demand will grow for new types of talent, such as in the green energy industry. At the same time, companies face a shrinking supply of seasoned managers as baby boomers retire in droves. Companies will have to deal with shortages of specific skills. Top 5 solution trends. Becoming more connected. We can now use the Internet and World Wide Web to connect people with people as never before. By mid-2008, more than 1.4 billion people were online, and that number continues to increase each year as the developing world catches up with the developed world on Internet usage. Retrieved October 7th, 2000. From http://www.internetworldstats.com/stats.htm. Through over 100 million websites, we can access information, words, sounds, pictures, and video with an ease previously unimaginable. Becoming more global. We can now tap into more global suppliers and global talent. Whatever problem a manager faces, someone in the world probably has the innovative products, the knowledge, or the talent to address the problem. And the internet gives managers to the tools to help problems find solutions, customers find suppliers, and innovators find markets. The global problems we face will require people to work together to solve them. Ideas need to be shaped and implemented. Moving ideas around the world is a lot less costly and generates less greenhouse gases than moving people and products around the world. Organizations and social movements alike are using social networking to help people find others with the skills and talents to solve pressing problems. Becoming more mobile. We can now reach employees, suppliers, and customers wherever they are. By the end of 2008, 60% of the world's population, 4 billion people, were using mobile phones, retrieved October 13, 2008, from. And, like internet use, mobile phone adoption continues to grow. The penetration of mobile phones is changing the way we do business because people are more connected and able to share more information. Two-way, real-time dialogue and collaboration are available to people anytime, anywhere. The low cost of phones compared with computers puts them in the hands of more people around the world, and the increasing sophistication of software and services for the phone expands its use in business settings. Phones are not just a voice communication device. They can send text as well as be a connective device to send data. The fastest mobile phone growth is in developing countries, bringing connectivity to the remotest regions. Fishermen off the coast of southern India can now call around to prospective buyers of their catch before they go ashore, which is increasing their profits by 8% while actually lowering the overall price consumers have to pay for fish by 4%. Corbett. S. 2008, April 13th. Can the cell phone help end global poverty? New York Times. In South Africa, 85% of small Black-owned businesses rely solely on mobile phones. Nokia has 120,000 outlets selling phones in India, where half the population lives in rural areas, not cities. Rise of the creative class. With blogs, Flickr, and YouTube, anyone can post their creative efforts. And with open source and wikis, anyone can contribute ideas and insights. We have ubiquitous opportunities for creativity that are nurturing a new creative class. For example, Omi News, a popular newspaper, is written by 60,000 contributing citizen reporters. It has become one of South Korea's most influential news sources, with more than 750,000 unique users a day. Hua, v. 2007, March 27th. South Korea. Everyone's a journalist. Schoenfeld and Ewan Yen. It's a Web 2.0 world. Business 2.0 magazine. The demand for workers and ability for workers to work from anywhere may lead to an elance economy. Workers may become free agents, working temporarily on one project and then moving to another when that project is done. Mobile connectivity means these new workers can live anywhere in the world and can work from anywhere in their community. For you as a manager, this means managing workers who might be in a cubicle in Columbus, Ohio, an apartment in Amsterdam, or an internet cafe in Bangalore. Increasing collaboration. These solution trends combine to foster a rise in collaboration across space and time. We can now bring more people together to solve more problems more quickly. To design new products quickly and make sure they meet consumer needs, companies are now looking beyond their four walls for innovation. Google, for example, identifies itself as an organization that believes in open, decentralized innovation. Google can't do everything, and we shouldn't, said Andy Rubin, Senior Director of Mobile Platforms. That's why we formed the Open Handset Alliance with more than 34 partners. Fast Company. 2008, March. Retrieved January 28, 2009, from. While the Handset Alliance is about open cell phones, i.e., phones that aren't tied to any particular phone company and can be programmed by users just like Apple or Palm's apps, collaboration means much more than communications. People can now not just communicate, but actually collaborate, building coalitions, projects, and products. Friedman, T. 2005. The World is Flat. A Brief History of the 21st Century. New York. Farrar, Straus and Giroux, 81. Groups self-organize on the web. For example, the MIT-based Vehicle Design Summit is virtual, so students from around the world can participate. The goal is to make a low-cost, 200 miles per gallon four-seater for the Indian market. In 2008, about 200 students participated in this international open source project. Retrieved April 2008 from. A cross-section of more trend predictions follows. Trends. It seems that trend tracking has become somewhat of a business. Glance over these top trends from the editors of Wired, McKinsey Quarterly, and USA Today. Wired 2008 Business Trends. Open source tycoons. Social networks grow up. Green on the outside. Invisible internet. Rise of the Instapreneur. Building a better banner. Invented in China. VCs look for a new life. The Human Touch. Wired. 2008, March. http://www.wired.com/it/magazine/it/1604/bz_open source. Top business trends likely to have the greatest effect on business over the next 5 years. Competition for talent will intensify, become more global. Centers of economic activity will shift globally, regionally. Technological connectivity will increase. Ubiquitous access to information will change economics of knowledge. Demand for natural resources will grow, as will strain on environment. Population in developed economies will age. Consumer landscape will change, expand significantly. Role, behavior of business will come under increasing scrutiny. Organizations will become larger, more complex. New global industry structures will emerge, e.g., private equity, networked, the organizational challenges of global trends. A McKinsey Global Survey. 2007, November. McKinsey Quarterly. http://www.mckinseyquarterly.com. Countdown of the biggest trends in small business. Web 2.0. Rise of e-marketing. Little is the new big. The new consumer. Fragmentation. The world is getting flatter. Personalization. Work anywhere, any place. Global warming may put you out of business. Retrieved January 28, 2009, from. Key takeaway. Today's world faces many challenges, from the need to protect the natural environment to the rapid pace of innovation and change. Technological connectivity is bringing the world closer together and enabling people to work from anywhere. Demand for talent and low-cost workers gives rise to outsourcing and employees working remotely, whether from home or from remote different countries. At the same time, information is now available to more and more people. This drives demand for personalization. It increases complexity, but at the same time gives us the collaboration tools needed to solve tough problems. Exercises. How do you manage innovation if ideas can come from anywhere, including people who aren't your direct employees or aren't even part of the company? If, according to some trends, you can work anytime and anywhere, how do you decide when to work? When do you stop working? What advantages do you see from a global workforce? What commonalities do you see across the trends presented in Trends? Which of the trends depend on technology? What aspects of PLC would be most likely to change based on what you have learned in this section? 3.5 Globalization and Principles of Management. Learning objectives. Why might global trends influence management principles? What is the Globe Project, and why is it relevant to management? What is a cultural dimension, and how do cultural dimensions affect business dealings and management decisions? Globalization and cross-cultural lessons. Despite the growing importance of global business, Fortune 500 companies have reported a shortage of global managers with the necessary skills. 2008 Global Relocation Trends Survey Report. Retrieved October 13, 2008, from http://www.gmacglobalrelocation.com. Gregerson, H. B. Morrison, A. J. and Black, J. S. 1998, Fall. Developing Leaders for the Global Frontier. Sloan Management Review, 21-32. Some experts have argued that most U.S. companies are not positioned to implement global strategies due to a lack of global leadership capabilities. Hollenbeck, G. P. and McCall, M. W. 2003. Competence, not competencies, making global executive development work. In W. Mobley and P. Dorfman, eds. Advances in Global Leadership, Volume 3. Oxford, J.I. Press. It's easy to understand the problem. Communicating and working with people from different countries can be a challenge, not just because of language issues, but also because of different cultural norms. For example, in the United States, we tend to be direct in our communication. If you ask a U.S. manager a question, you'll tend to get a direct answer. In other cultures, particularly in Southern Europe and Japan, the answer to a question begins with background and context, not the bottom line, so that the listener will understand how the person arrived at the conclusion. Similarly, in some cultures, it is considered rude to deliver bad news or say no to a request. Instead, the speaker would give a non-committal answer like "we'll see" or "we'll try." Country-by-country differences are so prevalent that a worldwide team of scholars proposed to create and validate a theory of the relationship between culture and societal, organizational, and leadership effectiveness. Called the Globe Project, it included 170 researchers working together for 10 years to collect and analyze data on cultural values and practices and leadership attributes from more than 17,000 managers in 62 societal cultures. In its 2006 report, Globe identified the following 9 dimensions of culture: Javidin, M. Dorfman, P. W. DeLuque, M. S. and Hausar, J. 2006, February. In the Eye of the Beholder, Cross-Cultural Lessons in Leadership from Project Globe, Academy of Management Perspectives, 20, 67-90. Performance Orientation. Should you reward people for performance improvement and excellence? In countries like the United States and Singapore, the answer is yes. Organizations in these countries use employee training and development to help people improve their skills and performance. In countries like Russia and Greece, however, family and background count for more than performance. Uncertainty avoidance. Life often brings unpredictable events, and with them anxiety. Uncertainty avoidance reflects the extent to which members of a society attempt to cope with anxiety by minimizing uncertainty. Should you establish rules, procedures, and social norms to help your employees deal with uncertainty? In countries where uncertainty avoidance is high, like Brazil and Switzerland, the answer is yes. People in such societies want strict rules, laws, and policies to eliminate or control the unexpected. Employees in these countries tend to seek order, consistency, and structure. Countries with low uncertainty avoidance, in contrast, are less rule-oriented. They tolerate a variety of opinions and are open to change and taking risks. Countries with low uncertainty avoidance include Hong Kong and Malaysia. Assertiveness. How assertive, confrontational, or aggressive should you be in relationships with others? In highly assertive countries like the United States and Austria, competition between individuals and groups is encouraged. Managers may set up incentives that reward the best idea, even if it's contrary to established practices. People in less assertive countries, like Sweden and New Zealand, prefer harmony in relationships and emphasize loyalty and solidarity. Power distance. Power distance reflects the extent to which the less powerful members of institutions and organizations expect and accept that power is distributed unequally. Should you distribute decision-making power equally among the group? In high-power distance countries like Thailand, Brazil, and France, the answer is no. People in these societies expect unequal power distribution and greater stratification, whether that stratification is economic, social, or political. People in positions of authority in these countries expect and receive obedience. Decision-making is hierarchical with limited participation and communication. Australia, in contrast, has a power distance rating that is much lower than the world average. The Australian view reinforces cooperative interaction across power levels and stresses equality and opportunity for everyone. Gender egalitarianism. Should you promote men rather than women? Counties with low gender egalitarianism are male-dominated. Men hold positions of power to a much greater extent in low gender egalitarianism countries like Egypt and South Korea. Companies operating in more gender egalitarian countries, such as the Nordic countries, Germany, and the Netherlands, encourage tolerance for diversity of ideas and roles regardless of gender. Institutional collectivism. Institutional collectivism refers to the extent to which people act predominantly as a member of a lifelong group or organization. Should you reward groups rather than individuals? In countries with high institutional collectivism, such as Sweden, the answer is yes. Countries with low institutional collectivism, such as in the United States, emphasize individual achievement and rewards. Humane orientation. Should you reward people for being fair, altruistic, generous, and kind to others? In countries such as Malaysia, this practice is more prevalent and encouraged than in low humane orientation countries such as Germany. Future orientation. Will your employees favor activities that involve planning and investing in the future for long-term payoff? Or do they want to see short-term results? Future orientation is defined as one's expectations and the degree to which one is thoughtful about the future. It is a multifaceted concept that includes planning, realism, and a sense of control. Companies in countries with high future orientation, such as China and Singapore, will have a longer-term planning horizon, and they will be more systematic about planning. Corporations in countries that are the least future-oriented, such as Argentina and Russia, will be more opportunistic and less systematic. At the same time, they'll be less risk-averse. Global ventures gone awry. When Corning proposed a joint venture with a Mexican glass manufacturer, Vitro, the match seemed made in heaven. But just 2 years later, the venture was terminated. What happened? Cultural clashes eroded what could have been a lucrative partnership. To start, American managers were continually frustrated with what they perceived to be slow decision-making by Mexican managers. Mexico ranks higher on the power distance dimension than the United States. Company structures are hierarchical, and decisions are made only by top managers. Loyalty to these managers is a high priority in Mexico, and trying to work around them is a big taboo. Mexicans also have a less urgent approach to time. They see time as more abundant than their U.S. counterparts. As a result, Mexicans thought that Americans wanted to move too fast on decisions, and they perceived American directness in communication as aggressive. Break T 1996. The Global Leader, page 203. New York, McGraw-Hill. Additional vignettes on managing across borders are shared next. Managing across borders. Lines on the map miss the real story. Diversity is deeper than variations between countries. Sometimes those differences appear in different regions of the same country. For example, some parts of Mexico don't use Spanish as the primary language. Walmart's Mexico's Yucatan store, therefore, conducts business in the local Zapotec tongue, encourages female employees to wear traditional Zapotec skirts, and does the morning company cheer in Zapotec. Talent abroad. With so much variation across countries, it's no surprise that countries vary in level of talent and the supply of managerial, skilled, and unskilled labor. Companies shouldn't assume that emerging market countries offer inferior labor pools. GM, for instance, found that 50% of its assembly line workers in India have college degrees, a ratio much higher than in other countries. Local solutions by people who understand local needs. Nokia uses local designers to create country-specific handset models. The models designed in India for Indians are dust-resistant and have a built-in flashlight. The models designed in China for the Chinese have a touch screen, stylus, and Chinese character recognition. Local designers are more likely to understand the needs of the local population than headquarters-located designers do. Strategies in Emerging Markets Conference, held by the MIT Center for Transportation and Logistics, CTL, on March 7, 2007, Cambridge, Massachusetts. Key takeaway. Because the business environment increasingly depends on collaboration across regional and national borders, a successful global manager needs to be culturally sensitive and have an understanding for how business is done in different cultures. In some countries, loyalty to the group is key. Other countries celebrate mavericks and rule breakers if they can get things done. Knowing how best to communicate with your coworkers and employees, whether to be direct or indirect, whether to follow strict protocol or be more causal, whom to involve in decisions, are all important considerations. Exercises. You've just been made a manager in Sweden, known for its institutional collectivism. What incentives and reward structures would you use to motivate your employees? How would you prepare workers for an overseas assignment? Your company has 12 branches in the United States and will be opening its first branch in Brazil. Your company prides itself on its self-managed teams. Will you keep this policy in the new country? Why or why not? You're a manager in Japan, and you've just discovered that a team leader under your supervision has made a mistake that will result in a quality problem. How will you handle this mistake? You work in Hong Kong for a Swiss-owned firm. The Swiss are known for their high uncertainty avoidance. What differences might you expect to see from your Swiss bosses compared with your Hong Kong employees? What aspects of PLC would be most likely to change based on what you have learned in this section? 3.6 Developing your values-based leadership skills. Learning objectives. What ethical challenges do managers likely face? Why are ethics relevant to principles of management? What decision-making framework can you use to help integrate ethics into your own principles of management? Ethical challenges managers face. It's late at night, and the office is quiet, except that you've got a nagging voice in your head. Your product is already 2 weeks behind schedule. You've got to get it out this week or lose the deal. But you've discovered a problem. To correct the problem would mean another 3-week delay, and you know the client won't go for that. It's a small error. It'll probably never become an issue. What do you do? Managers face these kinds of issues all the time. Ethical dilemmas can arise from a variety of areas, such as advertising, desire to present your product or service in the best light. Sourcing of raw materials. Does the company buy from a supplier who may be underpaying their people or damaging the environment? Privacy. Should the company have access to private emails that employees write on company time, or the websites they visit during work hours? Safety, employee and community. Pay scales, relation of the pay of top executives to the rest of the company. Product pricing policies, variable pricing, discounts. Communication with stockholders, announcements of plant closings, etc. It's easy to think that people who behave unethically are simply bad apples or have a character flaw. But in fact, it's often the situation or circumstances that create the ethical pressures. A global study of business ethics, published by the American Management Association, found that the main reasons for a lapse of ethics are pressure to meet unrealistic business objectives/deadlines, a desire to further one's career, a desire to protect one's livelihood, the ethical enterprise, a global study of business ethics. 2005, New York, American Management Association. You may have developed your own personal code of ethics, but the social environment of the organization can be a barrier to fulfilling that code if management is behaving unethically. At Enron, Vice President Sharon Watkins pointed out the accounting misdeeds, but she didn't take action beyond sending a memo to the company's chairman. Although she was hailed as a hero and whistleblower, she in fact did not disclose the issue to the public. Similarly, auditors at Arthur Andersen saw the questionable practices that Enron was pursuing, but when the auditors reported these facts to management, Arthur Andersen's managers pointed to the $100 million of business they were getting from the Enron account. Those managers put profits ahead of ethics. In the end, both companies were ruined, not to mention the countless employees and shareholders left shattered and financially bankrupt. Since 2002, when the Sarbanes-Oxley Act was passed, companies have been required to write a code of ethics. The act sought to reform corporate governance practices in large U.S. public companies. The purpose of the rules is to define a code of ethics as a codification of standards that is reasonably necessary to deter wrongdoing and to promote honest and ethical conduct, including the ethical handling of actual or apparent conflicts of interest, compliance with laws, and accountability to adhere to the code. Retrieved January 28, 2009. From http://www.sec.gov/news/press/2002-150.htm. The U.S. financial crisis of late 2008 pointed out that other areas, particularly in the financial services industry, needed stiffer regulations and regulatory scrutiny as well. And those moves will begin to take effect in early 2009. Some companies go a step further and articulate a set of values that drives their code of conduct, as Procter & Gamble's Values and Code of Ethics shows. Procter & Gamble's Values and Code of Ethics. Procter & Gamble Company lives by a set of 5 values that drive its code of business conduct. These values are integrity. We always try to do the right thing. We are honest and straightforward with each other. We operate within the letter and spirit of the law. We uphold the values and principles of P&G in every action and decision. We are data-based and intellectually honest in advocating proposals, including recognizing risks. Passion for winning. We are determined to be the best at doing what matters most. We have a healthy dissatisfaction with the status quo. We have a compelling desire to improve and to win in the marketplace. Leadership. We are all leaders in our area of responsibility, with a deep commitment to delivering leadership results. We have a clear vision of where we are going. We focus our resources to achieve leadership objectives and strategies. We develop the capability to deliver our strategies and eliminate organizational barriers. Trust. We respect our P&G colleagues, customers, and consumers, and treat them as we want to be treated. We have confidence in each other's capabilities and intentions. We believe that people work best when there is a foundation of trust. Ownership. We accept personal accountability to meet our business needs, improve our systems, and help others improve their effectiveness. We all act like owners, treating the company's assets as our own and behaving with the company's long-term success in mind. Retrieved January 28, 2009, from Importance of Ethics in Management. Ethical behavior among managers is even more important in organizations because leaders set the moral tone of the organization and serve as role models. Ethical leaders build trust in organizations. If employees see leaders behaving unethically, chances are the employees may be less inclined to behave ethically themselves. Companies may have printed codes of ethics, but the key standard is whether leaders uphold those values and standards. We tend to watch leaders for cues on appropriate actions and behavior that the company expects. Decisions that managers make are an indicator of their ethics. If the company says it cares about the safety of employees, but then does not buy enough protective gear for them, it is not behaving in line with its code. Likewise, if managers exhibit unsafe behavior or look the other way when employees act unsafely, their behavior is not aligned with their stated code. Without integrity, there can be no trust. Leadership is based on trust. Ethics drive effectiveness because employees know they can do the right thing decisively and with confidence. Ethical behavior earns the trust of customers and suppliers as well. It earns the public's goodwill. Ethical managers and ethical businesses tend to be more trusted and better treated. They suffer less resentment, inefficiency, litigation, and government interference. If top management cuts corners, however, or if they make shady decisions, then no matter how good the code of ethics sounds, people will emulate the questionable behavior, not the code. As a manager, you can make it clear to employees that you expect them to conduct business in an ethical manner by offering seminars on ethics, having an ethics hotline via which employees can anonymously raise issues, and having an ombudsman office or ethics committee to investigate issues. Integrating ethics into managerial decision-making. Ethics implies making a choice between decision-making rules. For instance, when choosing between two suppliers, do you choose the cheapest, decision rule 1, or the highest quality, decision rule 2? Ethics also implies deciding on a course of action when no clear decision rule is available. Dilemmas occur when the choices are incompatible and when one course of action seems to better serve your self-interest, but appears to violate a moral principle. One way to tackle ethical dilemmas is to follow an ethical decision-making process, like the one described below. Steps in an ethical decision-making process. Assess the situation. What are you being asked to do? Is it illegal? Is it unethical? Who might be harmed? Identify the stakeholders and consider the situation from their point of view. For example, consider the point of view of the company's employees, top management, stockholders, customers, suppliers, and community. Consider the alternatives you have available to you and how they affect the stakeholders. Consequences. Duties, rights, and principles. Implications for personal integrity and character. How does the action make you feel about yourself? How would you feel if your actions were reported tomorrow in the Wall Street Journal or your daily newspaper? How would you explain your actions to your mother or to your 10-year-old child? Make a decision. This might involve going to your boss or to a neutral third party, such as an ombudsman or ethics committee. Know your values and your limits. If the company does nothing to rectify the situation, do you want to continue working for the company? Monitor outcomes. How did the decision work out? How did it turn out for all concerned? If you had it to do over again, what would you do differently? Hartman, L. and Desjardins, J. 2008. Business ethics. Decision-making for personal integrity and social responsibility. New York, McGraw-Hill. If you see unethical behavior in others, confronting it early is better. Early on, you have more of an opportunity to talk with the person in a fact-finding rather than an accusatory way. The discussion may nip the problem in the bud and prevent it from escalating. Keeping silent because you want to avoid offending the person may lead to much greater problems later on. As French playwright Jean-Baptiste Molière wrote, "It's not only for what we do that we are held responsible, but for what we do not do." Key takeaway. Management involves decision-making, and decisions often have an ethical component. Beyond personal ethics or a moral code, managers face making decisions that reflect the company as a whole, affecting its future success and vitality. Ethics doesn't just mean following the law, but acting in accordance with basic values. As you are reminded in the figure, the letter P in the PLC framework stands for planning. Good plans are meant to achieve something. This something is captured in verbal and written statements of an organization's mission and vision, its purpose, in addition to specific goals and objectives. With a mission and vision, you can craft a strategy for achieving them, and your benchmarks for judging your progress and success are clear goals and objectives. Mission and vision communicate the organization's values and purpose, and the best mission and vision statements have an emotional component in that they incite employees to delight customers. The 3 planning topics of your principles of management cover: 1. Mission and vision, 2. Strategy, and 3. Goals and objectives. The figure summarizes how these pieces work together. Figure 4.2 Mission and Vision as POLC components. Figure 4.3 Mission and Vision in the planning process. For point 1 case in point, Xerox motivates employees for success. Figure 4.4. And Mulcahy, former Xerox chairman of the board, left, and Ursula Burns, Xerox CEO, right. Source: photo courtesy of Xerox Corporation. As of 2010, Xerox Corporation, NYSE XRX, is a $22 billion multinational company founded in 1906 and operating in 160 countries. Xerox is headquartered in Norwalk, Connecticut, and employs 130,000 people. How does a company of such size and magnitude effectively manage and motivate employees from diverse backgrounds and experiences? Such companies depend on the productivity and performance of their employees. The journey over the last 100 years has withstood many successes and failures. In 2000, Xerox was facing bankruptcy after years of mismanagement, piles of debt, and mounting questions about its accounting practices. And Mulcahy turned Xerox around. Mulcahy joined Xerox as an employee in 1976 and moved up the corporate ladder, holding several management positions until she became CEO in 2001. In 2005, Mulcahy was named by Fortune magazine as the second most powerful woman in business. Based on a lifetime of experience with Xerox, she knew that the company had powerful employees who were not motivated when she took over. Mulcahy believed that among other key business changes, motivating employees at Xerox was a key way to pull the company back from the brink of failure. One of her guiding principles was a belief that in order to achieve customer satisfaction, employees must be treated as key stakeholders and become interested and motivated in their work. Mulcahy not only successfully saw the company through this difficult time, but also was able to create a stronger and more focused company. In 2009, Mulcahy became the chairman of Xerox's board of directors and passed the torch to Ursula Burns, who became the new CEO of Xerox. Burns became not only the first African-American woman CEO to head a Standard & Poor's S&P company, but also the first woman to succeed another woman as the head of an S&P 100 company. Burns is also a lifetime Xerox employee who has been with the company for over 30 years. She began as a graduate intern and was hired full-time after graduation. Because of her tenure with Xerox, she has close relationships with many of the employees, which provides a level of comfort and teamwork. She describes Xerox as a nice family. She maintains that Mulcahy created a strong and successful business, but encouraged individuals to speak their mind, to not worry about hurting one another's feelings, and to be more critical. Burns explains that she learned early on in her career, from her mentors at Xerox, the importance of managing individuals in different ways and not intentionally intimidating people, but rather relating to them and their individual perspectives. As CEO, she wants to encourage people to get things done, take risks, and not be afraid of those risks. She motivates her teams by letting them know what her intentions and priorities are. The correlation between a manager's leadership style and the productivity and motivation of employees is apparent at Xerox, where employees feel a sense of importance and a part of the process necessary to maintain a successful and profitable business. In 2010, Anne Mulcahy retired from her position on the board of directors to pursue new projects. Case written by citation redacted per publisher request. Based on information from Tompkins, N. C. 1992, November 1st. Employee satisfaction leads to customer service. All business. Retrieved April 5th, 2010, from 50 Most Powerful Women. 2006, Fortune. Retrieved April 5th, 2010, from Profile and M. Mulcahy. 2010. Forbes. Retrieved April 5th, 2010, from Whitney, L. 2010, March 30th. And Mulcahy to retire as Xerox chairman. CNET News. Retrieved April 5th, 2010, from Bryant, A. 2010, February 20th. Xerox's new chief tries to redefine its culture. New York Times. Retrieved April 5th, 2010, from Page Wanted equals 18 DPC. Discussion questions. In terms of the PLC framework, what values do the promotion and retention of Mulcahy and Burns suggest are important at Xerox? How might these values be reflected in its vision and mission statements? How do you think Xerox was able to motivate its employees through the crisis it faced in 2000? How do CEOs with large numbers of employees communicate priorities to a worldwide workforce? How might Ursula Burns motivate employees to take calculated risks? Both Anne Mulcahy and Ursula Burns were lifetime employees of Xerox. How does an organization attract and keep individuals for such a long period of time? Point to the roles of mission, vision, and values. Learning objectives. Be able to define mission and vision. See how values are important for mission and vision. Understand the roles of vision, mission, and values in the PLC framework. Mission, vision, and values. Mission and vision both relate to an organization's purpose and are typically communicated in some written form. Mission and vision are statements from the organization that answer questions about who we are, what do we value, and where we're going. A study by the consulting firm Bain & Company reports that 90% of the 500 firms surveyed issue some form of mission and vision statements. Bart, C. K. and Beats, M. C. 1998. The relationship between mission statements and firm performance, an exploratory study. Journal of Management Studies 35, 823 to 853. Moreover, firms with clearly communicated, widely understood, and collectively shared mission and vision have been shown to perform better than those without them, with the caveat that they related to effectiveness only when strategy and goals and objectives were aligned with them as well. Bart C. K. Bontes, N. and Tagar S. 2001. A model of the impact of mission statements on firm performance. Management Decision 39, 1, 19 to 35. A mission statement communicates the organization's reason for being and how it aims to serve its key stakeholders. Customers, employees, and investors are the stakeholders most often emphasized, but other stakeholders like government or communities, i.e., in the form of social or environmental impact, can also be discussed. Mission statements are often longer than vision statements. Sometimes mission statements also include a summation of the firm's values. Values are the beliefs of an individual or group, and in this case the organization, in which they are emotionally invested. The Starbucks mission statement describes 6 guiding principles that, as you can see, also communicate the organization's values. Provide a great work environment and treat each other with respect and dignity. Embrace diversity as an essential component in the way we do business. Apply the highest standards of excellence to the purchasing, roasting, and fresh delivery of our coffee. Develop enthusiastically satisfied customers all of the time. Contribute positively to our communities and our environment. Recognize that profitability is essential to our future success. Retrieved October 27th, 2008, from http://www.starbucks.com/aboutus. Similarly, Toyota declares its global corporate principles to be: honor the language and spirit of the law of every nation and undertake open and fair corporate activities to be a good corporate citizen of the world. Respect the culture and customs of every nation and contribute to economic and social development through corporate activities in the communities. Dedicate ourselves to providing clean and safe products and to enhancing the quality of life everywhere through all our activities. Create and develop advanced technologies and provide outstanding products and services that fulfill the needs of customers worldwide. Foster a corporate culture that enhances individual creativity and teamwork value while honoring mutual trust and respect between labor and management. Pursue growth in harmony with the global community through innovative management. Work with business partners in research and creation to achieve stable, long-term growth and mutual benefits while keeping ourselves open to new partnerships. Retrieved October 27th, 2008, from http://www.toyota.co.jp/n/vision/philosophy. A vision statement, in contrast, is a future-oriented declaration of the organization's purpose and aspirations. In many ways, you can say that the mission statement lays out the organization's purpose for being, and the vision statement then says, based on that purpose, this is what we want to become. The strategy should flow directly from the vision, since the strategy is intended to achieve the vision and thus satisfy the organization's mission. Typically, vision statements are relatively brief, as in the case of Starbucks' vision statement, which reads, establish Starbucks as the premier purveyor of the finest coffee in the world while maintaining our uncompromising principles as we grow. Retrieved October 27th, 2008, from http://www.starbucks.com/aboutus. Or add firm Ogilvy and Mather, which states their vision as an agency defined by its devotion to brands. Retrieved October 27th, 2008, from http://www.ogilvy.com/o_Mather. Sometimes the vision statement is also captured in a short tagline, such as Toyota's moving forward statement that appears in most communications to customers, suppliers, and employees. Retrieved October 27th, 2008, from. Similarly, Walmart's tagline version of its vision statement is Save Money, Live Better. Retrieved October 27th, 2008, from http://www.walmart.com. Any casual tour of business or organization websites will expose you to the range of forms that mission and vision statements can take. To reiterate, mission statements are longer than vision statements, often because they convey the organization's core values. Mission statements answer the questions of who are we and what does our organization value? Vision statements typically take the form of relatively brief, future-oriented statements. Vision statements answer the question, where is this organization going? Increasingly, organizations also add a values statement which either reaffirms or states outright the organization's values that might not be evident in the mission or vision statements. Roles played by mission and vision. Mission and vision statements play three critical roles. 1. Communicate the purpose of the organization to stakeholders. 2. Inform strategy development. And 3. Develop the measurable goals and objectives by which to gauge the success of the organization's strategy. These interdependent, cascading roles and the relationships among them are summarized in the figure. Figure 4.5 Key roles of mission and vision. First, mission and vision provide a vehicle for communicating an organization's purpose and values to all key stakeholders. Stakeholders are those key parties who have some influence over the organization or stake in its future. You will learn more about stakeholders and stakeholder analysis later in this chapter. However, for now, suffice it to say that some key stakeholders are employees, customers, investors, suppliers, and institutions such as governments. Typically, these statements would be widely circulated and discussed often so that their meaning is widely understood, shared, and internalized. The better employees understand an organization's purpose through its mission and vision, the better able they will be to understand the strategy and its implementation. Second, mission and vision create a target for strategy development. That is, one criterion of a good strategy is how well it helps the firm achieve its mission and vision. To better understand the relationship among mission, vision, and strategy, it is sometimes helpful to visualize them collectively as a funnel. At the broadest part of the funnel, you find the inputs into the mission statement. Toward the narrower part of the funnel, you find the vision statement, which has distilled down the mission in a way that it can guide the development of the strategy. In the narrowest part of the funnel, you find the strategy. It is clear and explicit about what the firm will do and not do to achieve the vision. Vision statements also provide a bridge between the mission and the strategy. In that sense, the best vision statements create a tension and restlessness with regard to the status quo. That is, they should foster a spirit of continuous innovation and improvement. For instance, in the case of Toyota, its moving forward vision urges managers to find newer and more environmentally friendly ways of delighting the purchaser of their cars. London Business School professors Gary Hamel and C.K. Prahlad describe this tense relationship between vision and strategy as stretch and ambition. Indeed, in a study of such able competitors as CNN, British Airways, and Sony, they found that these firms displaced competitors with stronger reputations and deeper pockets through their ambition to stretch their organizations in more innovative ways. Hamill, G., and Prahlad, C. K. 1993, March, April. Strategy as Stretch and Leverage. Harvard Business Review, 75 to 84. Third, mission and vision provide a high-level guide, and the strategy provides a specific guide to the goals and objectives showing success or failure of the strategy and satisfaction of the larger set of objectives stated in the mission. In the cases of both Starbucks and Toyota, you would expect to see profitability goals, in addition to metrics on customer and employee satisfaction, and social and environmental responsibility. Key takeaway. Mission and vision both relate to an organization's purpose and aspirations, and are typically communicated in some form of brief written statements. A mission statement communicates the organization's reason for being and how it aspires to serve its key stakeholders. The vision statement is a narrower, future-oriented declaration of the organization's purpose and aspirations. Together, mission and vision guide strategy development, help communicate the organization's purpose to stakeholders, and inform the goals and objectives set to determine whether the strategy is on track. Exercises. What is a mission statement? What is a vision statement? How are values important to the content of mission and vision statements? Where does the purpose of mission and vision overlap? How do mission and vision relate to a firm's strategy? Why are mission and vision important for organizational goals and objectives? For point 3, mission and vision in the PLC framework. Learning objectives. Understand the role of mission and vision in organizing. Understand the role of mission and vision in leading. Understand the role of mission and vision in controlling. Mission and vision play such a prominent role in the planning facet of the PLC framework. However, you are probably not surprised to learn that their role does not stop there. Beyond the relationship between mission and vision, strategy, and goals and objectives, you should expect to see mission and vision being related to the organizing, leading, and controlling aspects as well. Let's look at these 3 areas in turn. Mission, vision, and organizing. Organizing is the function of management that involves developing an organizational structure and allocating human resources to ensure the accomplishment of objectives. The organizing facet of the PLC framework typically includes subjects such as organization design, staffing, and organizational culture. With regard to organizing, it is useful to think about alignment between the mission and vision and various organizing activities. For instance, organizational design is a formal, guided process for integrating the people, information, and technology of an organization. It is used to match the form of the organization as closely as possible to the purposes the organization seeks to achieve. Through the design process, organizations act to improve the probability that the collective efforts of members will be successful. Organization design should reflect and support the strategy. In that sense, organizational design is a set of decision guidelines by which members will choose appropriate actions, appropriate in terms of their support for the strategy. As you learned in the previous section, the strategy is derived from the mission and vision statements and from the organization's basic values. Strategy unifies the intent of the organization and focuses members toward actions designed to accomplish desired outcomes. The strategy encourages actions that support the purpose and discourages those that do not. To organize, you must connect people with each other in meaningful and purposeful ways. Further, you must connect people, human resources, with the information and technology necessary for them to be successful. Organization structure defines the formal relationships among people and specifies both their roles and their responsibilities. Administrative systems govern the organization through guidelines, procedures, and policies. Information and technology define the processes through which members achieve outcomes. Each element must support each of the others, and together they must support the organization's purpose, as reflected in its mission and vision. For example, in 2006, Disney acquired Pixar, a firm as renowned for its creative prowess in animated entertainment. Disney summarizes the Pixar strategy like this. Pixar's strategy is to combine proprietary technology and world-class creative talent to develop computer-animated feature films with memorable characters and heartwarming stories that appeal to audiences of all ages. Retrieved October 27, 2008, from Disney has helped Pixar achieve this strategy through an important combination of structural design choices. First, Pixar is an independent division of Disney and is empowered to make independent choices in all aspects of idea development. Second, Pixar gives its creatives, its artists, writers, and designers great leeway over decision-making. Third, Pixar protects its creatives' ability to share work in progress up and down the hierarchy with the aim of getting it even better. Finally, after each project, teams conduct post-mortems to catalog what went right and what went wrong. This way, innovations gained through new projects can be shared with later projects, while at the same time sharing knowledge about potential pitfalls. Catmull, E. 2008, September. How Pixar Fosters Collective Creativity. Harvard Business Review, 1-11. Organizational culture is the workplace environment formulated from the interaction of the employees in the workplace. Organizational culture is defined by all of the life experiences, strengths, weaknesses, education, upbringing, and other attributes of the employees. While executive leaders play a large role in defining organizational culture by their actions and leadership, all employees contribute to the organizational culture. As you might imagine, achieving alignment between mission and vision and organizational culture can be very powerful, but culture is also difficult to change. This means that if you are seeking to change your vision or mission, your ability to change the organization's culture to support those new directions may be difficult or, at least, slow to achieve. For instance, in 2000, Procter & Gamble, P&G, sought to change a fundamental part of its vision in a way that asked the organization to source more of its innovations from external partners. Historically, P&G had invested heavily in research and development and internal sources of innovation, so much so that Not Invented Here, known informally as NIH, was the dominant cultural mindset. Lafley, A. G. and Charan, R. 2008. The Game Changer. Upper Saddle River, New Jersey, Crown Books. NIH describes a sociological, corporate, or institutional culture that avoids using products, research, or knowledge that originated anywhere other than inside the organization. It is normally used in a pejorative sense. As a sociological phenomenon, the Not Invented Here syndrome is manifested as an unwillingness to adopt an idea or product because it originates from another culture. P&G has been able to combat this NIH bias and gradually change its culture toward one that is more open to external contributions and hence in much better alignment with its current mission and vision. Social networks are often referred to as the invisible organization. They consist of individuals or organizations connected by one or more specific types of interdependency. You are probably already active in social networks through such web communities as MySpace, Facebook, and LinkedIn. However, these sites are really only the tip of the iceberg when it comes to the emerging body of knowledge surrounding social networks. Networks deliver 3 unique advantages: access to private information, i.e., information that companies do not want competitors to have, access to diverse skill sets, and power. You may be surprised to learn that many big companies have breakdowns in communications, even in divisions where the work on one project should be related to work on another. Going back to our Pixar example, for instance, Disney is fostering a network among members of its Pixar division in a way that they are more likely to share information and learn from others. The open internal network also means that a cartoon designer might have easier access to a computer programmer, and together they can figure out a more innovative solution. Finally, since Pixar promotes communication across hierarchical levels and gives creatives decision-making authority, the typical power plays that might impede sharing innovation and individual creativity are prevented. Managers see these three network advantages at work every day, but might not pause to consider how their networks regulate them. Mission, vision, and leading. Leading involves influencing others toward the attainment of organizational objectives. Leading and leadership are nearly synonymous with the notions of mission and vision. We might describe a very purposeful person as being on a mission. As an example, Steve Demos had the personal mission of replacing cow's milk with soy milk in U.S. supermarkets, and this mission led to his vision for, and strategy behind, the Firm White Wave and its Silk line of soy milk products, Carpenter, M.A., and Sanders, W.G., 2006. Strategic Management, A Dynamic Perspective. First edition. Upper Saddle River, New Jersey, Pearson/Prentice Hall. Similarly, we typically think of some individuals as leaders because they are visionary. For instance, when Walt Disney suggested building a theme park in a Florida swamp back in the early 1960s, few other people in the world seemed to share his view. Any task, whether launching Silk or building the Disney empire, is that much more difficult if attempted alone. Therefore, the more that a mission or vision challenges the status quo, and recognizing that good vision statements always need to create some dissonance with the status quo, the greater will be the organization's need of what leadership researcher Shiba calls real change leaders, people who will help diffuse the revolutionary philosophy even while the leader, i.e., the founder or CEO, is not present. Without real change leaders, a revolutionary vision would remain a mere idea of the visionary CEO. They are the ones who make the implementation of the transformation real. In most cases where we think of revolutionary companies, we associate the organization's vision with its leader. For instance, Apple and Steve Jobs, Dell and Michael Dell, or Google with a team of Sergey Brin and Larry Page. Most important, in all three of these organizations, the leaders focused on creating an organization with a noble mission that enabled the employees and management team to achieve not only the strategic breakthrough, but to also realize their personal dreams in the process. Speaking to the larger relationship between mission, vision, strategy, and leadership are the 8 principles of visionary leadership, derived from Shiba's 2001 book, For Practical Revolutions in Management, summarized in 8 Principles of Visionary Leadership, Shiba, S. and Walden, D. 2001. For Practical Revolutions in Management, Systems for Creating Unique Organizational Capability. New York, Productivity Press. 8 Principles of Visionary Leadership. Principle 1. The visionary leader must do on-site observation leading to personal perception of changes in societal values from an outsider's point of view. Principle 2. Even though there is resistance, never give up. Squeeze the resistance between outside in, i.e., customer or society-led, pressure in combination with top-down inside instruction. Principle 3. Revolution is begun with symbolic disruption of the old or traditional system through top-down efforts to create chaos within the organization. Principle 4. The direction of revolution is illustrated by a symbolically visible image and the visionary leader's symbolic behavior. Principle 5. Quickly establishing new physical, organizational, and behavioral systems is essential for successful revolution. Principle 6. Real change leaders are necessary to enable revolution. Principle 7. Create an innovative system to provide feedback from results. Principle 8. Create a daily operation system, including a new work structure, new approach to human capabilities and improvement activities. Vision that pervades the organization. A broader definition of visionary leadership suggests that if many or most of an organization's employees understand and identify with the mission and vision, efficiency will increase because the organization's members on the front lines will be making decisions fully aligned with the organization's goals. Efficiency is achieved with limited hands-on supervision because the mission and vision serve as a form of cruise control. To make frontline responsibility effective, leadership must learn to trust workers and give them sufficient opportunities to develop quality decision-making skills. The classic case about Johnsonville sausage, recounted by CEO Ralph Steyer, documents how that company dramatically improved its fortunes after Steyer shared responsibility for the mission and vision, and ultimately development of the actual strategy with all of his employees. His vision was the quest for an answer to what Johnsonville would have to be to sell the most expensive sausage in the industry and still have the biggest market share. Steyer, R. 1990, November. How I Learned to Let My Workers Lead. Harvard Business Review. Of course, he made other important changes as well, such as decentralizing decision-making and tying individuals' rewards to company-wide performance. But he initiated them by communicating the organization's mission and vision and letting his employees know that he believed they could make the choices and decisions needed to realize them. Mission and vision are also relevant to leadership well beyond the impact of one or several top executives. Even beyond existing employees, various stakeholders, customers, suppliers, prospective new employees are visiting organizations' websites to read their mission and vision statements. In the process, they are trying to understand what kind of organization they are reading about and what the organization's values and ethics are. Ultimately, they are seeking to determine whether the organization and what it stands for are a good fit for them. Vision, mission, and controlling. Controlling involves ensuring that performance does not deviate from standards. Controlling consists of 3 steps. 1. Establishing performance standards. 2. Comparing actual performance against standards. And 3. Taking corrective action when necessary. Mission and vision are both directly and indirectly related to all 3 steps. Performance standards. Recall that mission and vision tell a story about an organization's purpose and aspirations. Mission and vision statements are often ambiguous by design because they are intended to inform the strategy, not be the strategy. Nevertheless, those statements typically provide a general compass heading for the organization and its employees. For instance, vision may say something about innovativeness, growth, or firm performance, and the firm will likely have set measurable objectives related to these. Performance standards often exceed actual performance, but ideally, managers will outline a set of metrics that can help to predict the future, not just evaluate the past. It is helpful to think about such metrics as leading, lagging, and pacing indicators. A leading indicator actually serves to predict where the firm is going in terms of performance. For instance, General Electric asks customers whether they will refer it new business, and GE's managers have found that this measure of customer satisfaction does a pretty good job of predicting future sales. A pacing indicator tells you in real time that the organization is on track, for example, in on-time deliveries or machinery that is in operation, as opposed to being under repair or in maintenance. A lagging indicator is the one we are all most familiar with. Firm financial performance, for instance, is an accounting-based summary of how well the firm has done historically. Even if managers can calculate such performance quickly, the information is still historic and not pacing or leading. Increasingly, Firms compile a set of such leading, lagging, and pacing goals and objectives and organize them in the form of a dashboard or balanced scorecard. Actual versus desired performance. The goals and objectives that flow from your mission and vision provide a basis for assessing actual versus desired performance. In many ways, such goals and objectives provide a natural feedback loop that helps managers see when and how they are succeeding and where they might need to take corrective action. This is one reason goals and objectives should ideally be specific and measurable. Moreover, to the extent that they serve as leading, lagging, and pacing performance metrics, they enable managers to take corrective action on any deviations from goals before too much damage has been done. Corrective action. Finally, just as mission and vision should lead to specific and measurable goals and objectives, and thus provide a basis for comparing actual and desired performance, corrective action should also be prompted in cases where performance deviates negatively from performance objectives. It is important to point out that while mission and vision may signal the need for corrective action because they are rather general, high-level statements, they typically will not spell out what specific actions. That latter part is the role of strategy. And mission and vision are critical for good strategies, but not substitutes for them. A mission and vision are statements of self-worth. Their purpose is not only to motivate employees to take meaningful action, but also to give leadership a standard for monitoring progress. It also tells external audiences how your organization wishes to be viewed and have its progress and successes gauged. Strategic Human Resources Management, SHRM, reflects the aim of integrating the organization's human capital, its people, into the mission and vision. Human resources management alignment means to integrate decisions about people with decisions about the results an organization is trying to obtain. Research indicates that organizations that successfully align human resources management with mission and vision accomplishment do so by integrating SHRM into the planning process, emphasizing human resources activities that support mission goals, and building strong human resources/management capabilities and relationships. Gerhardt, B. A., and Rines, S. L. 2003. Compensation, Theory, Evidence, and Strategic Implications. Thousand Oaks, California, Sage. Key takeaway. In addition to being a key part of the planning process, mission and vision also play key roles in the organizing, leading, and controlling functions of management. While mission and vision start the planning function, they are best realized when accounted for across all four functions of management, PLC. In planning, mission and vision help to generate specific goals and objectives and to develop the strategy for achieving them. Mission and vision guide choices about organizing, too, from structure to organizational culture. The cultural dimension is one reason mission and vision are most effective when they pervade the leadership of the entire organization rather than being just the focus of senior management. Finally, mission and vision are tied to the three key steps of controlling. 1. Establishing performance standards. 2. Comparing actual performance against standards. And 3. Taking corrective action when necessary. Since people make the place, ultimately strategic human resources management must bring these pieces together. Exercises. How might mission and vision influence organizational design? How might mission and vision influence leadership practices? Why might a specific replacement CEO candidate be a good or poor choice for a firm with an existing mission and vision? Which aspects of controlling do mission and vision influence? Why are mission and vision relevant to the management of internal organizational social networks? What performance standards might reinforce a firm's mission and vision? What is the role of mission and vision with strategic human resource management? 4.4 Creativity and Passion. Learning objectives. Understand how creativity relates to vision. Develop some creativity tools. Understand how passion relates to vision. Creativity and passion are of particular relevance to mission and vision statements. A simple definition of creativity is the power or ability to invent. We sometimes think of creativity as being a purely artistic attribute, but creativity in business is the essence of innovation and progress. Passion, at least in the context we invoke here, refers to an intense, driving, or overmastering feeling or conviction. Passion is also associated with intense emotion compelling action. We will focus mostly on the relationship between creativity, passion, and vision in this section because organizational visions are intended to create uneasiness with the status quo and help inform and motivate key stakeholders to move the organization forward. This means that a vision statement should reflect and communicate something that is relatively novel and unique, and such novelty and uniqueness are the products of creativity and passion. Creativity and passion can, and probably should, also influence the organization's mission. In many ways, the linkages might be clearest between creativity and vision statements and passion and mission statements because the latter is an expression of the organization's values and deeply held beliefs. Similarly, while we will discuss creativity and passion separately in this section, your intuition and experience surely tell you that creativity eventually involves emotion. To be creative, you have to care about, be passionate about what you're doing. Creativity and vision. More recently, work by DeGraff and Lawrence suggests a finer-grained view into the characteristics and types of creativity to DeGraff, J., and Lawrence, K. A. 2002. Creativity at Work, Developing the Right Practices to Make It Happen. San Francisco, Jossie Base. They argued that creativity types could be clustered based on some combination of flexibility versus control and internal versus external orientation. For the manager, their typology is especially useful as it suggests ways to manage creativity, as in simply hiring creative individuals. As summarized in the figure, their research suggests that there are 4 types of creativity. 1. Investment. External orientation with high control. 2. Imagination. External orientation with flexibility emphasis. 3. Improvement. Internal orientation with high control. And 4. Incubation. Internal orientation with flexibility emphasis. The first type of creativity, investment, is associated with speed, being first and being fast. It is also a form of creativity fostered from the desire to be highly competitive. Perhaps one of the most recent examples of this type of creativity crucible is the beer wars, the battle for U.S. market share between S.A.B. Miller and Anheuser-Busch, A.B. Budweiser. Miller was relentless in attacking the quality of AB's products through its advertisements, and at the same time launched a myriad number of new products to take business from AB's stronghold markets, retrieved October 27, 2008, from. The second type of creativity, imagination, is the form that most of us think of first. This type of creativity is characterized by new ideas and breakthroughs, Apple's stylish design of Macintosh computers, and then game-changing breakthroughs with its iPod and iPhone. Oftentimes, we can tie this type of creativity to the drive or genius of a single individual, such as Apple's Steve Jobs. Figure 4.84 Creativity Types. Adapted from DeGraff, J., and Lawrence, K. A. 2002. Creativity at Work, Developing the Right Practices to Make It Happen. San Francisco, Jossie Base. Where big ideas come from the imagination quadrant, improvement is a type of creativity that involves making an existing idea better. 2 great examples of this are McDonald's and Toyota. Ray Kroc, McDonald's founder, had the idea of creating quality and cooking standards for preparing tasty burgers and fries. While there were many other burger joints around at the time, the 1950s, Kroc's unique process-oriented approach gave McDonald's a big advantage. Similarly, Toyota has used the refinement of its automaking and auto assembly processes, called the Toyota Business System, to be one of the largest and most successful, high-quality car makers in the world. Finally, the fourth area of creativity is incubation. Incubation is a very deliberate approach that concerns a vision of sustainability, that is, leaving a legacy. This type of creativity is more complex because it involves teamwork, empowerment, and collective action. In their chapter on problem solving, David Wetton and Kim Cameron provide Gandhi as an example of incubation creativity. Mahatma Gandhi was probably the only person in modern history who has single-handedly stopped a war. Lone individuals have started wars, but Gandhi was creative enough to stop one. He did so by mobilizing networks of people to pursue a clear vision and set of values. Gandhi would probably have been completely non-creative and ineffective had he not been adept at capitalizing on incubation dynamics. By mobilizing people to march to the sea to make salt, or to burn passes that demarcated ethnic group status, Gandhi was able to engender creative outcomes that had not been considered possible. He was a master at incubation by connecting, involving, and coordinating people. Wetton, D., and Camerson, K., 2007. Developing Management Skills. 7th edition. Upper Saddle River, New Jersey, Pearson/Prentice Hall, 185. While no one of these four types of creativity is best, they have some contradictory or conflicting characteristics. For example, imagination and improvement emphasize different approaches to creativity. The size of the new idea, for instance, is typically much bigger with imagination, i.e., revolutionary solutions, than with improvement, i.e., incremental solutions. Investment and incubation also are very different. Investment is relatively fast, and the other relatively slow, i.e., incubation emphasizes deliberation and development. Creativity tools. In this section, we introduce you to two creativity tools, Scamper and the nominal group technique. This set of tools is not exhaustive, but gives you some good intuition and resources to develop new ideas, either to craft a vision for a new company or revise an existing mission and vision. The first three tools can be used and applied individually or in groups. Nominal group technique is designed to bolster creativity in groups and can build on individual and group insights provided by the other tools. All these tools help you to manage two divergent forms of thinking necessary for creativity: programmed thinking and lateral thinking. Programmed thinking, often called left-brain thinking, relies on logical or structured ways of creating a new product or service. In terms of mission and vision, this means a logical and deliberate process is used to develop the vision statement. Lateral thinking, a term coined by Edward de Bono in his book The Use of Lateral Thinking, 1967, is about changing patterns and perceptions. It is about ideas that may not be obtainable by using only traditional step-by-step. Programmed, Logic.de Bono, E. 1992. Serious creativity. New York, Harper Business, Osborne, A. 1953. Applied imagination. New York, Scribner's. Lateral thinking draws on the right side of our brains. Each type of approach, programmed versus lateral, has its strength. Logical and disciplined programmed thinking is enormously effective in making products and services better. It can, however, only go so far before all practical improvements have been carried out. Lateral thinking can generate completely new concepts and ideas and brilliant improvements to existing systems. In the wrong place, however, it can be impractical or unnecessarily disruptive. Scamper. Table 4.1 Creativity through Scamper. Questions. Examples. Substitute. What else instead? Who else instead? Other ingredients? Other material? Other time? Other place? Vegetarian hot dogs. Combine. How about a blend? Combine purposes? Combine materials? Musical greeting cards. Adapt. What else is like this? What other idea does this suggest? How can I adjust to these circumstances? Snow tires. Modify. Different order, form, shape. Minify. What to make smaller. Slower? Lighter? What to do with less frequency. Magnify. What to make higher. Longer? Thicker? What to do with greater frequency. Scented crayons. Bite-sized Snickers bars. Super-sized French fries. Put to other uses, new ways to use as is. Other uses I modified. Other places to use an item or movement. Towel as fly swatter. Eliminate. What to remove. Omit. Understate. Cordless telephone. Rearrange. Other layout. Other sequence. Transpose cause and effect. Transpose positive and negative. How about opposites? Reverse. Interchange components. Other pattern. Backward. Upside down. Vertical stapler. Reversible clothing. As shown in the Table 4.1 Creativity through Scamper, by taking a topic or problem and then using Scamper, you can generate possible new products. It may be some combination of these Scamper changes that lead to highly innovative solutions. For instance, the entertainment company Cirque du Soleil has modeled its shows on the traditional circus. However, it has adapted aspects of theater and opera, eliminated animals, and reduced the number of rings from 3 to 1. As a result, it offers a highly stylized and much more expensive version of what, nostalgically, we call a circus today. Many of the ideas may be impractical. However, some of these ideas could be good starting points for a new organization or revision of the vision for an existing one. Nominal Group Technique. The Nominal Group Technique, NGT, is a method of facilitating a group of people to produce a large number of ideas in a relatively short time. This section is reproduced with permission of the University of Wisconsin Extension Program. A circulation version can be found at retrieved October 28, 2008. Additional information on NGT can be gained by reading the following: Delbecq, A., Van de Ven, A., and Gustafson, D., 1975. Group Techniques for Program Planning, A Guide to Nominal Group and Delphi Processes. Glenview, Illinois. Scott, Forsman, Tag, N., 1995. The Quality Toolbox. Milwaukee, Wisconsin. ASQC Quality Press. Witkin, B., and Altschold, J., 1995. Planning and Conducting Needs Assessment, A Practical Guide. Thousands Oaks, C., Sage. In addition to using NGT to develop a mission and vision statement, it can be useful to generate numerous creative ideas, to ensure everyone is heard, when there is concern that some people may not be vocal, to build consensus, when there is controversy or conflict. As shown in NGT preparation and supplies are modest. It encourages contributions from everyone by allowing for equal participation among group members. A question is posed to the group. Individually and silently, each participant writes down his or her ideas. In round-robin fashion, each member supplies an idea until all ideas are shared. Generally, 6 to 10 people participate. Nominal means that the participants form a group in name only. For most of the session, they do not interact as they would in other group processes. NGT preparation and supplies. Formulate your discussion question. Ensure that the wording prevents misunderstanding and is objective. Supplies needed include flip chart for each table, masking tape, 3x5 cards for each participant, work tables, felt pens. The group is divided into small work groups, each with a leader. A flip chart and markers are needed at each table. Position the flip chart so that all can see the ideas. The remaining simple procedures are summarized in NGT procedure. NGT procedure. Introduction. Briefly welcome participants, clarify the purpose of the group exercise, and explain the procedure to be followed and how results are to be used. Present question. Orally present the question that is written on the flip chart. Clarify as needed. Silent generation of ideas. Each participant silently thinks of and writes down on 3x5 card as many ideas as possible. Allow 5 to 10 minutes. Record ideas. In turn, each participant reads aloud one idea, and it is recorded on the flip chart for all to see. Continue until all ideas are recorded. Discourage discussion, not even questions for clarification. Encourage hitchhiking, that is, expanding on another's statement. Ideas do not have to be from the participants' written list. Participants may pass a turn and then add an idea at a subsequent turn. Discourage combining ideas from individuals unless they are exactly the same. Group discussion. After all ideas are recorded, the person who suggested the idea is given the opportunity to explain it further. Duplicates may be combined. Wording may be changed if the originator agrees. Ideas are deleted only by unanimous agreement. Restrict discussion to clarify meaning. The value or merit of ideas is not discussed. Passion and vision. Passion, as we invoke the term in this chapter, refers to intense, driving, or overmastering feeling or conviction. Passion is also associated with intense emotion compelling action. Passion is relevant to vision in at least two ways. 1. Passion about an idea as inspiration of the vision and vision statement, and 2. Shared passion among organizational members about the importance of the vision. Passion as inspiration. Entrepreneur Kurt Rosengren makes this observation about the relationship between passion and entrepreneurship. Strangely, in spite of its clear importance, very few entrepreneurs or managers consciously incorporate passion into their decisions, ultimately leaving one of their most valuable assets on their path to success largely to chance, even though there is little question that passion can be a part of vision creation. Retrieved October 28, 2008, from Rosengren comments further that passion is the essence of the entrepreneurial spirit. It is an entrepreneur's fuel, providing the drive and inspiration to create something out of nothing while enduring all the risks, uncertainty, and bumps in the road that entails. Entrepreneurs' lives consist of a nonstop mission to communicate their vision and inspire others to support their efforts. As evangelists, salespeople, fundraisers, and cheerleaders, they need to breathe life into their vision while enlisting others in their dream. From creating a vision for the future to selling the idea to investors, from attracting high-quality employees to inspiring them to do what nobody thought possible, that passion is a key ingredient. Passion also plays a key role in their belief that they can achieve the so-called impossible, bouncing back from failure and ignoring the chorus of no that is inevitably part of the entrepreneurial experience. Robin Wolliner, founder of Parenting Magazine and author of Naked in the Boardroom, A CEO Bears Her Secrets So You Can Transform Your Career, put it succinctly when she said, "To succeed in starting a business, you have to suspend disbelief, because the odds are against you. Logic is going to stop you. Passion, on the other hand, will help you fly." Retrieved October 28, 2008, from Passion About the Vision. Passion doesn't just have benefits for the individual entrepreneur or manager when formulating a vision statement. It can help the whole business thrive. While there is little academic research on the relationship between passion and vision, studies suggest that fostering engagement, a concept related to passion, in employees has a significant effect on the corporate bottom line. Gallup, for instance, has been on the forefront of measuring the effect of what it calls employee engagement. Employee engagement is a concept that is generally viewed as managing discretionary effort. That is, when employees have choices, they will act in a way that furthers their organization's interests. An engaged employee is fully involved in and enthusiastic about his or her work. The consulting firm Blessing White offers this description of engagement and its value and clear relationship with passion. Engaged employees are not just committed. They are not just passionate or proud. They have a line of sight on their own future and on the organization's mission and goals. They are enthused and in gear, using their talents and discretionary effort to make a difference in their employer's quest for sustainable business success. Employee Engagement Report 2008, Blessing White. 2008, April. 2008 Employee Engagement Report. http://www.blessingwhite.com/ee_report.asp. Engaged employees are those who are performing at the top of their abilities and happy about it. According to statistics that Gallup has drawn from 300,000 companies in its database, 75% to 80% of employees are either disengaged or actively disengaged. Retrieved October 28, 2008, from. That's an enormous waste of potential. Consider Gallup's estimation of the impact if 100% of an organization's employees were fully engaged. Customers would be 70% more loyal. Turnover would drop by 70%. Profits would jump by 40%. Job satisfaction studies in the United States routinely show job satisfaction ratings of 50% to 60%. But one recent study by Harris Interactive of nearly 8,000 American workers went a step further. Retrieved October 29, 2008. From what did the researchers find? Only 20% feel very passionate about their jobs. Less than 15% agree that they feel strongly energized by their work. Only 31%, strongly or moderately, believe that their employer inspires the best in them. Consciously creating an environment where passion is both encouraged and actively developed can yield an enormous competitive advantage. That environment starts at the top through the development and active communication of mission and vision. Key takeaway. You learned about the relationship between creativity and passion and mission and vision. You learned that creativity relates to the power or ability to create, and that passion is intense emotion compelling action. Creativity is important if the desired mission and vision are desired to be novel and entrepreneurial. Passion is important both from the standpoint of adding energy to the mission and vision and to key stakeholders following the mission and vision. Exercises. What is creativity? Why is creativity relevant to vision and vision statements? What are some useful creativity tools? What is passion or conflict? Why is passion relevant to vision and vision statements? What is the relationship between passion and engagement? For point 5 stakeholders. Learning objectives. Learn about stakeholders and their importance. Understand stakeholder analysis. Be able to map stakeholders and their level of participation. Stakeholders and stakeholder analysis. Stakeholders are individuals or groups who have an interest in an organization's ability to deliver intended results and maintain the viability of its products and services. We've already stressed the importance of stakeholders to a firm's mission and vision. We've also explained that firms are usually accountable to a broad range of stakeholders, including shareholders, who can make it either more difficult or easier to execute a strategy and realize its mission and vision. This is the main reason managers must consider stakeholders' interests, needs, and preferences. Considering these factors in the development of a firm's mission and vision is a good place to start. But first, of course, you must identify critical stakeholders, get a handle on their short and long-term interests, calculate their potential influence on your strategy, and take into consideration how the firm's strategy might affect the stakeholders, beneficially or adversely. Table 4.2 Stakeholder Categories provides one way to begin thinking about the various stakeholder groups, their interests, importance, and influence. Influence reflects a stakeholder's relative power over and within an organization. Importance indicates the degree to which the organization cannot be considered successful if a stakeholder's needs, expectations, and issues are not addressed. Table 4.2 Stakeholder Categories. Stakeholder. Categories. Interests. Importance. Influence. Owners. Managers. Employees. Customers. Environmental. Social. Government. Suppliers. Competitors. Other. Adapted from. As you can imagine, for instance, one key stakeholder group comprises the CEO and the members of the top management team. These are key managers, and they might be owners as well. This group is important for at least 3 reasons. Its influence as either originator or steward of the organization's mission and vision. Its responsibility for formulating a strategy that realizes the mission and vision. Its ultimate role in strategy implementation. Typically, stakeholder evaluation of both quantitative and qualitative performance outcomes will determine whether management is effective. Quantitative outcomes include stock price, total sales, and net profits, while qualitative outcomes include customer service and employee satisfaction. As you can imagine, different stakeholders may place more emphasis on some outcomes than other stakeholders who have other priorities. Stakeholders, mission, and vision. Stakeholder analysis refers to the range of techniques or tools used to identify and understand the needs and expectations of major interests inside and outside the organization environment. Managers perform stakeholder analysis to gain a better understanding of the range and variety of groups and individuals who not only have a vested interest in the organization, and ultimately the formulation and implementation of a firm strategy, but who also have some influence on firm performance. Managers thus develop mission and vision statements, not only to clarify the organization's larger purpose, but also to meet or exceed the needs of its key stakeholders. Stakeholder analysis may also enable managers to identify other parties that might derail otherwise well-formulated strategies, such as local, state, national, or foreign governmental bodies. Finally, stakeholder analysis enables organizations to better formulate, implement, and monitor their strategies, and this is why stakeholder analysis is a critical factor in the ultimate implementation of a strategy. Identifying stakeholders. The first step in stakeholder analysis is identifying major stakeholder groups. As you can imagine, the groups of stakeholders who will, either directly or indirectly, be affected by or have an effect on a firm's strategy and its execution can run the gamut from employees, to customers, to competitors, to the government. Ultimately, we will want to take these stakeholders and plot them on a chart, similar to that shown in the following figure. Figure 4.10 Stakeholder Mapping. Adapted from Freeman, R. E. 1984. Strategic Management. A Stakeholder Approach. Boston, Pittman. Let's pause for a moment to consider the important constituencies we will be charting on our stakeholder map. Before we start, however, we need to remind ourselves that stakeholders can be individuals or groups, communities, social or political organizations, and so forth. In addition, we can break groups down demographically, geographically, by level and branch of government, or according to other relevant criteria. In so doing, we're more likely to identify important groups that we might otherwise overlook. With these facts in mind, you can see that, externally, a map of stakeholders will include such diverse groups as governmental bodies, community-based organizations, social and political action groups, trade unions and guilds, and even journalists. National and regional governments and international regulatory bodies will probably be key stakeholders for global firms or those whose strategy calls for greater international presence. Internally, key stakeholders include shareholders, business units, employees, and managers. Steps in identifying stakeholders. Identifying all of a firm's stakeholders can be a daunting task. In fact, as we will note again shortly, a list of stakeholders that is too long actually may reduce the effectiveness of this important tool by overwhelming decision makers with too much information. To simplify the process, we suggest that you start by identifying groups that fall into one of 4 categories: organizational, capital market, product market, and social. Let's take a closer look at this step. Step 1. Determining influences on mission, vision, and strategy formulation. One way to analyze the importance and roles of the individuals who compose a stakeholder group is to identify the people and teams who should be consulted as strategy is developed or who will play some part in its eventual implementation. These are organizational stakeholders, and they include both high-level managers and frontline workers. Capital market stakeholders are groups that affect the availability or cost of capital, shareholders, venture capitalists, banks, and other financial intermediaries. Product market stakeholders include parties with whom the firm shares its industry, including suppliers and customers. Social stakeholders consist broadly of external groups and organizations that may be affected by or exercise influence over firm strategy and performance, such as unions, governments, and activist groups. The next 2 steps are to determine how various stakeholders are affected by the firm's strategic decisions and the degree of power that various stakeholders wield over the firm's ability to choose a course of action. Step 2. Determining the effects of key decisions on the stakeholder. Step 2 in stakeholder analysis is to determine the nature of the effect of the firm's strategic decisions on the list of relevant stakeholders. Not all stakeholders are affected equally by strategic decisions. Some effects may be rather mild, and any positive or negative effects may be secondary and of minimal impact. At the other end of the spectrum, some stakeholders bear the brunt of firm decisions, good or bad. In performing Step 1, companies often develop overly broad and unwieldy lists of stakeholders. At this stage, it's critical to determine the stakeholders who are most important based on how the firm's strategy affects the stakeholders. You must determine which of the groups still on your list have direct or indirect material claims on firm performance, or which are potentially adversely affected. For instance, it is easy to see how shareholders are affected by firm strategies. Their wealth either increases or decreases in correspondence with the firm's actions. Other parties have economic interests in the firm as well, such as parties the firm interacts with in the marketplace, including suppliers and customers. The effects on other parties may be much more indirect. For instance, governments have an economic interest in firms doing well. They collect tax revenue from them. However, in cities that are well diversified with many employers, a single firm has minimal economic impact on what the government collects. Alternatively, in other areas, individual firms represent a significant contribution to local employment and tax revenue. In those situations, the effect of firm actions on the government would be much greater. Step 3. Determining stakeholders' power and influence over decisions. The third step of a stakeholder analysis is to determine the degree to which a stakeholder group can exercise power and influence over the decisions the firm makes. Does the group have direct control over what is decided, veto power over decisions, nuisance influence, or no influence? Recognize that although the degree to which a stakeholder is affected by firm decisions, i.e., Step 2, is sometimes highly correlated with their power and influence over the decision, this is often not the case. For instance, in some companies, frontline employees may be directly affected by firm decisions, but have no say in what those decisions are. Power can take the form of formal voting power, boards of directors and owners, economic power, suppliers, financial institutions, and unions, or political power, dissident stockholders, political action groups, and governmental bodies. Sometimes the parties that exercise significant power over firm decisions don't register as having a significant stake in the firm. Step 2. In recent years, for example, Walmart has encountered significant resistance in some communities by well-organized groups who oppose the entry of the mega retailer. Walmart executives now have to anticipate whether a vocal and politically powerful community group will oppose its new stores or aim to reduce their size, which decreases Walmart's per-store profitability. Indeed, in many markets, such groups have been effective at blocking new stores, reducing their size, or changing building specifications. Once you've determined who has a stake in the outcomes of the firm's decisions as well as who has power over these decisions, you'll have a basis on which to allocate prominence in the strategy formulation and strategy implementation processes. The framework in the figure will also help you categorize stakeholders according to their influence in determining strategy versus their importance to strategy execution. For one thing, this distinction may help you identify major omissions in strategy formulation and implementation. Having identified stakeholder groups and differentiated them by how they are affected by firm decisions and the power they have to influence decisions, you'll want to ask yourself some additional questions. Have I identified any vulnerable points in either the strategy or its potential implementation? Which groups are mobilized and active in promoting their interests? Have I identified supporters and opponents of the strategy? Which groups will benefit from successful execution of the strategy and which may be adversely affected? Where are various groups located? Who belongs to them? Who represents them? The stakeholder analysis framework summarized in the figure is a good starting point. Ultimately, because mission and vision are necessarily long-term in orientation, identifying important stakeholder groups will help you to understand which constituencies stand to gain or to lose the most if they're realized. 2 challenges. 2 of the challenges of performing stakeholder analysis are determining how stakeholders are affected by a firm's decisions and how much influence they have over the implementation of the decisions that are made. Many people have a tendency to fall into the trap of assessing all stakeholders as being important on both dimensions. In reality, not all stakeholders are affected in the same way, and not all stakeholders have the same level of influence in determining what a firm does. Moreover, when stakeholder analysis is executed well, the resulting strategy has a better chance of succeeding, simply because the entities you might rely on in the implementation phase were already involved in the strategy starting with the formulation phase. Thus, you now have a good idea of how to engage various stakeholders in all the stages of the PLC framework. Key takeaway. This section introduced stakeholders, their roles, and how to begin assessing their roles in the development of the organization's mission and vision. While any person or organization with a stake in your organization is a stakeholder, managers are most concerned with those stakeholders who have the most influence on or will be most influenced by the organization. On the basis of your assessment of stakeholders, you now can be proactive in involving them in the POLC stages. Exercises. What are stakeholders and why are they relevant to mission and vision? Are stakeholders equally relevant to all parts of POLC or only mission and vision? What is stakeholder analysis? What are the 3 identification steps? How does stakeholder analysis help you craft a mission and vision statement? Which important stakeholders might you intentionally exclude from a mission or vision statement? What are the risks of not conducting stakeholder analysis as an input to the formulation of your mission and vision? For point 6, crafting mission and vision statements. Learning objectives. Learn about the basics of the mission and vision development process. Understand the content of good mission and vision statements. Communicating and monitoring mission and vision. At this point, you have an understanding of what a mission and vision statement is and how creativity, passion, and stakeholder interests might be accounted for. The actual step-by-step process of developing a mission and vision might start with the mission and vision statements, but you should think of this process more broadly in terms of multiple steps. 1. The process. 2. The content of the mission and vision statements. 3. Communicating mission and vision to all relevant stakeholders. And 4. Monitoring. As shown in process, content, application, and monitoring in mission and vision development, Information Week contributor Saurabh Hajila breaks out one way you might manage your mission/vision development checklist. Let's dive into the development process first. Mission and vision statements are statements of an organization's purpose and potential, what you want the organization to become. Both statements should be meaningful to you and your organization. It should be shared with all of the employees in the organization to create a unified direction for everyone to move in. Process, content, application, and monitoring in mission and vision development. Let the business drive the mission and vision. Involve all stakeholders in its development. Otherwise, they won't consider it theirs. Assign responsibility so that it's clear how each person, including each stakeholder, can contribute. Seek expert facilitation to reach a vision supported by all. Revise and reiterate. You'll likely go through multiple iterations before you're satisfied. Start from where you are to get to where you want to go. Build in the values of the organization. Every organization has a soul. Tap into yours and adjust as needed. Mission and vision built on your values will not just hold promise, but also deliver on it. Build on the core competencies of the organization. A mission and vision are useless if they can't be put into operation. This requires recognition of your organization's strengths and weaknesses. Factor in your style. A mission and vision must reflect the leader's style. You can't sustain action that goes against it. Make it visual. A picture is worth 1,000 words. Make it simple to understand. Complex language and disconnected statements have little impact. People can't implement what they don't understand. Make it achievable. A mission and vision are an organization's dreams for the future. Unachievable goals discourage people. Phase it in. Reach for the sky in stages. Make it actionable. If it's too abstract, no one knows what to do next. Communicate often. Internal communications are the key to success. People need to see the mission and vision, identify with them, and know that leadership is serious about it. Create messages that relate to the audience. To adopt a mission and vision, people must see how they can achieve it and what's in it for them. Create messages that inspire action. It's not what you say, but how you say it. Use it. Beyond printing it, posting it, and preaching it, you also need to practice what is laid out in the mission and vision. Walk the talk. Live it. Management must lead by example. Be real. It's better to adjust the mission statement as needed than to not live up to the standards it sets. Identify key milestones. While traveling to your destination, acknowledge the milestones along the way. Monitor your progress. A strategic audit combined with key metrics can be used to measure progress against goals and objectives. Use external audit team. An external team brings objectivity, plus a fresh perspective. Sora Pagila. Adapted from article ID equals 1750069, retrieved October 29, 2008. Mission and vision development process. Mission and vision development are analogous to the P planning in the PLC framework. Start with the people. To the greatest extent possible, let those people responsible for executing the mission and vision drive their development. Sometimes this means soliciting their input and guiding them through the development of the actual statements, but ideally, it means teaching them how to craft those statements themselves. Involve as many key stakeholders as possible in its development, otherwise, they won't consider it theirs. Assign responsibility so that it's clear how each person, including each stakeholder, can contribute. Content. The content of the mission and vision statements are analogous to the O organizing, part of the PLC framework. Begin by describing the best possible business future for your company, using a target of 5 to 10 years in the future. Your written goals should be dreams, but they should be achievable dreams. Jim Collins, author of Good to Great, suggests that the vision be very bold, or what he likes to call a beachage, a big, hairy, audacious goal like the United States goal in the 1960s to go to the moon by the end of the decade, or Martin Luther King's vision for a non-racist America. Recognizing that the vision statement is derived from aspects of the mission statement, it is helpful to start there. Richard O. Halloran and his son, David R. O. Halloran, in the Mission Primer, 4 Steps to an Effective Mission Statement, suggests that you consider a range of objectives, both financial and non-financial. O'Halloran, R. and O'Halloran, D. 2000. The Mission Primer, 4 Steps to an Effective Mission Statement, Richmond, Mission Incorporated. Their approach is based on Gast's laws, a set of principles developed in the 1940s and 1950s by the late business professor Walter Gast. Among other ideas, Gast's laws hold that businesses must be dedicated to more than making money if they are to succeed. Specifically, the O'Hallorans find that the best mission statements have given attention to the following 6 areas. What one satisfying service or commodity do we produce and work constantly to improve? How do we increase the wealth or quality of life or society? How do we provide opportunities for the productive employment of people? How are we creating a high-quality and meaningful work experience for employees? How do we live up to the obligation to provide fair and just wages? How do we fulfill the obligation to provide a fair and just return on capital? When writing your statements, use the present tense, speaking as if your business has already become what you are describing. Use descriptive statements describing what the business looks like, feels like, using words that describe all of a person's senses. Your words will be a clear written motivation for where your business organization is headed. Mission statements, because they cover more ground, tend to be longer than vision statements, but you should aim to write no more than a page. Your words can be as long as you would like them to be, but a shorter vision statement may be easier to remember. Communications. The communication step of the mission and vision statements development process is analogous to the L leading part of the PLC framework. Communicate often. Internal communications are the key to success. People need to see the vision, identify with it, and know that leadership is serious about it. Managers must evaluate both the need and the necessary tactics for persuasively communicating a strategy in 4 different directions: upward, downward, across, and outward. Hambrick, D, C, and Canella, A. 1989. Strategy Implementation as Substance and Selling. Academy of Management Executive 3-4, 278 to 285. Communicating upward. Increasingly, firms rely on bottom-up innovation processes that encourage and empower middle-level and division managers to take ownership of mission and vision and propose new strategies to achieve them. Communicating upward means that someone or some group has championed the vision internally and has succeeded in convincing top management of its merits and feasibility. Communicating downward. Communicating downward means enlisting the support of the people who will be needed to implement the mission and vision. Too often, managers undertake this task only after a strategy has been set in stone, thereby running the risk of undermining both the strategy and any culture of trust and cooperation that may have existed previously. Starting on the communication process early is the best way to identify and surmount obstacles, and it usually ensures that a management team is working with a common purpose and intensity that will be important when it's time to implement the strategy. Communicating across and outward. The need to communicate across and outward reflects the fact that realization of a mission and vision will probably require cooperation from other units of the firm, across, and from key external stakeholders, such as material and capital providers, complementers, and customers, outward. Internally, for example, the strategy may call for raw materials or services to be provided by another subsidiary. Perhaps it depends on sales leads from other units. The software company Imagine couldn't get hospitals to adopt the leading-edge visualization software that was produced and sold by one subsidiary until its hardware division started cross-selling the software as well. This internal coordination required a champion from the software side to convince managers on the hardware side of the need and benefits of working together. Application. It is the successful execution of the step, actually using the mission and vision statements, that eludes most organizations. Yes, it is inconvenient and expensive to move beyond the easy path and make decisions that support the mission statement, says Lila Booth, a Philadelphia area consultant who is on the faculty of the Wharton Small Business Development Center. But ditching mission for expediency is short-term thinking, she adds, which can be costly in the end, costly enough to put a company out of business. Kruttenmaker, T. 2002. Writing a mission statement that your company is willing to live. Boston, Harvard Business School Press. That is not to say that a mission statement is written in stone. Booth cites her own consulting business. It began well before merger mania, but has evolved with the times and now is dedicated in significant part to helping merged companies create common cultures. Today, our original mission statement would be very limiting, she says. Even the most enthusiastic proponents acknowledge that mission statements are often viewed cynically by organizations and their constituents. That is usually due to large and obvious gaps between a company's words and deeds. Are there companies that have managers who do the opposite of what their mission statements dictate? Of course, says Jeffrey Abrahams, author of the Mission Statement book. Mission statements are tools, and tools can be used or abused or ignored. Management must lead by example. It's the only way employees can live up to the company's mission statement. Abrahams, J. 1999. The Mission Statement Book, 301 Corporate Mission Statements from America's Top Companies. Berkeley, 10 Speed Press. Ultimately, if you're not committed to using the mission statement, then you are best advised not to create one. Monitoring. The monitoring step of the mission and vision statements development process is analogous to the C, controlling, part of the PLC framework. Identify key milestones that are implied or explicit in the mission and vision. Since mission and vision act like a compass for a long trip to a new land, As Information Week's Hajila suggests, while traveling to your destination, acknowledge the milestones along the way. With these milestones, you can monitor your progress. A strategic audit, combined with key metrics, can be used to measure progress against goals and objectives. To keep the process moving, try using an external audit team. One benefit is that an external team brings objectivity, plus a fresh perspective. Retrieved October 28, 2008, from article ID equals 175000069. It also helps motivate your team to stay on track. Key takeaway. This section described some of the basic inputs into crafting mission and vision statements. It explored how mission and vision involved initiation, determination of content, communication, application, and then monitoring to be sure if and how the mission and vision were being followed and realized. In many ways, you learned how the development of mission and vision mirrors the PLC framework itself, from planning to control, monitoring. Exercises. Who should be involved in the mission and vision development process? What are some key content areas for mission and vision? Why are organizational values important to mission and vision? Why is communication important with mission and vision? To which stakeholders should the mission and vision be communicated? What role does monitoring play in mission and vision? For point 7, developing your personal mission and vision. Learning objectives. Determine what mission and vision mean for you. Develop some guidelines for developing your mission and vision. Mission and vision are concepts that can be applied to you, personally, well beyond their broader relevance to the PLC framework. Personal mission and vision communicate the direction in which you are headed, as well as providing some explanation for why you are choosing one direction or set of objectives over others. Thinking about and writing down mission and vision statements for your life can help provide you with a compass as you work toward your own goals and objectives. Your mission and vision. Note that the development of a personal mission and vision, and then a strategy for achieving them, are exactly the opposite of what most people follow. Most people do not plan further ahead than their next job or activity, if they plan their career at all. They take a job because it looks attractive, and then they see what they can do with it. We advocate looking as far into the future as you can and deciding where you want to end up and what steps will lead you there. In that way, your life and your career fit into some intelligent plan, and you are in control of your own life. Guidelines. The first step in planning a career is obviously a long-term goal. Where do you want to end up, ultimately? Do you really want to be a CEO or President of the United States, now that you know what it costs to be either one? There are a couple basic parts to this process. Bag. First, set out a bold vision. Jim Collins, author of Good to Great, describes this as a big, hairy, audacious goal. 5 guiding criteria for good bags is that they are set with understanding, not bravado. Fit squarely in the 3 circles of A, what you are deeply passionate about, including your core values and purpose, B, what drives your economic logic, and C, what differentiates you, what you can be the best in the world at. Have a long time frame, 10 to 30 years. Are clear, compelling, and easy to grasp. Directly reflect your core values and core purpose. Values. Second, sketch out your personal values or guiding philosophy, a set of core values and principles like your own Declaration of Independence. Schedule. Once the vision is set, you have to develop some long-term goal or goals, then intermediate-term goals, and so on. If you want to be president, what jobs will you have to take first to get there, and when do you have to get these jobs? Where should you live? What training do you need? What political connections do you need? Then you have to set up an orderly plan for obtaining the connections and training that you need and getting into these stepping stone jobs. Finally, you need to establish short-term goals to fit clearly into a coherent plan for your entire career. Your next job, if you are now a fairly young person, should be picked not only for its salary or for its opportunities for advancement, but for its chances to provide you with the training and connections you need to reach your long-term goals. The job that is superficially attractive to you because it has a high salary, offers the opportunity for immediate advancement, or is located in a desirable place, may be a mistake from the standpoint of your long-term career. 5 steps. Former business school professor, entrepreneur, founder of www.quincareers.com, and colleague Randall S. Hansen, PhD, has done a masterful job of assembling resources that aim to help your career, including an excellent 5-step plan for creating personal mission statements. With his generous permission, he has allowed us to reproduce his 5-step plan, adapted by us to encompass both mission and vision, in this section. The 5-step plan. A large percentage of companies, including most of the Fortune 500, have corporate mission and vision statements, retrieved October 29, 2008, from reproduced and adapted with written permission from Randall S. Hansen. The content of this work is his, and any errors or omissions are our responsibility. Mission and vision statements are designed to provide direction and thrust to an organization, an enduring statement of purpose. A mission and vision statement act as an invisible hand that guides the people in the organization. A mission and vision statement explains the organization's reason for being and answers the question, what business are we in? A personal mission and vision statement is a bit different from a company mission statement, but the fundamental principles are the same. Writing a personal mission and vision statement offers the opportunity to establish what's important and perhaps make a decision to stick to it before we even start a career. Or it enables us to chart a new course when we're at a career crossroads. Stephen Covey, in First Things First, refers to developing a mission and vision statement as connecting with your own unique purpose and the profound satisfaction that comes from fulfilling it. Covey S. R. 1994. First Things First. New York, Simon & Schuster. A personal mission and vision statement helps job seekers identify their core values and beliefs. Michael Goodman, in The Potato Chip Difference, How to Apply Leading-Edge Marketing Strategies to Landing the Job You Want, states that a personal mission statement is an articulation of what you're all about and what success looks like to you. Goodman, M. 2001. The Potato Chip Difference. New York, Dialogue Press. A personal mission and vision statement also allows job seekers to identify companies that have similar values and beliefs and helps them better assess the costs and benefits of any new career opportunity. The biggest problem most job seekers face is not in wanting to have a personal mission and vision statement, but actually writing it. So, to help you get started on your personal mission and vision statement, here is a 5-step mission/vision building process. Take as much time on each step as you need, and remember to dig deeply to develop a mission and vision statement that is both authentic and honest. To help you better see the process, Professor Hansen included an example of one friend's process in developing her mission and vision statements. Sample personal mission statement development. Past success. Developed new product features for stagnant product. Part of team that developed new positioning statement for product. Helped child's school with fundraiser that was wildly successful. Increased turnout for the opening of a new local theater company. Themes, successes all relate to creative problem solving and execution of a solution. Core values. Hardworking. Industrious. Creativity. Problem solving. Decision maker. Friendly. Outgoing. Positive. family-oriented, honest, intelligent, compassionate, spiritual, analytical, passionate, contemplative. Most important values: problem-solving, creativity, analytical, compassionate, decision-maker, positive. Most important value: creativity. Identify contributions. The world in general. Develop products and services that help people achieve what they want in life, to have a lasting effect on the way people live their lives. My family. To be a leader in terms of personal outlook, compassion for others, and maintaining an ethical code. To be a good mother and a loving wife. To leave the world a better place for my children and their children. My employer or future employers. To lead by example and demonstrate how innovative and problem-solving products can be both successful in terms of solving a problem and successful in terms of profitability and revenue generation for the organization. My friends. To always have a hand held out for my friends, for them to know they can always come to me with any problem. My community. To use my talents in such a way as to give back to my community. Identify goals. Short term. To continue my career with a progressive employer that allows me to use my skills, talent, and values to achieve success for the firm. Long term. To develop other outlets for my talents and develop a longer-term plan for diversifying my life and achieving both professional and personal success. Mission statement. To live life completely, honestly, and compassionately, with a healthy dose of realism mixed with the imagination and dreams that all things are possible if one sets their mind to finding an answer. Vision statement. As for mission and vision. To be the CEO of a firm that I start that provides educational exercise experiences to K-6 schools. My company will improve children's health and fitness and create a lasting positive impact on their lives and that of their children. Step 1. Identify past successes. Spend some time identifying 4 or 5 examples where you have had personal success in recent years. These successes could be at work, in your community, or at home. Write them down. Try to identify whether there is a common theme or themes to these examples. Write them down. Step 2. Identify core values. Develop a list of attributes that you believe identify who you are and what your priorities are. The list can be as long as you need. Once your list is complete, see whether you can narrow your values to 5 or 6 most important values. Finally, see whether you can choose the one value that is most important to you. We've added generating ideas for your mission and vision to help jog your memory and brainstorm about what you do well and really like to do. Step 3. Identify contributions. Make a list of the ways you could make a difference. In an ideal situation, how could you contribute best to the world in general, your family, your employer or future employers, your friends, your community? Generating ideas for your mission and vision. A useful mission and vision statement should include 2 pieces: what you wish to accomplish and contribute, and who you want to be, the character strengths and qualities you wish to develop. While this sounds simple, those pieces of information are not always obvious. Try these tools for generating valuable information about yourself. Part 1. Describe your ideal day. This is not about being practical. It is designed to include as many sides of you and your enthusiasms as possible: creative, competent, artistic, introverted, extrovert, athletic, playful, nurturing, contemplative, and so on. Imagine yourself 132 years old and surrounded by your descendants or those descendants of your friends. You are in a warm and relaxed atmosphere, such as around a fireplace. What would you say to them about what is important in life? This exercise is designed to access the values and principles that guide your life. Imagine that it is your 70th birthday or another milestone in your life. You have been asked by national print media to write a press release about your achievements. Consider what you would want your family, friends, coworkers in your profession, and in your community to say about you. What difference would you like to have made in their lives? How do you want to be remembered? This is designed to inventory your actions and accomplishments in all areas of your life. Part 2. Review your notes for these 3 exercises. With those responses in mind, reflect on questions 1, 2, and 3 above. Then write a rough draft, a page of any length, of your mission statement. Remember that it should describe what you want to do and who you want to be. This is not a job description. Carry it with you, post copies in visible places at home and work, and revise and evaluate. Be patient with yourself. The process is as important as the outcome. After a few weeks, write another draft. Ask yourself whether your statement was based on proven principles that you believe in, if you feel direction, motivation, and inspiration when you read it. Over time, reviewing and evaluating will keep you abreast of your own development. Step 4. Identify goals. Spend some time thinking about your priorities in life and the goals you have for yourself. Make a list of your personal goals, perhaps in the short term, up to 3 years, and the long term, beyond 3 years. Step 5. Write mission and vision statements. On the basis of the first 4 steps and a better understanding of yourself, begin writing your personal mission and vision statements. Final thoughts. A personal mission and vision statement is, of course, personal. But if you want to see whether you have been honest in developing your personal mission and vision statement, we suggest sharing the results of this process with 1 or more people who are close to you. Ask for their feedback. Finally, remember that mission and vision statements are not meant to be written once and blasted into stone. You should set aside some time annually to review your career, job, goals, and mission and vision statements and make adjustments as necessary. Key takeaway. In this section, you learned how to think of mission and vision in terms of your personal circumstances, whether it is your career or other aspects of your life. Just as you might do in developing an organization's vision statement, you were encouraged to think of a big, hairy, audacious goal as a starting point. You also learned a 5-step process for developing a personal vision statement. Chapter 5. Strategizing. Strategic management, strategizing for short, is essentially about choice in terms of what the organization will do and won't do to achieve specific goals and objectives, where such goals and objectives lead to the realization of a stated mission and vision. Strategy is a central part of the planning function in PLC. Strategy is also about making choices that provide an organization with some measure of competitive advantage or even a sustainable competitive advantage. For the most part, this chapter emphasizes strategy formulation, answers to the "what should our strategy be?" question, as opposed to strategy implementation, answers to questions about how do we execute a chosen strategy? The central position of strategy is summarized in the following figure. In this chapter, you will learn about strategic management and how it fits in the PLC framework. You will also learn some of the key internal and external analyses that support the development of good strategies. Finally, you will see how the concept of strategy can be applied to you personally, in addition to professionally. Figure 5.2, the PLC framework. Figure 5.3, where strategy fits in planning. 5.1, case in point. Unnamed publisher transforms textbook industry. Figure 5.4, unnamed publisher co-founder, Jeff Shelsted. Source. Used by permission from Unnamed Publisher, Inc. 2 textbook publishing industry veterans, Jeff Shelsted and Eric Frank, started Unnamed Publisher, a privately held company, in 2007 to be a new and disruptive model for the college textbook market. Traditional business textbook publishers carry a portfolio of 5 to 10 titles per subject and charge premium prices for new textbooks, an average of $1,000 in textbooks for a college student's first year. According to a recent General Accounting Office (GAO) report, FWK's strategy aims to turn the traditional model on its head by providing online textbook access free to students. http://www.gon2012books.lardbucket.org. FWK earns revenues by selling students the digital textbooks in alternate formats, print and audio initially, and also by selling highly efficient and mobile study aids. Despite the fact that professors have rated the academic quality of FWK textbooks as equal to or higher than that of textbooks from traditional publishers, the cost to students is a fraction of current market prices due to the efficiencies of the FWK business model. Moreover, with FWK's open-source platform, instructors who adopt FWK books for their classes are able to pick and choose the material provided to their students, even if it is from earlier versions of textbooks that have since been revised. Shelsted and Frank founded FWK because they believed that big publishers would continue to experiment and innovate and enjoy the advantages of scale, capital, content, and brand. But the FWK founders also believed that the pace and nature of change by the big publishers of the textbook industry would remain modest and marginal, held back by an inflexible go-to-market strategy with a reflexive and short-sighted exercise of pricing power, outdated business models, intransigent channel partners, existing contracts, and a fear of price cannibalization, as well as the traditional culture and organizational barriers. To seize this perceived market opportunity, FWK designed a strategy based on publishing textbooks around the 3 main pillars of books that are 1. Free, 2. Open, and 3. Authored by highly respected authors. Ultimately, students or parents pay for books. Between a publisher and the student is a gatekeeper, the instructor. The first step to revenue is to convince the gatekeeper to adopt an FWK textbook instead of other choices. Only then does FWK establish a relationship with the gatekeeper's students and earn the opportunity to monetize those relationships through the sale of print books, study aids, user-generated content, and corporate sponsorship. FWK's strategy, therefore, aims to provide a compelling value proposition to instructors to maximize adoptions and, thus, student relationships. Figure 5.5. Source: used by permission from Unnamed Publisher Inc. How is FWK's strategy working so far? Through the start of 2010, the FWK strategy has proven effective. New customers and books come online daily, and the growth trends are positive. Its first term, fall of 2009, FWK had 40,000 students using its textbooks. This has continued to rise. Several new projects are underway in international business, entrepreneurship, legal environment, and mathematical economics. Media attention to the fledgling FWA has generally been favorable. Social media experts also gave the company accolades. For example, Chris Anderson devoted a page to the FWK business model in his best-selling book Free. Moreover, early user reviews of the product were also very positive. For instance, an instructor who adopted principles of management noted, "I highly recommend this book as a primary textbook for business majors." The overall context is quite appropriate and the search capability within the context is useful. I have been quite impressed with how they have highlighted the key areas. At the same time, opportunities to improve the web interface still existed, with the same reviewer noting, the navigation could be a bit more user-friendly, however. FWK uses user input like this to better adjust the strategy and delivery of its model. This type of feedback led the FWK design squad to improve its custom web interface so that instructors can more easily change the book. Only time will tell if the $11 million invested in FWK by 2010 will result in the establishment of a new titan in textbook publishing or will be an entrepreneurial miss. Case written by citation redacted per publisher request. Based on information from United States Government Accountability Office, 2005, July. College textbooks. Enhanced offering appear to drive recent price increases. GAO 05-806. Retrieved April 22, 2010 from http://www.gao.gov/cgi-bin/guitarpt question mark GAO-05-806. Unnamed publisher website http://www.gon2012books.lardbucket.org Community College Open Textbook Collaborative 2009 Business Reviews Retrieved April 22, 2010 from Personal Interviews with Jeff Shelsted and Eric Frank. Discussion questions. Planning is a key component to the PULC framework. What type of planning do you think the founders of Unnamed Publisher engaged in? What competitive advantages does Unnamed Publisher possess? What are Unnamed Publisher's key strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats? How might the extensive textbook industry experience the Unnamed Publisher founders possess help or hinder their strategy formulation and ultimate success or failure? Based on Porter's strategies summarized in the figure below, which type of strategy do you see Unnamed Publisher employing? Support your response. Figure 5.6. Source: Porter, M. E. 1980. Competitive Strategy. New York, Free Press. 5.2 Strategic Management in the PULC Framework. Learning Objectives. Be able to define strategic management. Understand how strategic management fits in the PULC framework. Broadly identify the inputs for strategy formulation. What is strategic management? As you already know, the PULC framework starts with planning. You might also know that planning is related to, but not synonymous with, strategic management. Strategic management reflects what a firm is doing to achieve its mission and vision, as seen by its achievement of specific goals and objectives. A more formal definition tells us that the strategic management process is the process by which a firm manages the formulation and implementation of its strategy. Carpenter, M. A. and Sanders, W. G. 2009. Strategic Management, page 8. Upper Saddle River, New Jersey. Pearson/Prentice Hall. The strategic management process is the coordinated means by which an organization achieves its goals and objectives. Carpenter, M. A. and Sanders, W. G. 2009. Strategic Management, page 10. Upper Saddle River, New Jersey. Pearson/Prentice Hall. Others have described strategy as the pattern of resource allocation choices and organizational arrangements that result from managerial decision-making. Mintzberg, H. 1978. Patterns in Strategy Formulation. Management Science, 24, 934-949. Planning and strategy formulation, sometimes called business planning or strategic planning, have much in common since formulation helps determine what the firm should do. Strategy implementation tells managers how they should go about putting the desired strategy into action. The concept of strategy is relevant to all types of organizations, from large, public companies like GE to religious organizations to political parties. Strategic management in the PLC framework. If vision and mission are the heart and soul of planning in the PLC framework, then strategy, particularly strategy formulation, would be the brain. The following figure summarizes where strategy formulation, strategizing, and implementation fit in the planning and other components of PLC. We will focus primarily on the strategy formulation aspects of strategic management because implementation is essentially organizing, leading, and controlling PLC components. Figure 5.7 Strategizing in PLC. You see that planning starts with vision and mission and concludes with setting goals and objectives. In between is the critical role played by strategy. Specifically, a strategy captures and communicates how vision and mission will be achieved and which goals and objectives show that the organization is on the right path to achieving them. Mission are the heart and soul of planning in the PLC framework, then strategy, particularly strategy formulation, would be the brain. The following figure summarizes where strategy formulation, strategizing, and implementation fit in the planning and other components of PLC. We will focus primarily on the strategy. At this point, even in terms of strategy formulation, there are two aspects of strategizing that you should recognize. The first, corporate strategy, answers strategy questions related to what business or businesses should we be in, and how does our business X help us compete in business Y, and vice versa? In many ways, corporate strategy considers an organization to be a portfolio of businesses, resources, capabilities, or activities. You are probably familiar with McDonald's, for instance, and their ubiquitous Golden Arches fast food outlets. However, you may be less likely to know that McDonald's owned the slightly upscale burrito vendor Chipotle for several years as well. Carpenter, M.A., and Sanders, W.G., 2008. Fast food chic? The Chipotle burrito. University of Wisconsin business case. The McDonald's corporate strategy helped its managers evaluate and answer questions about whether it made sense for McDonald's set of businesses to include different restaurants, such as McDonald's and Chipotle. While other food service companies have multiple outlets, Yum! Brands, for example, owns A&W, Taco Bell, Pizza Hut, Long John Silver's, and Kentucky Fried Chicken. McDonald's determined that one brand, McDonald's, was a better strategy for it in the future, and sold off Chipotle in 2006. The following figure provides a graphic guide to this kind of planning. Figure 5.8 Corporate and Business Strategy. The logic behind corporate strategy is one of synergy and diversification. That is, synergies arise when each of Yum! Brands food outlets does better because they have common ownership and can share valuable inputs into their businesses. Specifically, synergy exists when the interaction of two or more activities, such as those in a business, create a combined effect greater than the sum of their individual effects. The idea is that the combination of certain businesses is stronger than they would be individually because they either do things more cheaply or of higher quality as a result of their coordination under a common owner. Diversification, in contrast, is where an organization participates in multiple businesses that are in some way distinct from each other, as Taco Bell is from Pizza Hut, for instance. Just as with a portfolio of stock, the purpose of diversification is to spread out risk and opportunities over a larger set of businesses. Some may be high growth, some slow growth or declining. Some may perform worse during recessions, while others perform better. Sometimes the businesses can be very different, such as when fashion sunglass maker Maui Jim diversified into property and casualty insurance through its merger with RLI Corporation, retrieved October 30th, 2008. http://www.secinfo.com/drqwm89x3.htm number sign 34F. Perhaps more than a coincidence, RLI was founded some 60 years earlier as Replacement Lens International, later changed to its abbreviation, RLI, in line with its broader insurance products offerings. With the primary business of providing insurance for replacement contact lenses, there are three major diversification strategies. 1. Concentric diversification, where the new business produces products that are technically similar to the company's current product, but that appeal to a new consumer group. 2. Horizontal diversification, where the new business produces products that are totally unrelated to the company's current product, but that appeal to the same consumer group. And 3. Conglomerate diversification, where the new business produces products that are totally unrelated to the company's current product and that appeal to an entirely new consumer group. Whereas corporate strategy looks at an organization as a portfolio of things, business strategy focuses on how a given business needs to compete to be effective. Again, all organizations need strategies to survive and thrive. A neighborhood church, for instance, probably wants to serve existing members, build new membership, and at the same time, raise surplus monies to help it with outreach activities. Its strategy would answer questions surrounding the accomplishment of these key objectives. In a for-profit company such as McDonald's, its business strategy would help it keep existing customers, grow its business by moving into new markets and taking customers from competitors like Taco Bell and Burger King, and do all this at a profit level demanded by the stock market. Strategic inputs. So, what are the inputs into strategizing? At the most basic level, you will need to gather information and conduct analysis about the internal characteristics of the organization and the external market conditions. This means an internal appraisal and an external appraisal. On the internal side, you will want to gain a sense of the organization's strengths and weaknesses. On the external side, you will want to develop some sense of the organization's opportunities and threats. Together, these four inputs into strategizing are often called SWOT analysis, which stands for strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. See the SWOT analysis figure. It does not matter if you start this appraisal process internally or externally, but you will quickly see that the two need to mesh eventually. At the very least, the strategy should leverage strengths to take advantage of opportunities and mitigate threats, while the downside consequences of weaknesses are minimized or managed. Figure 5.9 SWOT analysis. SWOT was developed by Ken Andrews in the early 1970s. Andrews, K. 1971. The concept of corporate strategy. Homewood, Illinois, R. D. Irwin. An assessment of strengths and weaknesses occurs as a part of organizational analysis. That is, it is an audit of the company's internal workings, which are relatively easier to control than outside factors. Conversely, examining opportunities and threats is a part of environmental analysis. The company must look outside of the organization to determine opportunities and threats, over which it has lesser control. Andrews's original conception of the strategy model that preceded the SWOT asked four basic questions about a company and its environment. 1. What can we do? 2. What do we want to do? 3. What might we do? And 4. What do others expect us to do? Strengths and weaknesses. A good starting point for strategizing is an assessment of what an organization does well and what it does less well. In general, good strategies take advantage of strengths and minimize the disadvantages posed by any weaknesses. Michael Jordan, for instance, is an excellent all-around athlete. He excels in baseball and golf, but his athletic skills show best in basketball. As with Jordan, when you can identify certain strengths that set an organization well apart from actual and potential competitors, that strength is considered a source of competitive advantage. The hardest thing for an organization to do is to develop its competitive advantage into a sustainable competitive advantage where the organization's strengths cannot be easily duplicated or imitated by other firms, nor made redundant or less valuable by changes in the external environment. Opportunities and threats. On the basis of what you just learned about competitive advantage and sustainable competitive advantage, you can see why some understanding of the external environment is a critical input into strategy. Opportunities assess the external attractive factors that represent the reason for a business to exist and prosper. These are external to the business. What opportunities exist in its market or in the environment from which managers might hope the organization will benefit? Threats include factors beyond your control that could place the strategy or the business at risk. These are also external. Managers typically have no control over them, but may benefit by having contingency plans to address them if they should occur. SWOT analysis of unnamed publisher. Unnamed Publisher is a new college textbook company and the publisher of this PM text that operates with the tagline vision of free textbooks. Online. Anytime. Anywhere. Anyone. Retrieved October 28, 2008 from http://www.gond2012books.lardbucket.org. Strengths. Great management team. Great college business textbooks. Experienced author pool. Proprietary technology. Weaknesses. Limited number of books. New technology. Relatively small firm size. Opportunities. External pressure to lower higher education costs, including textbook prices. Internet-savvy students and professors. Professors and students largely displeased with current textbook model. Technology allows textbook customization. Threats. Strong competitors. Competitors are few, very large, and global. Substitute technologies exist. In a nutshell, SWOT analysis helps you identify strategic alternatives that address the following questions. Strengths and opportunities. So, how can you use your strengths to take advantage of the opportunities? Strengths and threats. ST. How can you take advantage of your strengths to avoid real and potential threats? Weaknesses and opportunities. WO. How can you use your opportunities to overcome the weaknesses you are experiencing? Weaknesses and threats. WT. How can you minimize your weaknesses and avoid threats? Before wrapping up this section, let's look at a few of the external and internal analysis tools that might help you conduct a SWOT analysis. These tools are covered in greater detail toward the end of the chapter. Internal analysis tools. Internal analysis tools help you identify an organization's strengths and weaknesses. The two tools that we identify here and develop later in the chapter are the value chain and VRIO tools. The value chain asks you, in effect, to take the organization apart and identify the important constituent parts. Sometimes these parts take the form of functions, like marketing or manufacturing. For instance, Disney is really good at developing and making money from its branded products, such as Cinderella or Pirates of the Caribbean. This is a marketing function. It is also a design function, which is another Disney strength. Value chain functions are also called capabilities. This is where VRIO comes in. VRIO stands for valuable, rare, inimitable, and organization. Basically, the VRIO framework suggests that a capability or a resource, such as a patent or great location, is likely to yield a competitive advantage to an organization when it can be shown that it is valuable, rare, difficult to imitate, and supported by the organization. And yes, this is the same organization that you find in PLC. Essentially, where the value chain might suggest internal areas of strength, VRIO helps you understand whether those strengths will give it a competitive advantage. Going back to our Disney example, for instance, strong marketing and design capabilities are valuable, rare, and very difficult to imitate, and Disney is organized to take full advantage of them. External analysis tools. While there are probably hundreds of different ways for you to study an organization's external environment, the two primary tools are PESTEL and industry analysis. PESTEL, as you probably guessed, is simply an acronym. It stands for political, economic, socio-cultural, technological, environmental, and legal environments. Simply, the PESTEL framework directs you to collect information about and analyze each environmental dimension to identify the broad range of threats and opportunities facing the organization. Industry analysis, in contrast, asks you to map out the different relationships that the organization might have with suppliers, customers, and competitors. Whereas PESTEL provides you with a good sense of the broader macro environment, industry analysis should tell you about the organization's competitive environment and the key industry-level factors that seem to influence performance. Key takeaway. Strategy formulation is an essential component of planning. It forms the bridge that enables the organization to progress from vision and mission to goals and objectives. In terms of the PLC framework, strategy formulation is the P, planning, and strategy implementation is realized by OLC. Corporate strategy helps to answer questions about which businesses to compete in, while business strategy helps to answer questions about how to compete. The best strategies are based on a thorough SWOT analysis, that is, a strategy that capitalizes on an organization's strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Exercises. What is the difference between strategy formulation and strategy implementation? What is the difference between business strategy and corporate strategy? What are some of the forms of diversification, and what do they mean? What do you learn from a SWOT analysis? In SWOT analysis, what are some of the tools you might use to understand the internal environment, identify strengths and weaknesses? In SWOT analysis, what are some of the tools you might use to understand the external environment, identify opportunities and threats? 5.3 How do strategies emerge? Learning objectives. Understand the difference between intended and realized strategy. Understand how strategy is made. Understand the need for a balance between strategic design and emergence. How do the strategies we see in organizations come into being? In this section, you will learn about intended and realized strategies. The section concludes with discussion of how strategies are made. Intended and realized strategies. The best laid plans of mice and men often go awry. Robert Burns to a Mouse, 1785. This quote from English poet Robert Burns is especially applicable to strategy. While we have been discussing strategy and strategizing as if they were the outcome of a rational, predictable, analytical process, your own experience should tell you that a fine plan does not guarantee a fine outcome. Many things can happen between the development of the plan and its realization, including, but not limited to, 1. The plan is poorly constructed. 2. Competitors undermine the advantages envisioned by the plan. Or 3. The plan was good but poorly executed. You can probably imagine a number of other factors that might undermine a strategic plan and the results that follow. How organizations make strategy has emerged as an area of intense debate within the strategy field. Henry Mintzberg and his colleagues at McGill University distinguish intended, deliberate, realized, and emergent strategies. Mintzberg, H. 1987, July, August. Crafting strategy. Harvard Business Review, pages 66 to 75. Mintzberg, H. 1996. The Entrepreneurial Organization. In H. Mintzberg and J. B. Quinn, eds. The Strategy Process, 3rd edition. Englewood Cliffs, New Jersey. Prentice Hall, Mintzberg, H. and Waters, J. A. 1985. Of Strategies, Deliberate and Emergent. Strategic Management Journal, 6, 257, 272. These 4 different aspects of strategy are summarized in the following figure. Intended strategy is strategy as conceived by the top management team. Even here, rationality is limited and the intended strategy is the result of a process of negotiation, bargaining, and compromise involving many individuals and groups within the organization. However, realized strategy, the actual strategy that is implemented, is only partly related to that which was intended. Mintzberg suggests only 10% to 30% of intended strategy is realized. Figure 5.11 intended, deliberate, realized, and emergent strategies. The primary determinant of realized strategy is what Mintzberg terms emergent strategy. The decisions that emerge from the complex processes in which individual managers interpret the intended strategy and adapt to changing external circumstances. See Mintzberg, H. Patterns in Strategy Formulation. 1978. Management Science, 24, 934 to 948. Mintzberg, H. and Waters, J. A. 1985. Of Strategies, Deliberate and Emergent. Strategic Management Journal, 6, 257 to 272. 1985, and Mintzberg, H. 1988. Mintzberg on Management, Inside Our Strange World of Organizations. New York, Free Press. Thus, the realized strategy is a consequence of deliberate and emerging factors. Analysis of Honda's successful entry into the U.S. motorcycle market has provided a battleground for the debate between those who view strategy making as primarily a rational, analytical process of deliberate planning, the design school, and those that envisage strategy as emerging from a complex process of organizational decision-making, the emergence or learning school. The 2 views of Honda are captured in 2 Harvard cases. Honda A. 1989. Boston. Harvard Business School. Case 384049 and Honda B. 1989. Boston. Harvard Business School. Case 384050. Although the debate between the 2 schools continues, for further debate of the Honda case, see Mintzberg, H. Pascal, R. T. Gould, M. and Rummelt, Richard P. 1996, Summer. The Honda Effect Revisited. California Management Review, 38, 78 to 117. We hope that it is apparent to you that the central issue is not which school is right, but how can the 2 views complement one another to give us a richer understanding of strategy making? Let us explore these complementarities in relation to the factual question of how strategies are made and the normative question of how strategies should be made. The making of strategy. How is strategy made? Robert Grant, author of Contemporary Strategy Analysis, shares his view of how strategy is made as follows. Grant, R. M. 2002. Contemporary Strategy Analysis, 4th edition, pages 25 to 26. New York, Blackwell. For most organizations, strategy making combines design and emergence. The deliberate design of strategy, through formal processes such as board meetings and strategic planning, has been characterized as a primarily top-down process. Emergence has been viewed as the result of multiple decisions at many levels, particularly within middle management, and has been viewed as a bottom-up process. These processes may interact in interesting ways. At Intel, the key historic decision to abandon memory chips and concentrate on microprocessors was the result of a host of decentralized decisions taken at divisional and plant level that were subsequently acknowledged by top management and promulgated as strategy. Bergelman, R. A. and Grove, A. 1996. Winter. Strategic Dissonance. California Management Review. 38, 8-28. In practice, both design and emergence occur at all levels of the organization. The strategic planning systems of large companies involve top management passing directives and guidelines down the organization and the businesses passing their draft plans up to corporate. Similarly, emergence occurs throughout the organization. Opportunism by CEOs is probably the single most important reason why realized strategies deviate from intended strategies. What we can say for sure is that the role of emergence relative to design increases as the business environment becomes increasingly volatile and unpredictable. Organizations that inhabit relatively stable environments, the Roman Catholic Church and National Postal Services, can plan their strategies in some detail. Organizations whose environments cannot be forecast with any degree of certainty, a gang of car thieves or a construction company located in the Gaza Strip, can establish only a few strategic principles and guidelines. The rest must emerge as circumstances unfold. What's the best way to make strategy? Mintzberg's advocacy of strategy, making as an iterative process involving experimentation and feedback, is not necessarily an argument against the rational, systematic design of strategy. The critical issues are, first, determining the balance of design and emergence, and, second, how to guide the process of emergence. The strategic planning systems of most companies involve a combination of design and emergence. Thus, headquarters sets guidelines in the form of vision and mission statements, business principles, performance targets, and capital expenditure budgets. However, within the strategic plans that are decided, divisional and business unit managers have considerable freedom to adjust, adapt, and experiment. Key takeaway. You learned about the processes surrounding strategy development. Specifically, you saw the difference between intended and realized strategy, where intended strategy is essentially the desired strategy, and realized strategy is what is actually put in place. You also learned how strategy is ultimately made. Ultimately, the best strategies come about when managers are able to balance the needs for design, planning, with being flexible enough to capitalize on the benefits of emergence. Exercises. What is an intended strategy? What is a realized strategy? Why is it important to understand the difference between intended and realized strategies? Why is there not a perfect matchup between realized and intended strategies? What might interfere with the realization of an intended strategy? How might you manage the balance between design and emergence strategizing processes in an organization? 5.4 Strategy as trade-offs, discipline, and focus. Learning objectives. Understand the nature of strategic focus. Strategy as trade-offs, Porter. Strategy as discipline, Tracy and Wiersema. This section helps you understand that a strategy provides a company with focus. Strategy is ultimately about choice, what the organization does and does not do. As we've seen, vision and mission provide a good sense of direction for the organization, but they are not meant to serve as, or take the place of, the actual strategy. Strategy is about choices, and that eventually means making trade-offs such that the strategy and the firm are distinctive in the eyes of stakeholders. In this section, you will learn about strategic focus, that is, how trade-offs are reconciled, as well as 2 frameworks for thinking about what such focus might entail. What is strategic focus? While there are different schools of thought about how strategy comes about, researchers generally agree that strategic focus is a common characteristic across successful organizations. Strategic focus is seen when an organization is very clear about its mission and vision and has a coherent, well-articulated strategy for achieving those. When a once high-flying firm encounters performance problems, it is not uncommon to hear business analysts say that the firm's managers have lost focus on the customers or markets where they were once highly successful. For instance, Dell Computer's strategy is highly focused around the efficient sale and manufacture of computers and computer peripheral devices. However, during the mid-2000s, Dell started branching out into other products such as digital cameras, DVD players, and flat-screen televisions. As a result, it lost focus on its core sales and manufacturing business, and its performance flagged. As recently as mid-2008, however, Dell has realized a tremendous turnaround. We are executing on all points of our strategy to drive growth in every product category and in every part of the world, said a press release from Michael Dell, Chairman and CEO. These results are early signs of our progress against our 5 strategic priorities. Through a continued focus, we expect to continue growing faster than the industry and increase our revenue, profitability, and cash flow for greater shareholder value. Dell increases revenue and earnings, lowers operating expenses. 2008, May 28th. Dell press release. Retrieved November 3rd, 2008, from C=us and L=N=equals Corp. Dell provides an excellent example of what is meant by strategic focus. This spirit of focus is echoed in the following 2 parts of the section, where we introduce you to the complementary notions of strategy as trade-offs and strategy as discipline. Strategy as trade-offs. 3 of the most widely read books on competitive analysis in the 1980s were Michael Porter's Competitive Strategy, Competitive Advantage, and Competitive Advantage of Nations, Porter, M. 1985. Competitive Advantage, Creating and Sustaining Superior Performance. New York, Free Press, Porter, M. 1989. Competitive Advantage of Nations. New York, Free Press, Porter, M. 1980. Competitive Strategy, Techniques for Analyzing Industries and Companies. New York, Free Press, 1980, Porter, M. 2001, March. Strategy and the Internet. Harvard Business Review, pages 63 to 78. Retrospective on Michael Porter's Competitive Strategy. 2002, Academy of Management Executive 16, 2, 40 to 65. In his various books, Porter developed 3 generic strategies that, he argues, can be used singly or in combination to create a defendable position and to outperform competitors, whether they are within an industry or across nations. The strategies are 1. Overall cost leadership, 2. Differentiation, and 3. Focus on a particular market niche. Cost leadership, differentiation, and scope. These strategies are termed generic because they can be applied to any size or form of business. We refer to them as trade-off strategies because Porter argues that a firm must choose to embrace one strategy or risk not having a strategy at all. Overall lower cost or cost leadership refers to the strategy where a firm's competitive advantage is based on the bet that it can develop, manufacture, and distribute products more efficiently than competitors. Differentiation refers to the strategy where competitive advantage is based on superior products or service. Superiority arises from factors other than low cost, such as customer service, product quality, or unique style. To put these strategies into context, you might think about Walmart as pursuing a cost leadership strategy and Harley-Davidson as pursuing a differentiation strategy. Porter suggests that another factor affecting a company's competitive position is its competitive scope. Competitive scope defines the breadth of a company's target market. A company can have a broad, mass market, competitive scope, or a narrow, niche market, competitive scope. A firm following the focus strategy concentrates on meeting the specialized needs of its customers. Products and services can be designed to meet the needs of buyers. One approach to focusing is to service either industrial buyers or consumers, but not both. Martin Brower, the third largest food distributor in the United States, serves only the 8 leading fast food chains. It is the world's largest distributor of products to the world's largest restaurant company, McDonald's. With its limited customer list, Martin Brower need only stock a limited product line. Its ordering procedures are adjusted to match those of its customers, and its warehouses are located so as to be convenient to customers. Firms using a narrow focus strategy can also tailor advertising and promotional efforts to a particular market niche. Many automobile dealers advertise that they are the largest volume dealer for a specific geographic area. Other car dealers advertise that they have the highest customer satisfaction scores within their defined market or the most awards for their service department. Another differentiation strategy is to design products specifically for a customer. Such customization may range from individually designing a product for a single customer to offering a menu from which customers can select options for the finished product. Tailor-made clothing and custom-built houses include the customer in all aspects of production, from product design to final acceptance, and involve customer input in all key decisions. However, providing such individualized attention to customers may not be feasible for firms with an industry-wide orientation. At the other end of the customization scale, customers buying a new car, even in the budget price category, can often choose not only the exterior and interior colors, but also accessories such as CD players, rooftop racks, and upgraded tires. By positioning itself in either broad scope or narrow scope and a low-cost strategy or differentiation strategy, an organization will fall into one of the following generic competitive strategies: cost leadership, cost focus, differentiation, and focus differentiation. Figure 5.13 Porter's generic strategies. Source: Porter, M. E. 1980. Competitive strategy. New York, Free Press. Cost leadership / low cost. Cost leadership is a low-cost, broad-based market strategy. Firms pursuing this type of strategy must be particularly efficient in engineering tasks, production operations, and physical distribution. Because these firms focus on a large market, they must also be able to minimize costs in marketing and research and development, R&D. A low-cost leader can gain significant market share, enabling it to procure a more powerful position relative to both suppliers and competitors. This strategy is particularly effective for organizations in industries where there is limited possibility of product differentiation and where buyers are very price sensitive. Overall cost leadership is not without potential problems. 2 or more firms competing for cost leadership may engage in price wars that drive profits to very low levels. Ideally, a firm using a cost leader strategy will develop an advantage that others cannot easily copy. Cost leaders also must maintain their investment in state-of-the-art equipment or face the possible entry of more cost-effective competitors. Major changes in technology may drastically change production processes so that previous investments in production technology are no longer advantageous. Finally, firms may become so concerned with maintaining low costs that they overlook needed changes in production or marketing. The cost leadership strategy may be more difficult in a dynamic environment because some of the expenses that firms may seek to minimize are research and development costs or marketing research costs, expenses the firm may need to incur to remain competitive. Focused low cost. A cost-focused strategy is a low-cost, narrowly focused market strategy. Firms employing this strategy may focus on a particular buyer segment or a particular geographic segment and must locate a niche market that wants or needs an efficient product and is willing to forego extras to pay a lower price for the product. A company's costs can be reduced by providing little or no service, providing a low-cost method of distribution, or producing a no-frills product. Differentiation. A differentiation strategy involves marketing a unique product to a broad-based market. Because this type of strategy involves a unique product, price is not the significant factor. In fact, consumers may be willing to pay a high price for a product that they perceive as different. The product difference may be based on product design, method of distribution, or any aspect of the product, other than price, that is significant to a broad group of consumers. A company choosing this strategy must develop and maintain a product perceived as different enough from the competitors' products to warrant the asking price. Several studies have shown that a differentiation strategy is more likely to generate higher profits than a cost leadership strategy because differentiation creates stronger entry barriers. However, a cost leadership strategy is more likely to generate increases in market share. Focused differentiation. A differentiation-focused strategy is the marketing of a differentiated product to a narrow market, often involving a unique product and a unique market. This strategy is viable for a company that can convince consumers that its narrow focus allows it to provide better goods and services than its competitors. Differentiation does not allow a firm to ignore costs. It makes a firm's products less susceptible to cost pressures from competitors because customers see the product as unique and are willing to pay extra to have the product with the desirable features. Differentiation can be achieved through real product features or through advertising that causes the customer to perceive that the product is unique. Differentiation may lead to customer brand loyalty and result in reduced price elasticity. Differentiation may also lead to higher profit margins and reduce the need to be a low-cost producer. Since customers see the product as different from competing products and they like the product features, customers are willing to pay a premium for these features. As long as the firm can increase the selling price by more than the marginal cost of adding the features, the profit margin is increased. Firms must be able to charge more for their differentiated product than it costs them to make it distinct, or else they may be better off making generic, undifferentiated products. Firms must remain sensitive to cost differences. They must carefully monitor the incremental costs of differentiating their product and make certain the difference is reflected in the price. Firms pursuing a differentiation strategy are vulnerable to different competitive threats than firms pursuing a cost leader strategy. Customers may sacrifice features, service, or image for cost savings. Price-sensitive customers may be willing to forego desirable features in favor of a less costly alternative. This can be seen in the growth in popularity of store brands and private labels. Often, the same firms that produce name-brand products produce the private label products. The two products may be physically identical, but stores are able to sell the private label products for a lower price because very little money was put into advertising to differentiate the private label product. Imitation may also reduce the perceived differences between products when competitors copy product features. Thus, for firms to be able to recover the cost of marketing research or R&D, they may need to add a product feature that is not easily copied by a competitor. A final risk for firms pursuing a differentiation strategy is changing consumer tastes. The feature that customers like and find attractive about a product this year may not make the product popular next year. Changes in customer tastes are especially obvious in the fashion industry. For example, although Ralph Lauren's Polo has been a very successful brand of apparel, some younger consumers have shifted to Tommy Hilfiger and other youth-oriented brands. For a variety of reasons, including the differences between intended versus realized strategies discussed in an earlier section, none of these competitive strategies is guaranteed to achieve success. Some companies that have successfully implemented one of Porter's generic strategies have found that they could not sustain the strategy. Several risks associated with these strategies are based on evolved market conditions, buyer perceptions, competitors, etc. Straddling positions or stuck in the middle. Can forms of competitive advantage be combined? That is, can a firm straddle strategies so that it is simultaneously the low-cost leader and a differentiator? Porter asserts that a successful strategy requires a firm to stake out a market position aggressively and that different strategies involve distinctly different approaches to competing and operating the business. Some research suggests that straddling strategies is a recipe for below-average profitability compared to the industry. Porter also argues that straddling strategies is an indication that the firm's managers have not made necessary choices about the business and its strategy. A straddling strategy may be especially dangerous for narrow-scope firms that have been successful in the past, but then start neglecting their focus. An organization pursuing a differentiation strategy seeks competitive advantage by offering products or services that are unique from those offered by rivals, either through design, brand image, technology, features, or customer service. Alternatively, an organization pursuing a cost leadership strategy attempts to gain competitive advantage based on being the overall low-cost provider of a product or service. To be all things to all people can mean becoming stuck in the middle with no distinct competitive advantage. The difference between being stuck in the middle and successfully pursuing combination strategies merits discussion. Although Porter describes the dangers of not being successful in either cost control or differentiation, some firms have been able to succeed using combination strategies. Research suggests that, in some cases, it is possible to be a cost leader while maintaining a differentiated product. Southwest Airlines has combined cost-cutting measures with differentiation. The company has been able to reduce costs by not assigning seating and by eliminating meals on its planes. It has also been able to promote in its advertising that its fares are so low that checked bags fly free, in contrast to the fees that competitors such as American and United charge for checked luggage. Southwest's consistent low-fare strategy has attracted a significant number of passengers, allowing the airline to succeed. Another firm that has pursued an effective combination strategy is Nike. You may think that Nike has always been highly successful, but it has actually weathered some pretty aggressive competitive assaults. For instance, when customer preferences moved to wide-legged jeans and cargo pants, Nike's market share slipped. Competitors such as Adidas offered less expensive shoes and undercut Nike's price. Nike's stock price dropped in 1998 to half its 1997 high. However, Nike achieved a turnaround by cutting costs and developing new, distinctive products. Nike reduced costs by cutting some of its endorsements. Company research suggested the endorsement by the Italian soccer team, for example, was not achieving the desired results. Michael Jordan and a few other big-name endorsers were retained while others, such as the Italian soccer team, were eliminated, resulting in savings estimated at over $100 million. Laying off 7% of its 22,000 employees allowed the company to lower costs by another $200 million, and inventory was reduced to save additional money. As a result of these moves, Nike reported a 70% increase in earnings for the first quarter of 1999 and saw a significant rebound in its stock price. While cutting costs, the firm also introduced new products designed to differentiate Nike's products from the competition. Some industry environments may actually call for combination strategies. Trends suggest that executives operating in highly complex environments, such as healthcare, do not have the luxury of choosing exclusively one strategy over another. The hospital industry may represent such an environment, as hospitals must compete on a variety of fronts. Combination, i.e., more complicated, strategies are both feasible and necessary to compete successfully. For instance, reimbursement to diagnosis-related groups and the continual lowering of reimbursement ceilings have forced hospitals to compete on the basis of cost. At the same time, many of them jockey for position with differentiation based on such features as technology and birthing rooms. Thus, many hospitals may need to adopt some form of hybrid strategy to compete successfully. Walters, B. A. and Bain, S. 2004. Complexity Absorption and Performance, a Structural Analysis of Acute Care Hospitals. Journal of Management, 30, 97 to 121. Strategy as Discipline. While Michael Porter's generic strategies were introduced in the 1980s and still dominate much of the dialogue about strategy and strategizing, a complementary approach was offered more recently by CSC Index consultants Michael Tracy and Fred Wiersema. Their value disciplines model is quite similar to the three generic strategies from Porter: cost leadership, differentiation, focus. However, there is at least one major difference. According to the value disciplines model, no discipline may be neglected. Threshold levels on the two disciplines that are not selected must be maintained. According to Porter, companies that act like this run a risk of getting stuck in the middle. In their book, The Discipline of Market Leaders, they offered 4 rules that competing companies must obey with regard to strategy formulation. Tracy, M., and Wiersema, F., 1997. The Discipline of Market Leaders. Choose your customers, narrow your focus, dominate your market. Reading M. Addison Wesley. Provide the best offer in the marketplace by excelling in one specific dimension of value. Market leaders first develop a value proposition, one that is compelling and unmatched. Maintain threshold standards on other dimensions of value. You can't allow performance in other dimensions to slip so much that it impairs the attractiveness of your company's unmatched value. Dominate your market by improving the value year after year. When a company focuses all its assets, energies, and attention on delivering and improving one type of customer value, it can nearly always deliver better performance in that dimension than another company that divides its attention among more than one. Build a well-tuned operating model dedicated to delivering unmatched value. In a competitive marketplace, the customer value must be improved. This is the imperative of the market leader. The operating model is the key to raising and resetting customer expectation. What are value disciplines? Tracy and Wiersema describe 3 generic value disciplines: operational excellence, product leadership, and customer intimacy. As with Porter's perspective about the importance of making trade-offs, any company must choose one of these value disciplines and consistently and vigorously act on it, as indicated by the 4 rules mentioned earlier. Operational excellence. The case study that their book uses to illustrate the operational excellence value discipline is AT&T's experience in introducing the Universal Card, a combined long-distance calling card and general-purpose credit card, featuring low annual fees and customer-friendly service. Key characteristics of the strategy are superb operations and execution, often by providing a reasonable quality at a very low price, and task-oriented vision toward personnel. The focus is on efficiency, streamlined operations, supply chain management, no frills, and volume. Most large international corporations are operating according to this discipline. Measuring systems are important, as is extremely limited variation in product assortment. Product leadership. Firms that do this strategy well are very strong in innovation and brand marketing. Organization leaders demonstrate a recognition that the company's current success and future prospects lie in its talented product design people and those who support them. The company operates in dynamic markets. The focus is on development, innovation, design, time to market, and high margins in a short time frame. Company cultures are flexible to encourage innovation. Structure also encourages innovation through small ad hoc working groups, and experimentation is good mindset and compensation systems that reward success. Intel, the leading computer chip company, is a great example of a firm pursuing a successful product leadership strategy. Customer intimacy. Companies pursuing this strategy excel in customer attention and customer service. They tailor their products and services to individual or almost individual customers. There is large variation in product assortment. The focus is on customer relationship management, CRM, deliver products and services on time and above customer expectations, lifetime value concepts, reliability, being close to the customer. Decision authority is given to employees who are close to the customer. The operating principles of this value discipline include having a full range of services available to serve customers upon demand. This may involve running what the authors call a hollow company, where a variety of goods or services are available quickly through contract arrangements, rather than the supplier business having everything in stock all the time. The recent partnership between Airborne Express, IBM, and Xerox is a great example of an effective customer intimacy strategy. Airborne also provides centralized control to IBM and Xerox part distribution networks. Airborne provides Xerox and IBM with a central source of shipment data and performance metrics. The Air Express carrier also manages a single, same-day delivery contract for both companies. In addition, Airborne now examines same-day or special delivery requirements and recommends a lower-priced alternative where appropriate, retrieved November 3, 2008, from Only One Discipline. Tracy and Wiersema maintain that, because of the focus of management time and resources that is required, a firm can realistically choose only one of these three value disciplines in which to specialize. This logic is similar to Porter's in that firms that mix different strategies run the risk of being stuck in the middle. Most companies, in fact, do not specialize in any of the three, and thus they realize only mediocre or average levels of achievement in each area. The companies that do not make the hard choices associated with focus are in no sense market leaders. In today's business environment of increased competition and the need more than ever before for competitive differentiation, their complacency will not lead to increased market share, sales, or profits. When we look at these managers' businesses, complacent firms, we invariably find companies that don't excel, but are merely mediocre on the three disciplines. What they haven't done is create a breakthrough on any one dimension to reach new heights of performance. They have not traveled past operational competence to reach operational excellence, past customer responsiveness to achieve customer intimacy, or beyond product differentiation to establish product leadership. To these managers we say that if you decide to play an average game, to dabble in all areas, don't expect to become a market leader. Tracy M. and Wiersema F. 1997. The Discipline of Market Leaders. Choose your customers, narrow your focus, dominate your market. Page 40. Reading M. Addison Wesley. Within the context of redesigning the operating model of a company to focus on a particular value discipline, Tracy and Wiersema discuss creating what they call the cult of the customer. This is a mindset that is oriented toward putting the customer's needs as a key priority throughout the company at all levels. They also review some of the challenges involved in sustaining market leadership once it is attained, i.e., avoiding the natural complacency that tends to creep into an operation once dominance of the market is achieved. Key takeaway. Strategic focus seems to be a common element in the strategies across successful firms. Two prevalent views of strategy where focus is a key component are strategy as trade-offs and strategy as discipline. Michael Porter identifies 3 flavors of strategy. 1. Cost leadership. 2. Differentiation, or 3. Focus of cost leadership or differentiation on a particular market niche. Firms can straddle these strategies, but such straddling is likely to dilute strategic focus. Strategy also provides discipline. Tracy and Wiersema's 3 strategic disciplines are 1. Operational excellence, 2. Product leadership, and 3. Customer intimacy. Exercises. What is strategic focus, and why is it important? What are Porter's 3 generic strategies? Can a firm simultaneously pursue a low-cost and a differentiation strategy? What are the 3 value disciplines? What 4 rules underlie the 3 value disciplines? How do Porter's generic strategies differ from and relate to the Tracy and Wiersema approaches? 5.5 Developing strategy through internal analysis. How do Porter's generic strategies differ from and relate to the Tracy and Wiersema approaches? Learning objectives. Learn about internal analysis. Understand resources, capabilities, and core competencies. See how to evaluate resources, capabilities, and core competencies using VRIO analysis. In this section, you will learn about some of the basic internal inputs for strategy formulation, starting with the organization's strengths and weaknesses. We will focus on 3 aspects of internal analysis here, though you recognize that these should be complemented by external analysis as well. There is no correct order in which to do internal and external analyses, and the process is likely to be iterative. That is, you might do some internal analysis that suggests the need for other external analysis, or vice versa. For the internal environment, it is best to start with an assessment of resources and capabilities, and then work your way into the identification of core competences using VRIO analysis. Internal analysis. By exploiting internal resources and capabilities and meeting the demanding standards of global competition, firms create value for customers. McEvely, S. K. and Chakravarthy, B. 2002. The persistence of knowledge-based advantage, an empirical test for product performance and technological knowledge. Strategic Management Journal, 23, 285 to 305, Buckley, P. J. and Carter, M. J. 2000. Knowledge Management in Global Technology Markets, Applying Theory to Practice. Long-Range Planning, 33, 1, 55 to 71. Value is measured by a product's performance characteristics and by its attributes for which customers are willing to pay. Pocket Strategy. 1998. Value, page 165. London. The Economist Books. Those particular bundles of resources and capabilities that provide unique advantages to the firm are considered core competencies. Prahlad, C. K. and Hamill, G. 1990. The core competence of the organization. Harvard Business Review, 90, 79 to 93. Core competencies are resources and capabilities that serve as a source of a firm's competitive advantage over rivals. Core competencies distinguish a company competitively and reflect its personality. Core competencies emerge over time through an organizational process of accumulating and learning how to deploy different resources and capabilities. As the capacity to take action, core competencies are crown jewels of a company, the activities the company performs especially well compared with competitors and through which the firm adds unique value to its goods or services over a long period of time. Hafiz K. Zhang, Y. B. and Malik N. 2002. Core Competence for Sustainable Competitive Advantage, a structured methodology for identifying core competence. IEEE Transactions on Engineering Management, 49, 1, 28-35, Prahlad, C. K. and Hamill, G. 1990. The Core Competence of the Corporation. Harvard Business Review, 68, 3, 79-93. Sometimes consistency and predictability provide value to customers, such as the type of value Walgreens drugstores provides. As a Fortune magazine writer noted, do you realize that from 1975 to today, Walgreens beat Intel? It beat Intel nearly 2-1, GE almost 5-1. It beat 3M, Coke, Boeing, Motorola. Uzim J. 2001. February 19th. Most Admired, Conquering Vertical Limits. Fortune, pages 84-96. Walgreens was able to do this by using its core competencies to offer value desired by its target customer group. Instead of responding to the trends of the day, during the Internet scare of 1998 and 1999, when slogans of change or die were all but graffitied on the subway, Walgreens obstinately stuck to its corporate credo of crawl, walk, run. Its refusal to act until it thoroughly understood the implications of e-commerce was deeply unfashionable, but Walgreens is the epitome of the inner-directed company. Uzim J. 2001, February 19th. Most Admired, Conquering Vertical Limits. Fortune, pages 84-96. Thus, Walgreens creates value by focusing on the unique capabilities it has built, nurtured, and continues to improve across time. During the past several decades, the strategic management process was concerned largely with understanding the characteristics of the industry in which the firm competed and, in light of those characteristics, determining how the firm should position itself relative to competitors. This emphasis on industry characteristics and competitive strategy may have understated the role of the firm's resources and capabilities in developing competitive advantage. In the current competitive landscape, core competencies, in combination with product market positions, are the firm's most important sources of competitive advantage. HIT, M, A. Nixon, R, D, Clifford, P, G, and Coyne, K, P. 1999. The Development and Use of Strategic Resources. In M, A, HIT, P, G, Clifford, R, D, Nixon, and K, P. Coyne, eds, Dynamic Strategic Resources, pages 1-14. Chichester, Wiley. The core competencies of a firm, in addition to its analysis of its general, industry, and competitor environments, should drive its selection of strategies. As Clayton Christensen noted, successful strategists need to cultivate a deep understanding of the processes of competition and progress, and of the factors that undergird each advantage. Only thus will they be able to see when old advantages are poised to disappear and how new advantages can be built in their stead. Christensen, C. M. 2001. The Past and Future of Competitive Advantage. Sloan Management Review, 42, 2, 105-109. By drawing on internal analysis and emphasizing core competencies when formulating strategies, companies learn to compete primarily on the basis of firm-specific differences, but they must be aware of how things are changing as well. Resources and capabilities. Resources. Broad in scope, resources cover a spectrum of individual, social, and organizational phenomena. Eisenhart, K., and Martin, J., 2000. Dynamic capabilities. What are they? Strategic Management Journal, 21, 1105 to 1121. Michaelison, M. D. Klein, D. M. and Smith, R. D. 2000. Intangible Strategic Assets and Firm Performance, a multi-industry study of the resource-based view, Journal of Business Strategies, 17, 2, 91 to 117. Typically, resources alone do not yield a competitive advantage. West, G. P. and DeCastro, J. 2001. The Achilles heel of firm strategy, resource weaknesses and distinctive inadequacies. Journal of Management Studies, 38, 3, 26 to 45, Deeds, D. L. DeCarolis, D. and J. Coombs, 2000. Dynamic Capabilities and New Product Development in High Technology Ventures, an empirical analysis of new biotechnology firms. Journal of Business Venturing, 15, 211 to 229, Chi, T. 1994. Trading in Strategic Resources, Necessary Conditions, Transaction Cost Problems, and Choice of Exchange Structure. Strategic Management Journal, 15, 271 to 290. In fact, the core competencies that yield a competitive advantage are created through the unique bundling of several resources. Berman, S., Down, J., and Hill, C., 2002. Tacit knowledge as a source of competitive advantage in the National Basketball Association. Academy of Management Journal, 45, 13 to 31. For example, Amazon.com has combined service and distribution resources to develop its competitive advantages. The firm started as an online bookseller, directly shipping orders to customers. It quickly grew large and established a distribution network through which it could ship millions of different items to millions of different customers. Compared with Amazon's use of combined resources, traditional bricks-and-mortar companies, such as Toys R Us and Borders, found it hard to establish an effective online presence. These difficulties led them to develop partnerships with Amazon. Through these arrangements, Amazon now handles online presence and the shipping of goods for several firms, including Toys R Us and Borders, which now can focus on sales in their stores. Arrangements such as these are useful to the bricks-and-mortar companies because they are not accustomed to shipping so much diverse merchandise directly to individuals. Shepard, S., 2001, April 30th. Interview. The company is not in the stock. Business Week, pages 94 to 96. Some of a firm's resources are tangible while others are intangible. Tangible resources are assets that can be seen and quantified. Production equipment, manufacturing plants, and formal reporting structures are examples of tangible resources. Intangible resources typically include assets that are rooted deeply in the firm's history and have accumulated over time. Because they are embedded in unique patterns of routines, intangible resources are relatively difficult for competitors to analyze and imitate. Knowledge, trust between managers and employees, ideas, the capacity for innovation, managerial capabilities, organizational routines, the unique ways people work together, scientific capabilities, and the firm's reputation for its goods or services and how it interacts with people, such as employees, customers, and suppliers, are all examples of intangible resources. Feldman, M. S., 2000. Organizational routines as a source of continuous change, Organization Science, 11, 611 to 629, not A. M. and McKelvey, B. 1999. Nirvana Efficiency, a comparative test of residual claims and routines. Journal of Economic Behavior and Organization, 38, 365 to 383. The 4 types of tangible resources are financial, organizational, physical, and technological. The 3 types of intangible resources are human, innovation, and reputational. As a manager or entrepreneur, you will be challenged to understand fully the strategic value of your firm's tangible and intangible resources. The strategic value of resources is indicated by the degree to which they can contribute to the development of core competencies and, ultimately, competitive advantage. For example, as a tangible resource, a distribution facility is assigned a monetary value on the firm's balance sheet. The real value of the facility, however, is grounded in a variety of factors, such as its proximity to raw materials and customers, but also in intangible factors such as the manner in which workers integrate their actions internally and with other stakeholders, such as suppliers and customers. Gavetti, G., and Leventhal, D. 2000. Looking forward and looking backward, cognitive and experimental search. Administrative Science Quarterly, 45, 113 to 137, Koff, R. W. 1999. How Buyers Cope with Uncertainty When Acquiring Firms in Knowledge-Intensive Industries, Caveat Emptor. Organization Science, 10, 144 to 161, Marsh, S. J. and Rampt, A. L. 1999. Why Resources Matter, an empirical study of knowledge-based resources on new market entry. In M. A. Hitt, P. G. Clifford, R. D. Nixon, and K. P. Coyne eds. Dynamic Strategic Resources, pages 43 to 66. Chichester, Wiley. Capabilities. Capabilities are the firm's capacity to deploy resources that have been purposely integrated to achieve a desired end state. Huffat, C. E. and Robachek, R. S. 2000. Product sequencing, coevolution of knowledge, capabilities, and products. Strategic Management Journal, 21, 961 to 979. The glue that holds an organization together, capabilities emerge over time through complex interactions among tangible and intangible resources. Capabilities can be tangible, like a business process that is automated, but most of them tend to be tacit and intangible. Critical to forming competitive advantages, capabilities are often based on developing, carrying, and exchanging information and knowledge through the firm's human capital. Hitt, M. A. Bierman, L. Shimizu, K. and Kocher, R. 2001. Direct and moderating effects of human capital on strategy and performance in professional service firms, a resource-based perspective. Academy of Management Journal, 44, 1, 13 to 28. Hitt, M. A. Ireland, R. D. and Lee, H. 2000. Technological Learning, Knowledge Management, Firm Growth and Performance, an introductory essay. Journal of Engineering and Technology Management, 17, 231 to 246. Hoops, D. G. and Postrel, S. 1999. Shared Knowledge, Glitches and Product Development Performance. Strategic Management Journal, 20, 837 to 865, Quinn, J. B. 1994. The Intelligent Enterprise. New York, Free Press. Because a knowledge base is grounded in organizational actions that may not be explicitly understood by all employees, repetition and practice increase the value of a firm's capabilities. The foundation of many capabilities lies in the skills and knowledge of a firm's employees and, often, their functional expertise. Hence, the value of human capital in developing and using capabilities and, ultimately, core competencies cannot be overstated. Firms committed to continuously developing their people's capabilities seem to accept the adage that the person who knows how will always have a job. The person who knows why will always be his boss. Thoughts on the Business of Life. 1999, May 17th. Forbes, page 352. Global business leaders increasingly support the view that the knowledge possessed by human capital is among the most significant of an organization's capabilities and may ultimately be at the root of all competitive advantages. But firms must also be able to use the knowledge that they have and transfer it among their operating businesses. Argote, L. and Ingram, P. 2000. Knowledge transfer, a basis for competitive advantage in firms. Organizational behavior and human decision processes, 82, 150 to 169. For example, researchers have suggested that in the information age, things are ancillary, knowledge is central. A company's value derives not from things, but from knowledge, know-how, intellectual assets, competencies, all of it embedded in people. Des, G, G, and Picken, J, C. 1999. Beyond Productivity. New York, Amicom. Given this reality, the firm's challenge is to create an environment that allows people to fit their individual pieces of knowledge together so that, collectively, employees possess as much organizational knowledge as possible. Coy, P. 2002. Spring. High Turnover, High Risk. Special Issue. Business Week, page 24. To help them develop an environment in which knowledge is widely spread across all employees, some organizations have created the new upper-level managerial position of Chief Learning Officer, CLO. Establishing a CLO position highlights a firm's belief that future success will depend on competencies that traditionally have not been actively managed or measured, including creativity and the speed with which new ideas are learned and shared. Baldwin, T. and Danielson, C. 2000. Building a Learning Strategy at the Top. Interviews with 10 of America's CLOs. Business Horizons, 43, 6, 5-14. In general, the firm should manage knowledge in ways that will support its efforts to create value for customers. Caraco, D, F, Ireland, R, D, and Hornsby, J, S. 2001. Improving Firm Performance Through Entrepreneurial Actions, Accordia's Corporate Entrepreneurship Strategy. Academy of Management Executive, 15, 4, 60-71, Hansen, M, T, Noria, N, and Tierney, T, 1999. What's your strategy for managing knowledge? Harvard Business Review, 77, 2, 106-116. Figure 5.15 The Value Chain. Adapted from Porter, M, 1985. Competitive Advantage. New York, Free Press. Exhibit is Creative Commons licensed at PNG. Capabilities are often developed in specific functional areas, such as manufacturing, R&D, and marketing, or in a part of a functional area, for example, advertising. The value chain, popularized by Michael Porter's book Competitive Advantage, is a useful tool for taking stock of organizational capabilities. A value chain is a chain of activities. In the value chain, some of the activities are deemed to be primary, in the sense that these activities add direct value. In the preceding figure, primary activities are logistics, inbound and outbound, marketing, and service. Support activities include how the firm is organized, infrastructure, human resources, technology, and procurement. Products pass through all activities of the chain in order, and at each activity, the product gains some value. A firm is effective to the extent that the chain of activities gives the products more added value than the sum of added values of all activities. It is important not to mix the concept of the value chain with the costs occurring throughout the activities. A diamond cutter can be used as an example of the difference. The cutting activity may have a low cost, but the activity adds to much of the value of the end product, since a rough diamond is significantly less valuable than a cut, polished diamond. Research suggests a relationship between capabilities developed in particular functional areas and the firm's financial performance at both the corporate and business unit levels, HIT, A, and Ireland, R, D, 1986. Relationships among corporate-level distinctive competencies, diversification strategy, corporate structure, and performance. Journal of Management Studies, 23, 401 to 416, HIT, A, and Ireland, R, D, 1985. Corporate distinctive competence, strategy, industry, and performance. Strategic Management Journal, 6, 273 to 293, HIT, A, Ireland, R, D, and Palia, K, A, 1982. Industrial Firms' Grand Strategy and Functional Importance. Academy of Management Journal, 25, 265 to 298, HIT, A, Ireland, R, D, and Stoddard, G, 1982. Functional Importance and Company Performance. Moderating Effects of Grand Strategy and Industry Type. Strategic Management Journal, 3, 315 to 330, Snow, C, and Trubiniak, E.G., 1980. Strategy, Distinctive Competence, and Organizational Performance. Administrative Science Quarterly, 25, 317 to 336. Suggesting the need to develop capabilities at both levels. VRIO analysis. Given that almost anything a firm possesses can be considered a resource or capability, how should you attempt to narrow down the ones that are core competencies and explain why firm performance differs? To lead to a sustainable competitive advantage, a resource or capability should be valuable, rare, inimitable, including non-substitutable and organized. This VRIO framework is the foundation for internal analysis. VRIO analysis is at the core of the resource-based view of the firm. Werner Felt B., 1984. A resource-based view of the firm. Strategic Management Journal, 5, 171 to 180. Barney J., B., 1991. Firm Resources and Sustained Competitive Advantage. Journal of Management, 19, 99 to 120. VRIO is an acronym for valuable, rare, inimitable, and organization. If you ask managers why their firms do well while others do poorly, a common answer is likely to be our people. But this is really not an answer. It may be the start of an answer, but you need to probe more deeply. What is it about our people that is especially valuable? Why don't competitors have similar people? Can competitors hire our people away? Or is it that there's something special about the organization that brings out the best in people? These kinds of questions form the basis of VRIO and get to the heart of why some resources help firms more than others. Figure 5.16 VRIO and Relative Firm Performance. Moreover, your ability to identify whether an organization has VRIO resources will also likely explain their competitive position. In the figure, you can see that a firm's performance relative to industry peers is likely to vary according to the level to which resources, capabilities, and ultimately core competences satisfy VRIO criteria. The 4 criteria are explored next. Valuable. A resource or capability is said to be valuable if it allows the firm to exploit opportunities or negate threats in the environment. Union Pacific's extensive network of rail line property and equipment in the Gulf Coast of the United States is valuable because it allows the company to provide a cost-effective way to transport chemicals. Because the Gulf Coast is the gateway for the majority of chemical production in the United States, the rail network allows the firm to exploit a market opportunity. Delta's control of the majority of gates at the Cincinnati/Northern Kentucky International Airport, CVG, gives it a significant advantage in many markets. Travelers worldwide have rated CVG one of the best airports for service and convenience 10 years running. The possession of this resource allows Delta to minimize the threat of competition in the city. Delta controls air travel in this desirable hub city, which means that this asset, resource, has significant value. If a resource does not allow a firm to minimize threats or exploit opportunities, it does not enhance the competitive position of the firm. In fact, some scholars suggest that owning resources that do not meet the VRIO test of value actually puts the firm at a competitive disadvantage. Barney J. B. 1991. Firm Resources and Sustained Competitive Advantage. Journal of Management, 17, 99-120. Rare. A resource is rare simply if it is not widely possessed by other competitors. Of the criteria, this is probably the easiest to judge. For example, Coke's brand name is valuable, but most of Coke's competitors, Pepsi, 7-Up, RC, also have widely recognized brand names, making it not that rare. Of course, Coke's brand may be the most recognized, but that makes it more valuable, not more rare in this case. A firm that possesses valuable resources that are not rare is not in a position of advantage relative to competitors. Rather, valuable resources that are commonly held by many competitors simply allow firms to be at par with competitors. However, when a firm maintains possession of valuable resources that are rare in the industry, they are in a position of competitive advantage over firms that do not possess the resource. They may be able to exploit opportunities or negate threats in ways that those lacking the resource will not be able to do. Delta's virtual control of air traffic through Cincinnati gives it a valuable and rare resource in that market. How rare do the resources need to be for a firm to have a competitive advantage? In practice, this is a difficult question to answer unequivocally. At the two extremes, i.e., one firm possesses the resource or all firms possess it, the concept is intuitive. If only one firm possesses the resource, it has significant advantage over all other competitors. For instance, Monsanto had such an advantage for many years because they owned the patent to aspartame, the chemical compound in NutraSweet. They had a valuable and extremely rare resource. Because during the lifetime of the patent, they were the only firm that could sell aspartame, they had an advantage in the artificial sweetener market. However, meeting the condition of rarity does not always require exclusive ownership. When only a few firms possess the resource, they will have an advantage over the remaining competitors. For instance, Toyota and Honda both have the capabilities to build cars of high quality at relatively low cost. Dyer, J. H. Kale, P. and Singh, H. 2004, July, August. When to ally and when to acquire. Harvard Business Review, 109-115. Their products regularly beat rival firms' products in both short-term and long-term quality ratings. Dyer, J. H. and Hatch, N. 2004. Using supplier networks to learn faster. Sloan Management Review, 45, 3. 57 to 63. Thus, the criterion of rarity requires that the resource not be widely possessed in the industry. It also suggests that the more exclusive a firm's access to a particularly valuable resource, the greater the benefit for having it. Inimitable. An inimitable, the opposite of imitable, resource is difficult to imitate or to create ready substitutes for. A resource is inimitable and non-substitutable if it is difficult for another firm to acquire it or to substitute something else in its place. A valuable and rare resource or capability will grant a competitive advantage as long as other firms do not gain subsequently possession of the resource or a close substitute. If a resource is valuable and rare and responsible for a market leader's competitive advantage, it is likely that competitors lacking the resource or capability will do all that they can to obtain the resource or capability themselves. This leads us to the third criterion, inimitability. The concept of imitation includes any form of acquiring the lacking resource or substituting a similar resource that provides equivalent benefits. The criterion important to be addressed is whether competitors face a cost disadvantage in acquiring or substituting the resource that is lacking. There are numerous ways that firms may acquire resources or capabilities that they lack. As strategy researcher Scott Gallagher notes, this is probably the toughest criterion to examine because given enough time and money, almost any resource can be imitated. Even patents only last 17 years and can be invented around in even less time. Therefore, one way to think about this is to compare how long you think it will take for competitors to imitate or substitute something else for that resource and compare it to the useful life of the product. Another way to help determine if a resource is inimitable is why/how it came about. Inimitable resources are often a result of historical, ambiguous, or socially complex causes. For example, the U.S. Army paid for Coke to build bottling plants around the world during World War II. This is an example of history creating an inimitable asset. Generally, intangible, also called tacit, resources or capabilities, like corporate culture or reputation, are very hard to imitate and therefore inimitable. Retrieved January 30th, 2009, from Organized. The fourth and final VRIO criterion that determines whether a resource or capability is the source of competitive advantage recognizes that mere possession or control is necessary but not sufficient to gain an advantage. The firm must likewise have the organizational capability to exploit the resources. The question of organization is broad and encompasses many facets of a firm, but essentially means that the firm is able to capture any value that the resource or capability might generate. Organization, essentially the same form as that taken in the PLC framework, spans such firm characteristics as control systems, reporting relationships, compensation policies, and management interface with both customers and value-adding functions in the firm. Although listed as the last criterion in the VRIO tool, the question of organization is a necessary condition to be satisfied if a firm is to reap the benefits of any of the three preceding conditions. Thus, a valuable but widely held resource only leads to competitive parity for a firm if they also possess the capabilities to exploit the resource. Likewise, a firm that possesses a valuable and rare resource will not gain a competitive advantage unless it can actually put that resource to effective use. Many firms have valuable and rare resources that they fail to exploit. The question of imitation is not relevant until the firm exploits valuable and rare resources. For instance, for many years Novell had a significant competitive advantage in computer networking based on its core network product. In high-technology industries, remaining at the top requires continuous innovation. Novell's decline during the mid- to late 1990s led many to speculate that Novell was unable to innovate in the face of changing markets and technology. However, shortly after new CEO Eric Schmidt arrived from Sun Microsystems to attempt to turn around the firm, he arrived at a different conclusion. Schmidt commented, "I walk down Novell hallways and marvel at the incredible potential of innovation here. But Novell has had a difficult time in the past turning innovation into products in the marketplace." Personal communication with Margaret Haddix. 2003, Novell corporate librarian. He later commented to a few key executives that it appeared the company was suffering from organizational constipation. Personal communication with former executives. Novell appeared to still have innovative resources and capabilities, but they lacked the organizational capability, e.g., product development and marketing, to get those new products to market in a timely manner. Likewise, Xerox proved unable to exploit its innovative resources. Xerox created a successful research team housed in a dedicated facility in Palo Alto, California, known as Xerox PARC. Scientists in this group invented an impressive list of innovative products, including laser printers, Ethernet, graphical interface software, computers, and the computer mouse. History has demonstrated that these technologies were commercially successful. Unfortunately, for Xerox shareholders, these commercially successful innovations were exploited by other firms. Xerox's organization was not structured in a way that information about these innovations flowed to the right people in a timely fashion. Bureaucracy was also suffocating ideas once they were disseminated. Compensation policies did not reward managers for adopting these new innovations, but rather rewarded current profits over long-term success. Thus, Xerox was never able to exploit the innovative resources and capabilities embodied in their off-site Xerox PARC Research Center, Kearns, D.T., and Nadler, D.A. 1992. Profits in the Dark. New York. HarperCollins. Barney J. B. 1995. Looking Inside for Competitive Advantage. Academy of Management Executive, 9. 49 to 61. SWOT and VRIO. As you already know, many scholars refer to core competencies. A core competency is simply a resource, capability, or bundle of resources and capabilities that is VRIO. While VRIO resources are the best, they are quite rare, and it is not uncommon for successful firms to simply be combinations of a large number of VR_O or even V_O resources and capabilities. Recall that even a V_O resource can be considered a strength under a traditional SWOT analysis. Key takeaway. Internal analysis begins with the identification of resources and capabilities. Resources can be tangible and intangible. Capabilities may have such characteristics as well. VRIO analysis is a way to distinguish resources and capabilities from core competencies. Specifically, VRIO analysis should show you the importance of value, rarity, inimitability, and organization as building blocks of competitive advantage. Exercises. What is the objective of internal analysis? What is the difference between a resource and a capability? What is the difference between a tangible and an intangible resource or capability? What is a core competency? What framework helps you identify those resources, capabilities, or core competencies that provide competitive advantage? Why might competitive advantage for a firm be fleeting? 5.6 Developing Strategy through External Analysis. Learning Objectives. Understand the basics of general environment analysis. See the components of microenvironment analysis that support industry analysis. Learn the features of Porter's 5 Forces industry analysis. In this section, you will learn about some of the basic external inputs for strategy formulation, the determinants of a firm's opportunities and threats. We will focus on 3 aspects of external analysis here: though you recognize that these should be complemented by internal analysis as well. For the external environment, it is best to start with the general environment and then work your way into the focal industry or industry segment. The general environment. When appraising the external environment of the organization, you will typically start with its general environment. But what does this mean? The general environment is composed of dimensions in the broader society that influence an industry and the firms within it. Fahy, L. 1999. Competitors. New York, Wiley, Walters, B. A. and Preem, R. L. 1999. Business Strategy and CEO Intelligence Acquisition. Competitive Intelligence Review, 10, 2, 15 to 22. We group these dimensions into 6 segments: political, economic, social, technical or technological, environmental, and legal. You can use the simple acronym PISTEL to help remind you of these 6 general environment segments. Examples of elements analyzed in each of these segments are shown next. Table 5.1 PISTEL Analysis. Political. Economic. How stable is the political environment? What are current and forecast interest rates? What are local taxation policies, and how do these affect your business? What is the level of inflation? What is it forecast to be? And how does this affect the growth of your market? Is the government involved in trading agreements such as EU, NAFTA, ASEAN, or others? What are local employment levels per capita and how are they changing? What are the foreign trade regulations? What are the long-term prospects for the economy gross domestic product, GDP per capita, and so on? What are the social welfare policies? What are exchange rates between critical markets, and how will they affect production and distribution of your goods? Social or sociocultural? Technical or technological? What are local lifestyle trends? What is the level of research funding in government and the industry, and are those levels changing? What are the current demographics, and how are they changing? What is the government and industry's level of interest and focus on technology? What is the level and distribution of education and income? How mature is the technology? What are the dominant local religions, and what influence do they have on consumer attitudes and opinions? What is the status of intellectual property issues in the local environment? What is the level of consumerism and popular attitudes toward it? Are potentially disruptive technologies in adjacent industries creeping in at the edges of the focal industry? What pending legislation is there that affects corporate social policies, e.g., domestic partner benefits, maternity/paternity leave? How fast is technology changing? What are the attitudes toward work and leisure? What role does technology play in competitive advantage? Environmental. Legal. What are local environmental issues? What are the regulations regarding monopolies and private property? Are there any ecological or environmental issues relevant to your industry that are pending? Does intellectual property have legal protections? How do the activities of international pressure groups affect your business, e.g., Greenpeace, Earth First, PETA? Are there relevant consumer laws? Are there environmental protection laws? What are the regulations regarding waste disposal and energy consumption? What is the status of employment, health and safety, and product safety laws? Firms cannot directly control the general environment segments and elements. Accordingly, successful companies gather the information required to understand each segment and its implications for the selection and implementation of the appropriate strategies. For example, the terrorist attacks in the United States on September 11, 2001, surprised businesses throughout the world. This single set of events had substantial effects on the U.S. economy. Although individual firms were affected differently, none could control the U.S. economy. Instead, companies around the globe were challenged to understand the effects of this economy's decline on their current and future strategies. A similar set of events and relationships was seen around the world as financial markets began to struggle one after the other starting in late 2008. Although the degree of impact varies, these environmental segments affect each industry and its firms. The challenge to the firm is to evaluate those elements in each segment that are of the greatest importance. Resulting from these efforts should be a recognition of environmental changes, trends, opportunities, and threats. Analyzing the organization's microenvironment. When we say microenvironment, we are referring primarily to an organization's industry and the upstream and downstream markets related to it. An industry is a group of firms producing products that are close substitutes. In the course of competition, these firms influence one another. Typically, industries include a rich mix of competitive strategies that companies use in pursuing strategic competitiveness and above-average returns. In part, these strategies are chosen because of the influence of an industry's characteristics. Spanos, Y, E, and Lucas, S. 2001. An examination into the causal logic of rent generation, contrasting Porter's competitive strategy framework and the resource-based perspective. Strategic Management Journal, 22, 907 to 934. Upstream markets are the industries that provide the raw material or inputs for the focal industry, while downstream markets are the industries, sometimes consumer segments, that consume the industry outputs. For example, the oil production market is upstream of the oil refining market, and conversely, the oil refiners are downstream of the oil producers, which in turn is upstream of the gasoline sales market. Instead of upstream and downstream, the terms wholesale and retail are often used. Accordingly, the industry microenvironment consists of stakeholder groups that a firm has regular dealings with. The way these relationships develop can affect the costs, quality, and overall success of a business. Porter's 5 forces analysis of market structure. Figure 5.18 Porter's 5 forces. Adapted from Porter, M. 1980. Competitive Strategy. New York. Free Press. You can distill down the results of pastel and microenvironment analysis to view the competitive structure of an industry using Michael Porter's 5 forces. Here you will find that your understanding of the microenvironment is particularly helpful. Porter's model attempts to analyze the attractiveness of an industry by considering 5 forces within a market. According to Porter, the likelihood of firms making profits in a given industry depends on 5 factors. 1. Barriers to entry and new entry threats. 2. Buyer power. 3. Supplier power. 4. Threat from substitutes. And 5. Rivalry. Porter, M. E. 1980. Competitive Strategy. New York. Free Press. Compared with the general environment, the industry environment has a more direct effect on the firm's strategic competitiveness and above-average returns, as exemplified in the strategic focus. The intensity of industry competition and an industry's profit potential, as measured by the long-run return on invested capital, are a function of 5 forces of competition: the threats posed by new entrants, the power of suppliers, the power of buyers, product substitutes, and the intensity of rivalry among competitors. Porter's 5 forces model of competition expands the arena for competitive analysis. Historically, when studying the competitive environment, firms concentrated on companies with which they competed directly. However, Firms must search more broadly to identify current and potential competitors by identifying potential customers as well as the firms serving them. Competing for the same customers and thus being influenced by how customers value location and firm capabilities in their decisions is referred to as the market microstructure. Zahir, S., and Zahir, A., 2001. Market Microstructure in a Global B2B Network, Strategic Management Journal, 22, 859 to 873. Understanding this area is particularly important because, in recent years, industry boundaries have become blurred. For example, in the electrical utilities industry, cogenerators, firms that also produce power, are competing with regional utility companies. Moreover, telecommunications companies now compete with broadcasters, software manufacturers provide personal financial services, airlines sell mutual funds, and automakers sell insurance and provide financing. Hit, M, A, Rickett I. Costa, J, and Nixon R, D, 1999. New Managerial Mindsets. New York, Wiley. In addition to focusing on customers rather than specific industry boundaries to define markets, geographic boundaries are also relevant. Research suggests that different geographic markets for the same product can have considerably different competitive conditions. Pan, Y, and Chi, P, S, K, 1999. Financial Performance and Survival of Multinational Corporations in China. Strategic Management Journal, 20, 359 to 374. Brooks, G, R, 1995. Defining Market Boundaries Strategic Management Journal, 16, 535 to 549. The Five Forces model recognizes that suppliers can become a firm's competitors by integrating forward, as can buyers, by integrating backward. Several firms have integrated forward in the pharmaceutical industry by acquiring distributors or wholesalers. In addition, firms choosing to enter a new market and those producing products that are adequate substitutes for existing products can become competitors of a company. Another way to think about industry market structure is that these 5 sets of stakeholders are competing for profits in the given industry. For instance, if a supplier to an industry is powerful, they can charge higher prices. If the industry member can't pass those higher costs onto their buyers in the form of higher prices, then the industry member makes less profit. For example, if you have a jewelry store, but are dependent on a monopolist like De Beers for diamonds, then De Beers actually is extracting more relative value from your industry, i.e., the retail jewelry business. New entrants. The likelihood of new entry is a function of the extent to which barriers to entry exist. Evidence suggests that companies often find it difficult to identify new competitors. Jurowski, P. A., 1999. Early warning of new rivals. Sloan Management Review, 43, 107 to 116. Identifying new entrants is important because they can threaten the market share of existing competitors. One reason new entrants pose such a threat is that they bring additional production capacity. Unless the demand for a good or service is increasing, additional capacity holds consumers' costs down, resulting in less revenue and lower returns for competing firms. Often, new entrants have a keen interest in gaining a large market share. As a result, new competitors may force existing firms to be more effective and efficient and to learn how to compete on new dimensions, for example, using an internet-based distribution channel. The more difficult it is for other firms to enter a market, the more likely it is that existing firms can make relatively high profits. The likelihood that firms will enter an industry is a function of 2 factors: barriers to entry and the retaliation expected from current industry participants. Entry barriers make it difficult for new firms to enter an industry and often place them at a competitive disadvantage even when they are able to enter. As such, high entry barriers increase the returns for existing firms in the industry. Robinson, K. C. and McDougall, P. 2001. Entry barriers and new venture performance, a comparison of universal and contingency approaches. Strategic Management Journal, 22, 659 to 685. Buyer power. The stronger the power of buyers in an industry, the more likely it is that they will be able to force down prices and reduce the profits of firms that provide the product. Firms seek to maximize the return on their invested capital. Alternatively, buyers, customers of an industry or firm, want to buy products at the lowest possible price, the point at which the industry earns the lowest acceptable rate of return on its invested capital. To reduce their costs, buyers bargain for higher quality, greater levels of service, and lower prices. These outcomes are achieved by encouraging competitive battles among the industry's firms. Supplier power. The stronger the power of suppliers in an industry, the more difficult it is for firms within that sector to make a profit because suppliers can determine the terms and conditions on which business is conducted. Increasing prices and reducing the quality of its products are potential means used by suppliers to exert power over firms competing within an industry. If a firm is unable to recover cost increases by its suppliers through its pricing structure, its profitability is reduced by its suppliers' actions. Substitutes. This measures the ease with which buyers can switch to another product that does the same thing, such as using aluminum cans rather than glass or plastic bottles to package a beverage. The ease of switching depends on what costs would be involved, e.g., while it may be easy to sell Coke or Pepsi in bottles or cans, transferring all your data to a new database system and retraining staff could be expensive, and how similar customers perceive the alternatives to be. Substitute products are goods or services from outside a given industry that perform similar or the same functions as a product that the industry produces. For example, as a sugar substitute, NutraSweet places an upper limit on sugar manufacturers' prices. NutraSweet and sugar perform the same function, but with different characteristics. Other product substitutes include fax machines instead of overnight deliveries, plastic containers rather than glass jars, and tea substituted for coffee. Recently, firms have introduced to the market several low-alcohol fruit-flavored drinks that many customers substitute for beer. For example, Smirnoff's Ice was introduced with substantial advertising of the type often used for beer. Other firms have introduced lemonade with 5% alcohol, e.g., Doc Otis Hard Lemon, and tea and lemon combinations with alcohol, e.g., Bodine's Twisted Tea. These products are increasing in popularity, especially among younger people, and as product substitutes, have the potential to reduce overall sales of beer. Kermouch, G. 2001, March 5th. Grown-up drinks for tender taste buds. Business Week, page 96. In general, product substitutes present a strong threat to a firm when customers face few, if any, switching costs, and when the substitute product's price is lower or its quality and performance capabilities are equal to or greater than those of the competing product. Differentiating a product along dimensions that customers value, such as price, quality, service after the sale, and location, reduces a substitute's attractiveness. Rivalry. This measures the degree of competition between existing firms. The higher the degree of rivalry, the more difficult it is for existing firms to generate high profits. The most prominent factors that experience shows to affect the intensity of firms' rivalries are 1. Numerous competitors, 2. Slow industry growth, 3. High fixed costs, 4. Lack of differentiation, 5. high strategic stakes, and 6. High exit barriers, numerous or equally balanced competitors. Intense rivalries are common in industries with many companies. With multiple competitors, it is common for a few firms to believe that they can act without eliciting a response. However, evidence suggests that other firms generally are aware of competitors' actions, often choosing to respond to them. At the other extreme, industries with only a few firms of equivalent size and power also tend to have strong rivalries. The large and often similar-sized resource bases of these firms permit vigorous actions and responses. The Fuji/Kodak and Airbus/Boeing competitive battles exemplify intense rivalries between pairs of relatively equivalent competitors. Slow industry growth. When a market is growing, firms try to use resources effectively to serve an expanding customer base. Growing markets reduce the pressure to take customers from competitors. However, rivalry in non-growth or slow-growth markets becomes more intense as firms battle to increase their market shares by attracting their competitors' customers. Typically, battles to protect market shares are fierce. Certainly, this has been the case with Fuji and Kodak. The instability in the market that results from these competitive engagements reduce profitability for firms throughout the industry, as is demonstrated by the commercial aircraft industry. The market for large aircraft is expected to decline or grow only slightly over the next few years. To expand market share, Boeing and Airbus will compete aggressively in terms of the introduction of new products and product and service differentiation. Both firms are likely to win some and lose other battles. Currently, however, Boeing is the leader. High fixed costs or high storage costs. When fixed costs account for a large part of total costs, companies try to maximize the use of their productive capacity. Doing so allows the firm to spread costs across a larger volume of output. However, when many firms attempt to maximize their productive capacity, excess capacity is created on an industry-wide basis. To then reduce inventories, individual companies typically cut the price of their product and offer rebates and other special discounts to customers. These practices, however, often intensify competition. The pattern of excess capacity at the industry level followed by intense rivalry at the firm level is observed frequently in industries with high storage costs. Perishable products, for example, lose their value rapidly with the passage of time. As their inventories grow, producers of perishable goods often use pricing strategies to sell products quickly. Lack of differentiation or low switching costs. When buyers find a differentiated product that satisfies their needs, they frequently purchase the product loyally over time. Industries with many companies that have successfully differentiated their products have less rivalry, resulting in lower competition for individual firms. Deep House, D.L., 1999. To be different or to be the same? It's a question and theory of strategic balance. Strategic Management Journal, 20, 147 to 166. However, when buyers view products as commodities, as products with few differentiated features or capabilities, rivalry intensifies. In these instances, buyers' purchasing decisions are based primarily on price and, to a lesser degree, service. Film for cameras is an example of a commodity. Thus, the competition between Fuji and Kodak is expected to be strong. The effect of switching costs is identical to that described for differentiated products. The lower the buyer's switching costs, the easier it is for competitors to attract buyers through pricing and service offerings. High switching costs, however, at least partially insulate the firm from rivals' efforts to attract customers. Interestingly, the switching costs, such as pilot and mechanic training, are high in aircraft purchases, yet the rivalry between Boeing and Airbus remains intense because the stakes for both are extremely high. High strategic stakes. Competitive rivalry is likely to be high when it is important for several of the competitors to perform well in the market. For example, although it is diversified and is a market leader in other businesses, Samsung has targeted market leadership in the consumer electronics market. This market is quite important to Sony and other major competitors such as Hitachi, Matsushita, NEC, and Mitsubishi. Thus, we can expect substantial rivalry in this market over the next few years. High strategic stakes can also exist in terms of geographic locations. For example, Japanese automobile manufacturers are committed to a significant presence in the U.S. marketplace. A key reason for this is that the United States is the world's single largest market for auto manufacturers' products. Because of the stakes involved in this country for Japanese and U.S. manufacturers, rivalry among firms in the U.S. and global automobile industry is highly intense. While close proximity tends to promote greater rivalry, physically proximate competition has potentially positive benefits as well. For example, when competitors are located near one another, it is easier for suppliers to serve them, and they can develop economies of scale that lead to lower production costs. Additionally, communications with key industry stakeholders such as suppliers are facilitated and more efficient when they are close to the firm. Chung, W., and Kalnins, A., 2001. Agglomeration Effects and Performance. Test of the Texas Lodging Industry Strategic Management Journal, 22, 969 to 988. High exit barriers. Sometimes companies continue competing in an industry even though the returns on their invested capital are low or negative. Firms making this choice likely face high exit barriers, which include economic, strategic, and emotional factors, causing companies to remain in an industry when the profitability of doing so is questionable. Attractiveness and profitability. Using Porter's analysis, firms are likely to generate higher profits if the industry is difficult to enter. There is limited rivalry. Buyers are relatively weak. Suppliers are relatively weak. There are few substitutes. Profits are likely to be low if the industry is easy to enter. There is a high degree of rivalry between firms within the industry. Buyers are strong. Suppliers are strong. It is easy to switch to alternatives. Effective industry analyses are products of careful study and interpretation of data and information from multiple sources. A wealth of industry-specific data is available to be analyzed. Because of globalization, international markets and rivalries must be included in the firm's analyses. In fact, research shows that in some industries, international variables are more important than domestic ones as determinants of strategic competitiveness. Furthermore, because of the development of global markets, a country's borders no longer restrict industry structures. In fact, movement into international markets enhances the chances of success for new ventures as well as more established firms. Kummerl, W., 2001. Home Base and Knowledge Management in International Ventures. Journal of Business Venturing, 17, 99 to 122, Lorenzoni, G., and Lipperini, A., 1999. The Leveraging of Interfirm Relationships as a Distinctive Organizational Capability, a Longitudinal Study. Strategic Management Journal, 20, 317 to 338. Following study of the 5 forces of competition, the firm can develop the insights required to determine an industry's attractiveness in terms of its potential to earn adequate or superior returns on its invested capital. In general, the stronger competitive forces are the lower the profit potential for an industry's firms. An unattractive industry has low entry barriers, suppliers and buyers with strong bargaining positions, strong competitive threats from product substitutes, and intense rivalry among competitors. These industry characteristics make it very difficult for firms to achieve strategic competitiveness and earn above-average returns. Alternatively, an attractive industry has high entry barriers, suppliers and buyers with little bargaining power, few competitive threats from product substitutes, and relatively moderate rivalry. Porter, M. E. 1980. Competitive Strategy. New York. Free Press. Key takeaway. External environment analysis is a key input into strategy formulation. PESTEL is an external environment analysis framework that helps guide your prospecting in the political, economic, social, technological, environmental, and legal spheres of an organization's external environment. Working inward to the focal organization, we discuss the broad dimensions of the stakeholders feeding into the firm. Porter's 5 forces analysis considers 1. Barriers to entry and new entry threats, 2. Buyer power, 3. Supplier power, 4. Threat from substitutes, and 5. Rivalry as key external environmental forces in developing strategy. Exercises. What are the 6 dimensions of the environment that are of broad concern when you conduct a PESTEL analysis? Which of the PESTEL dimensions do you believe to be most important, and why? What are the key dimensions of a firm's microenvironment? What are the 5 forces referred to in the Porter framework? Is there a dimension of industry structure that Porter's model appears to omit? 5.7 Formulating organizational and personal strategy with the strategy diamond. Learning objectives. Learn about the strategy diamond. See how you can add staging, pacing, and vehicles to the strategy. Use the diamond to formulate your personal strategy. This section introduces you to the strategy diamond, a tool that will help you understand how clearly and completely you have crafted a strategy. The diamond relates to both business and corporate strategy, and regardless of whether you are a proponent of design or emergent schools of strategizing, it provides you with a good checklist of what your strategy should cover. The section concludes by walking you through the application of the strategy diamond to the task of developing your personal strategy. The strategy diamond. All organizations have strategies. The real question for a business is not whether it has a strategy, but rather whether its strategy is effective or ineffective, and whether the elements of the strategy are chosen by managers, luck, or by default. You have probably heard the saying, luck is a matter of being in the right place at the right time. Well, the key to making sure you are in the right place at the right time is preparation, and in many ways, strategizing provides that type of preparation. Luck is not a bad thing. The challenge is to recognize luck when you see it, capitalize on luck, and put the organization repeatedly in luck's path. The strategy diamond was developed by strategy researchers Don Hambrick and Jim Fredrickson as a framework for checking and communicating a strategy, Hambrick, D, C, and Fredrickson, J, W, 2001. Are you sure you have a strategy? Academy of Management Executive, 19, 4, 51-62. You have already learned in this chapter about the need for focus and choice with strategy, but you might also have noticed that generic strategies and value disciplines do not spell out a strategy's ingredients. In critiquing the field of strategy, these researchers noted that after more than 30 years of hard thinking about strategy, consultants and scholars have provided executives with an abundance of frameworks for analyzing strategic situations. Missing, however, has been any guidance as to what the product of these tools should be or what actually constitutes a strategy. Hambrick, D, C, and Fredrickson, J, W, 2001. Are you sure you have a strategy? Academy of Management Executive, 19, 4, 51 to 62, ESP page 53. Figure 5.20 The Strategy Diamond. Adapted from Hambrick, D. C. and Fredrickson, J. W. 2001. Are you sure you have a strategy? Academy of Management Executive, 19, 4, 51 to 62. Because of their critique and analysis, they concluded that if an organization must have a strategy, then the strategy must necessarily have parts. The figure summarizes the parts of their diamond model, its facets, and some examples of the different ways that you can think about each facet. The diamond model does not presuppose that any particular theory should dictate the contents of each facet. Instead, a strategy consists of an integrated set of choices, but it isn't a catch-all for every important choice a manager faces. In this section, we will tell you a bit about each facet, addressing first the traditional strategy facets of arenas, differentiators, and economic logic. Then we will discuss vehicles and finally the staging and pacing facet. Arenas, differentiators, and economic logic. We refer to the first three facets of the strategy diamond, arenas, differentiators, and economic logic, as traditional in the sense that they address three long-standing hallmarks of strategizing. Specifically, strategy matches up market needs and opportunities, located in arenas, with unique features of the firm, shown by its differentiators, to yield positive performance, economic logic. While performance is typically viewed in financial terms, it can have social or environmental components as well. Let's start with arenas. Answers to strategy questions about arenas tell managers and employees where the firm will be active. For instance, Nike is headquartered in Washington County, on the outskirts of Beaverton, Oregon. Today, Nike's geographic market arenas are most major markets around the globe, but in the early 1960s, Nike's arenas were limited to Pacific Northwest track meets accessible by founder Phil Knight's car. In terms of product markets, another part of where the young Nike company, previously Blue Ribbon Sports, sold only track shoes and not even shoes it manufactured. Beyond geographic market and product market arenas, an organization can also make choices about the value chain arenas in its strategy. To emphasize the choice part of this value chain arena, Nike's competitor New Balance manufactures nearly all the athletic shoes that it sells in the United States. Thus, these two sports shoe companies compete in similar geographic and product market arenas, but differ greatly in terms of their choice of value chain arenas. What about differentiators? Differentiators are the things that are supposedly unique to the firm such that they give it a competitive advantage in its current and future arenas. A differentiator could be asset-based, that is, it could be something related to an organization's tangible or intangible assets. A tangible asset has a value and physically exists. Land, machines, equipment, automobiles, and even currencies are examples of tangible assets. For instance, the oceanfront land on California's Monterey Peninsula, where the Pebble Beach Golf Course and Resort is located, is a differentiator for it in the premium golf course market. An intangible asset is a non-physical resource that provides gainful advantages in the marketplace. Brands, copyrights, software, logos, patents, goodwill, and other intangible factors afford name recognition for products and services. Obviously, the Nike brand has become a valuable intangible asset because of the broad awareness and reputation for quality and high performance that it has built. Differentiators can also be found in capabilities, that is, how the organization does something. Walmart, for instance, is very good at keeping its costs low. Nike, in contrast, focuses on developing leading-edge, high-performance athletic performance technologies, as well as up-to-the-minute fashion in active sportswear. The third facet of the strategy diamond in this traditional view is economic logic, which explains how the firm makes money. Economic logic tells us how profits will be generated above the firm's cost of capital. The collapse in the late 1990s of stock market valuations for internet companies lacking in profits, or any prospect of profits, marked a return to economic reality. Profits above the firm's cost of capital are required to yield sustained or longer-term shareholder returns. While the economic logic can include environmental and social profits, benefits reaped by society, the strategy must earn enough financial profits to keep investors, owners, taxpayers, governments, and so on willing to continue to fund the organization's costs of doing business. A firm performs well, i.e., has a strong, positive economic logic, when its differentiators are well aligned with its chosen arenas. Vehicles. You can see why the first three facets of the strategy diamond, arenas, differentiators, and economic logic, might be considered the traditional facets of strategizing in that they cover the basics. 1. External environment. 2. Internal organizational characteristics. And 3. Some fit between them that has positive performance consequences. The fourth facet of the strategy diamond is called vehicles. If arenas and differentiators show where you want to go, then vehicles communicate how the strategy will get you there. Specifically, vehicles refer to how you might pursue a new arena through internal means, through help from a new partner or some other outside source, or even through acquisition. In the context of vehicles, this is where you determine whether your organization is going to grow organically, acquisitively, or through a combination of both. Organic growth is the growth rate of a company excluding any growth from takeovers, acquisitions, or mergers. Acquisitive growth, in contrast, refers precisely to any growth from takeovers, acquisitions, or mergers. Augmenting either organic or acquisitive growth is growth through partnerships with other organizations. Sometimes such partnership-based growth is referred to as co-opetition because an organization cooperates with others, even some competitors, in order to compete and grow. Vehicles are considered part of the strategy because there are different skills and competencies associated with different vehicles. For instance, acquisitions fuel rapid growth, but they are challenging to negotiate and put into place. Similarly, alliances are a great way to spread the risk and let each partner focus on what it does best. But at the same time, to grow through alliances also means that you must be really good at managing relationships in which you are dependent on another organization over which you do not have direct control. Organic growth, particularly for firms that have grown primarily through partnering or acquisition, has its own distinct challenges, such as the fact that the organization is on its own to put together everything it needs to fuel its growth. Staging and pacing. Staging and pacing constitute the fifth and final facet of the strategy diamond. Staging and pacing reflect the sequence and speed of strategic moves. This powerful facet of strategizing helps you think about timing and next steps, instead of creating a strategy that is a static, monolithic plan. As an example, the managers of Chuy's, a chain of Austin, Texas-based Tex-Mex restaurants, wanted to grow the business outside of Austin, but at the same time, they knew it would be hard to manage these restaurants that were farther away. How should they identify in which cities to experiment with new outlets? Their creative solution was to choose cities that were connected to Austin by Southwest Airlines. Since Southwest is inexpensive and its point-to-point system means that cities are never much more than an hour apart, the Austin managers could easily and regularly visit their new ventures out of town. Remember, strategizing is about making choices, and sequencing and speed should be key choices, along with the other facets of the strategy. The staging and pacing facet also helps to reconcile the designed and emergent portions of your strategy. The strategy diamond and your personal growth and development strategy. The strategy diamond is a useful professional and personal tool for managers. How might it benefit them personally? Well, in the same way it can benefit you, the following figure maps out how your strategy fits in the planning aspect of PLC. Remember that, like in PLC, your personal strategy should be guided by your own mission and vision. Let's look at how you might apply the strategy diamond to your personal growth and development objectives. Figure 5.21 Planning and your personal growth and development strategy. Personal arenas and differentiators. Your arenas and differentiators will answer such personal growth and development questions as: what type of work do I want to do? What leisure activities do I like? Where do I want to live? What capabilities, differentiators, do I need to participate in these arenas? What organizations value these capabilities, differentiators? What capabilities, differentiators, do I want to have and excel in? Your personal arenas can be an activity you want to do, a specific job, or simply a geographic location. For instance, do you want to be a store manager, an accountant, an entrepreneur, or a CEO? Or do you want to live in a certain locale? For instance, I will do anything just as long as I can live in Paris. It can also be a combination of several. For example, perhaps you want to be a software designer for Google and live in San Francisco. The more specific you are about the arenas in your strategy, the better you will be able to plot out the other facets. Going back to our Google example, your personal differentiators would likely have to include the demonstration of excellence in software design and an affinity for the Google corporate culture. More broadly, the differentiators facet of your personal strategy should map onto your arenas facet. That is, they should clearly fit together. Also, recognize too that your differentiators are subject to VRIO, in that where your capabilities are valuable and rare, you may be more likely to economically benefit from them with employers. This foreshadows the link between personal differentiators and personal economic logic. Personal vehicles. The personal vehicles facet of your strategy answers questions such as: what do I need to accomplish on my own? What do I want to accomplish on my own? What do I need to accomplish with the help of others? Who are they? We often think that our careers and quality of life are up to us, will be based on our choices and actions alone. If that is your belief, i.e., you are a rugged individualist, then your personal growth and development strategy seems to be highly dependent on what you do, but not on the contributions of others. It is true that we have to develop our own knowledge and capabilities to move forward. However, in reality, we also typically get most things done through and with others. You have friends and family outside of work and colleagues, employees, and bosses at work. The vehicles component of your personal strategy diamond should spell out how your growth and development is a function of what you do. When we talk about organizations, we refer to this as organic growth and what you depend on others to do. The better you understand your dependence on others, the better you will likely be able to manage those relationships. Personal staging and pacing. You can think of personal staging and pacing as the implications of your strategy for your own Outlook calendar. Personal staging and pacing answers questions like: what sequence of events does my strategy require? What are the financial requirements and consequences of each event? What is my deadline for the first event? Is the deadline flexible? Can I manage the pacing of the achievement of each event? How will timing affect achievement of my personal growth and development strategy? Do some events provide an opportunity to reconsider or adjust my strategy? For instance, if you want to be a manager of a retail store, it is likely you might need a related college degree and experience. Your personal staging and pacing would answer questions about how you would achieve these. the financial implications of each, as well as their timing. Personal economic logic. Finally, your personal growth and development strategy will likely have an economic logic. Personal economic logic answers questions such as, how does achievement of my strategy help me pay the bills? What dimensions of my strategy, like arenas or differentiators, is the economic logic of my strategy most dependent on? How sustainable is the economic logic of my strategy? We can see this most clearly when magazines publish lists of high-demand jobs. When employees have skills that are in high demand by employers, the price of those skills in the form of paycheck is usually bid up in the market. For organizations, economic logic is typically viewed in terms of financial performance. However, increasingly, firms target social and environmental performance as well. Similarly, the economic logic of your strategy can have implications for what you do to improve social and environmental conditions. This can happen directly through your volunteer hours or indirectly through your financial support of causes you believe in. Key takeaway. In this section, we discussed how to put together a strategy diamond. The first step involves identifying the organization's arenas, differentiators, and economic logic. This step involves a basic understanding of strategy and summarizes many of the traditional views in strategic management. The second step involves contemplating how the organization would compete or grow in existing or new arenas, and this is where the vehicles came into play. Finally, you considered the sequencing and speed of strategic initiatives by learning about the strategy diamond facet of staging and pacing. Together, these 5 facets, i.e., arenas, differentiators, economic logic, vehicles, staging, and pacing, constitute the strategy diamond. We concluded the chapter with an application of the strategy diamond to your personal situation. Module 1. Introduction to Risk Assessment and Quality Project Management. Learning Outcomes. Contextualize what risk assessment and risk management encompass. Analyze the process of risk management. Determine the importance of quality management for a project. This introduction to project risk assessment and quality project management is aligned with the PMI Global Standard for Project Management, namely the PMBOK Guide, 7th edition. According to the Guide to the Project Management Body of Knowledge, PMBOK Guide, a risk is an uncertain event that, if it occurred, has an effect on at least one of the project objectives. Conducting a risk assessment is not uncommon, but please note that this is a step that needs to take place prior to the project manager engaging in the process of managing the risk. Risk assessment and risk management differs. However, it is clear that these are integrated. Risk assessment in project management is the systematic process of detecting hazards, uncertainties and barriers and analyzing any related risks, followed by implementing appropriate control measures to eliminate or mitigate them. These control measures directly reflect the management process for the risk. The project risk management strategy addresses the risk assessment process and creates a blueprint for the project manager and the project team that allows them to identify, classify, prioritize, and mitigate risks. Overall, the technique known as risk management includes an assessment of the risks involved. Therefore, it becomes critical for the project manager to understand and master this process in the early stages of the project life cycle. If the risk assessment process, the beginning of a health and safety management approach, is not conducted effectively or at all, it is doubtful that the required preventive actions will be identified or implemented. Consequently, the project outcomes become compromised. With the risk assessment procedure, the project manager examines the project activities to Identify procedures and circumstances that have the potential to create harm and especially impact the success of the project completion. Determine the likelihood of each risk occurring and the severity of its potential repercussions. Determine what measures can be adopted to prevent the occurrence of or to mitigate these risks. It is essential to distinguish between uncertainties, hazards, and risks. A hazard is anything that has the potential to cause harm, such as workplace accidents, emergency situations, poisonous chemical substances, employee disputes, stress, and so on. In contrast, a risk is the likelihood that a danger may produce harm. Uncertainties are considered triggers to potential risks and/or hazards. As part of the risk assessment plan, the project manager will identify the various uncertainties that can impact the activities of the project, identify hazards, and then quantify the probability or risk of their occurrence. Depending on the project field, the objective of a risk assessment strategy is to assist businesses to prepare for and minimize risks. Other objectives include: provide an evaluation of potential project variation, prevent variation of project specifications, meet legal obligations, develop a precise listing of accessible assets, justify the expenses of risk management, determine the budget for risk mitigation. Understand the return on investment of applying a risk management strategy. Before introducing new processes or activities, businesses should conduct a risk assessment. It is important for risk assessments to be adapted to each individual organization and project field. Although there is no policy that fits all, there are certain fundamental concepts that we may follow to establish appropriate risk assessment methods and develop a robust risk management approach. The following modules in this book will discuss some of these processes and details. Why is risk management important in project management? An unmanaged risk can make it difficult for a project to meet its goals and may even make it impossible for the project to be successful. Risk management is essential during the start, planning, and execution phases of a project. When risks are well managed, the probability of a successful project considerably increases. Project managers can determine the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and hazards that are associated with the project by using effective risk management methods. As a project manager, you might be better prepared to deal with uncertainties if plans are made for these, and the project team is guided to mitigate them as well. It is important to define how, as project managers, we can deal with any risks to ensure the successful completion of our projects. This will enable us to recognize, minimize, or eliminate problems as they arise. Successful project managers are therefore aware of the significance of risk management. This is because the success of a project depends on factors such as planning, preparation, outcomes, and assessment, all of which contribute to accomplishing strategic goals. Putting together a plan for success. Establishing a list of both internal and external risks is one of the ways in which risk management strategies help with project success. This strategy will normally include the risks that have been identified, along with their associated probabilities, potential impacts, and recommended countermeasures. Events with a low risk typically have a minimal or no effect on the budget, the schedule, or the performance. A moderate amount of risk might result in a small but noticeable increase in costs, a disturbance of the schedule, or a decline in performance. Events with a high probability of occurring are very likely to result in a substantial increase in the budget, a disruption of the schedule, or performance issues. Regardless, it is the responsibility of the project manager to establish a plan for the project's success, and managing risks can be the start of this journey. Effective project managers also communicate their strategy to the project sponsors, stakeholders, and team members to guarantee that projects are carried out without a hitch. Stakeholders who supply financial support and whose lives are influenced by the results will have expectations as a result of this. Therefore, engaging stakeholders early in the project guarantees that the project is carried out efficiently so that the transition from one phase to the next is uninterrupted. By establishing clear and transparent communications, it can be guaranteed that the whole project team will be able to respond successfully to issues that arise and call for action by recognizing possible risks in advance, taking steps to minimize them, and dealing with those that do arise. Proactivity versus reactivity. If the project host organization has a risk management strategy in place, as a project manager, you won't have to spend time continually putting out fires, since you'll be able to be proactive and take measures to limit any damages before they even occur. The team working on the project will have the ability to turn the risks that have been identified into practical activities that will lower the possibility of these occurring. These actions are then recast as backup plans, which ideally won't need to be implemented. In the case that a risk event takes place, the contingency plan may be developed quickly, which will reduce the amount of time that a project is potentially delayed. Project managers can potentially increase the likelihood of the organization's success by reducing and removing the risks prior to these eventuating. Project success can more likely be achieved by proactively minimizing or eliminating risks so that projects can effectively be completed on time, under budget, and meet the required specifications. In other words, by acting proactively and not reactively, projects managers can efficiently and effectively deliver projects. When an organization doesn't have specific techniques for risk management, proactive initiatives don't exist, leaving the organization exposed to challenges and becoming reactive and susceptible to failure. Organizations can maximize earnings while minimizing costs associated with operations that don't yield a return on investment because of effective risk management tactics. Effective project managers use extensive proactive analysis to determine whether current effort should take priority, depending on the results achieved, regardless of the uncertainties or challenges faced. Overall, risk management is essentially a technique in which we investigate, identify, and assess the risks that might influence our projects and then take measures to reduce those risks. The successful completion of our project depends on our ability to effectively identify, assess, and manage the associated risks, which makes risk management an essential component of project management. A plan of action comprised of several stages that are carried out to guarantee that the risk is removed is what is known as risk management. As project managers, we proactively respond to risks. However, if we are dealing with risks that are beyond our ability to manage, one option is to devise a plan of action that can lessen the impact of the risk. Given that it is impossible to eliminate the risk entirely and given that it is unprofessional to react to the risk rather than to plan an effective response. The role of project managers. Project managers with a good knowledge of risk assessment and management are those who are fully aware of all that is needed around risk management processes, regardless of the organization type or project field, and aware of the many strategies to reduce them. There is no doubt that project managers are responsible for managing risks. As we are now living in the age of uncertainties and multitasking, different organizations demand project managers to also be risk managers in addition to their other responsibilities. In fact, a significant number of organizations specializing in project management now provide project managers with training in risk management. In the field of project management, risk management is of critical importance. It enhances the organization's chances of becoming successful in every project endeavor. When working on a project of any kind, planning and putting into action an effective risk management strategy is beneficial in a number of ways. As project managers, you will Assist in avoiding any major risk effects. Provide the project team with the right tools to attain project management satisfaction. Ensure the timely and profitable completion of the project. Evaluate new opportunities on an ongoing basis. How to manage project risks. The right risk management approach helps enhance the chances of project success and keeps the project schedule and cost deviation near to zero. But how to manage the process? There is a lot of literature describing various processes of risk management. In this module, we will provide you with an overview of the steps involved in applying such systems. However, in later modules, we will address each component in detail and provide you with various methods and application techniques. Figure 1 shows the entire flow of the process, along with relationships and dependencies among each of the highlighted steps. The process starts with developing the risk management plan, followed by a risk assessment, identifying specific risks to the project, performing a qualitative analysis, performing a quantitative analysis if required, and planning the risk response. Figure 1. Example Responsibility Matrix by Carmen Reach, Samantha Papavasiliou, and Frank Alani, licensed under CC by Attribution 4.0. Overall, the process of risk management plays an essential part in the effective management and successful completion of a project. It is of critical importance in this process to conduct a risk analysis when establishing the scope of the project and planning accurate estimates, all of which contribute to effective project planning. Information on the feasibility of the project and information to enhance project planning are both made available through the process of identifying and analyzing project risks. As discussed earlier, one of the main goals of project risk management is to identify probable risk events and circumstances and to keep all stakeholders fully informed about these. The most important result of effective project risk management is increasing the chance that the project's value will be optimally realized and that the project will have a successful end. A failure to undertake project risk management to an acceptable level might have unfavorable consequences. It is possible to arrive at the erroneous conclusion that all potential risks have been eliminated and that there are no additional issues to be concerned about. It is also possible that it could lead to the project being terminated unnecessarily, which would result in the loss of the opportunity to take advantage of any potentially beneficial risks. The organization and the project manager must also be well aware that risk management does not come for free. In most cases, it adds major expenses and time to the completion of the project. Therefore, appropriate funding needs to be allocated to this process if an effective outcome is expected. Only then can the organization see the value of investing in the process and hope to prevent long-term impacts and project failure. Quality project management. It is impossible to stress how essential quality is to successful project management. The project team will be able to reliably offer high-quality goods and services if the project manager is also able to implement an effective project quality management strategy. Therefore, we have decided to combine both risk and quality management processes in this book. So, let's now talk about what quality project management encompasses. The methods and actions that are used to determine and attain the quality of the deliverables produced by a project are included in the scope of what is known as project quality management. However, quality is often difficult to pin down. How can one define quality? When it comes to project management, quality refers to the client's or other key stakeholders' requirements for the deliverables of the project. We can summarize quality as the degree to which a collection of intrinsic features fulfills standards. To be able to expand the definition of quality, it is necessary to understand the following terms. Validation, confirmation that the service/product satisfies the agreed scope requirements. Verification, conformity with specifications. Precision, the exact outcome to the agreed scope requirements. Accuracy, the proximity to the agreed scope requirements. Tolerance, acceptable range of outcome variation. In the late 1980s, project management incorporated quality management. No one can dispute the fact that project management is now quality-driven. Everyone chooses quality project delivery above mere project completion. Rever, 2007. A project quality management strategy is implemented under the direction of project managers, but the exact definition is given by the degree of flexibility in the project outcome requirements. Again, the primary objective is to produce a product or service according to the customer's or stakeholders' standards. This requires good knowledge and understanding of quality management concepts. There are three main concepts. 1. Satisfaction of customers. Without client satisfaction, quality cannot exist. Even if a delivery satisfies all of the customers' or stakeholders' requirements, if the process itself was not satisfying, there is still an issue. Obviously, the deliverable must fulfill these standards. Otherwise, the project has failed since neither the project's outcome nor its management has met the customers' or stakeholders' expectations. The project must deliver what was promised in order to fulfill the customer's requirements. The project team must identify the clients, comprehend their explicit and implicit requirements, and then transform their requirements into practical solutions. The PMBOK defines it as conformance with requirements and usability. Implementing quality control, therefore, requires controlling both procedures and people. Meeting regularly with the project customers or key stakeholder to provide updates is a great quality management approach. 2. Prevention. The quality of a project is planned, not examined. It is always less expensive to avoid errors than to repair them. The cost of quality, CQ, is the amount of money paid during and after a project ends to address issues and correct errors. Minimizing CQ is the number one priority for the project manager. CQ is divided into two categories, conformance and non-conformance costs. We will discuss these in more detail in later modules. However, Table 1 provides a brief example of each. Table 1. Cost of quality, CQ, examples. Conformance costs, considered preventative costs. Non-conformance costs, considered as internal failure costs. Documentation procedure, process/task/objective discard. Training, process/task/objective revision, rework. Equipment needed, warranty work. Testing time evaluations. Organization losses. Product/service inspections. Liability. 3. Continuous improvement. The concept of excellent project management entails an ongoing commitment to improve outputs throughout the duration of the project. Whether these improvements are done on a small scale, as gradual changes, or massive ones, the chance to recognize and respond to change needs to be present in the day-to-day activities of the project work breakdown structure and the project manager's daily management approach. The concept of continuous improvement needs ongoing monitoring and adequate forms of documentation of any issues faced, so that the lessons learned may be applied to the management of future initiatives and serve as the basis of quality management. However, for this to work, the project host organization must be dedicated to developing and implementing well-defined processes, as well as allocating resources to have the right continuous improvement system in place. Prior to planning for quality, a project manager must understand the quality expectations. What are the quality standards of the organization executing the project, and which quality standards apply to the specific nature of the project? As part of the planning process, the project manager and project team must establish the needs, determine how a stakeholder's requirements may be fulfilled, and identify the expenses and time needed to satisfy those requirements. We will discuss these fundamental processes in later modules. Overall, it is valid to state that the key stakeholders in a project define the quality attributes. The most prevalent quality attributes are performance, usability, appropriateness, dependability, and consistency, among others. The quality levels of these phrases are measured in accordance with project and organizational criteria and overall strategy. From project start to project completion, quality standards should be applied at each step and phase of the project life cycle. Thus, quality management should be implemented from the beginning to the finish of a project. Now, let's review our knowledge. Key takeaways. The project risk management strategy addresses the risk assessment process and creates a blueprint for the project manager and the project team that allows them to identify, classify, prioritize, and mitigate risks. When you begin the process of preparing for a project, one of the first things you need to think about is what may possibly go wrong with the endeavor. In order to get started with risk management, it is essential to begin with a crystal clear and specific explanation of the project's expected final outcome. Project quality management is the practice of managing and maintaining quality throughout a project. The immediate result of paying insufficient attention to quality is more rework and faults. Any modifications made to the parameters of the project should also result in a quality check being performed by the project manager and their team. The project manager should devise a strategy to ensure that procedures are continuously improved and put into action. Module 3. Risk Management Process by Life Cycle Phase. Learning Outcomes. Contextualize risk analysis categories within the project or organization. Analyze the life cycle of risk management. Determine the importance of ISO 31000 risk management for a project. The project life cycle commonly consists of 5 key phases: initiation, planning, execution, monitoring and controlling, and closure/handover. Project risk management occurs throughout the life cycle, and the process differs depending on the phase. ISO 31000 Risk Management. Risk management within a project is a process of identifying any potential risks prior to project commencement and creating a plan to mitigate risks and/or prevent them from occurring. Therefore, risk management requires taking an informed approach to understanding a project's risk appetite. The most common approach to managing risks is using the International Organization for Standardization, ISO 31000 approach, ISO 2018. The ISO 31000 considers that all organizations face numerous internal and external factors and influences, which add uncertainty to achieving objectives, ISO 2018. The ISO 31000 is outlined in Figure 3. Figure 3. ISO 31000. Author's interpretation based on the ISO 2018 source by Carmen Reach, Samantha Papavasiliou, and Frank Alani. Licensed under CC by Attribution 4.0. The process for the ISO 31000 ISO 2018 is outlined below. Communication and consultation. This step assists the project team and stakeholders to understand the risk, ISO 2018. This process seeks to promote awareness and understanding of risks, using consultation to obtain feedback to inform decision-making. Collaboration between stakeholders will assist in obtaining factual, timely, relevant, accurate, and understandable information. Both internal and external stakeholders need to be part of the steps within the risk management process. Establish context. Context within the risk management process needs to be established by developing an understanding of the internal and external environment in which the organization operates, ISO 2018. Risk assessment. This is the process of identifying, analyzing, and evaluating risk. Risk assessment needs to be systematic, iterative, and collaborative, using the stakeholders' knowledge. It should be based on the most recent information and supported by further research as required. Risk identification. This is the process of finding, recognizing, and describing potential risks which can support or threaten a project achieving its objectives. ISO 2018. The project team should use a wide range of techniques to identify risks which affect one or more objectives. Risk analysis. This is a comprehensive analysis of risk based on its characteristics. ISO 2018. This involves considering risks generally, their sources, consequences, likelihood, triggers, contingencies, controls, and control effectiveness. A key consideration is the risk exposure, which is the risk likelihood and consequence levels. A risk can have numerous causes and consequences and affect multiple objectives or goals. Risk evaluation. This process is used to support decision-making. It involves comparing the results of the risk analysis process to the predefined risk criteria which outlines when further action is required. ISO 2018. This can lead to a decision to transfer, avoid, treat/mitigate, approve, or reject. Risk treatment. This requires selecting and implementing options to address different risks. It includes determining risk treatment options, implementing the treatment, reviewing effectiveness, determining if the remaining levels of risk are acceptable and, where necessary, taking further action. ISO 2018. Monitor and review. This is the assurance process which determines the improvement of quality and effectiveness in the design, implementation, and outcomes. ISO 2018. Iterative reviews of risk management processes help determine if the treatments that are used in response to risk are effective or not. The ISO 31000 is an iterative process which helps the project team establish strategies and inform decision-making for risk. ISO 2018. Each activity associated with risk management requires interactions with stakeholders, considering internal and external contexts, the effectiveness of treatments, and the overarching completeness of the identification process. Let's look into the different risk management processes across the project lifecycle. Phase 1. Initiation. The project initiation phase is the start of the project. This requires establishing why a project is underway, its value, and how buy-in from the organization and sponsors will be obtained. PMI 2021. This phase is critical to developing a successful project. There are a number of failures, issues, problems, and risks which can occur in this phase. Approximately 65% to 75% of projects fail due to risks or issues which occur during the project initiation process. Andriol 2021. The project initiation phase requires consideration of unknown issues that could arise. There are more unknowns at the beginning of a project, as many of the deliverables, requirements, and outcomes are unclear. Risk analysis at the initiation phase requires weighing up the potential risks compared to the potential benefits, which will support an understanding of whether or not the project is worthwhile. The most common risks. No clear business or organizational strategy. The benefits for the project do not clearly link back to the organizational objectives, future plan, or strategies. Lack of capabilities, skills, and resources. Organizations do not always have the right resources, skills, and capabilities required for their proposed project. Lack of stakeholder support. Ensuring that key stakeholders are aware of the project, its value, and why it is underway is vital to success. A risk management framework should be reviewed and tailored to outline specifics within the project risk management plan in the initiation phase, PMI 2021. The risk management plan should include, at a minimum, possible risk sources and categories, Identification of project risks. Documentation within an influence and likelihood matrix. Risk response and action plan, also referred to as contingency plan. Risk threshold and metrics during closure. These elements will be detailed in Phase 2, Planning, below. Phase 2, Planning. Once a project has been agreed to or approved, it moves on to the planning phase. A key component of the planning phase involves expanding on the risk identification process. The planning phase of the project requires the project manager and team to document in detail the objectives, goals, and requirements that the project seeks to achieve, PMI 2021. These are called the critical success factors, CSF, which are the elements within a project deemed critical to the project achieving its goals, Bennett 2017. By describing these factors or requirements, project team members, stakeholders, and sponsors have a consistent understanding of what they are aiming towards. Risks are things which can threaten, prevent, or support the completion of the CSFs within the project. Risks can be positive or negative. A positive risk is an event which poses an opportunity for a project, whereas a negative risk presents a challenge or issue which needs to be overcome, Bennett 2017. Keeping this in mind, risk planning involves identifying the important risk events, either positive or negative, their prioritization and evaluation, and the process of developing responses. There are 3 primary steps which occur during the project planning phase for risk management. Step 1. Identification. The risk identification process requires creating the risk register and the risk breakdown structure, RBS, and completing a risk analysis, PMI 2021. However, the process starts with identifying potential risks. Ask what-if questions. Work with subject matter experts and project stakeholders to brainstorm. Analyze previous similar projects, looking at what risks and issues arose for them. Analyze the organizational process assets to understand the current organizational processes and any shortfalls or potential gaps. Make clear any assumptions and develop task dependencies within the project scoping discussions. Look at previous project experience. Consider and discuss the worst-case scenarios. Table 7 outlines some of the primary sources of risk identification. Table 7. Risk sources. Risk source. Description. Risk repository. A risk repository outlines historical data for risks that occurred within previously completed projects. Risk identification checklist. Risk identification checklist outlines questions which assist in identifying any gaps or risks within the project space. Subject matter expert, SME, judgment. Brainstorming and/or interviewing with SMEs. This can include experienced project team members, stakeholders, and technical experts. Project status. Status meetings, reports, progress reports, quality metrics. This provides information on the current state of the project, issues/risks faced, and violations to baselines. In addition to risk sources, risks can be identified by exploring the different risk categories, Lavanya and Manglarvich 2008. The risk category list is outlined in Table 8. It shows key areas which are prone to risks occurring, outlining the technical and organization risks with a set of standard categories based on the project type. Table 8. Risk categories. Project risk management. Organizational risks. Technical risks. Commercial risks. Environmental risks. Scope. Leadership. Requirements. Contracts. Politics. Complexity. Responsibility. Technology. Resources. Law. Schedule. Support. Software. Suppliers. competitors, budget, commitment, interface, financials, clients, communications, resources, performance, profits, stakeholders. These techniques can help us to identify risks early in the planning phase and are documented within the risk register. Table 9 provides an example of a risk register and suggested headings. Table 9. Example of headings within a risk register. The risk register includes an itemized list of the identified risks, and it is a primary component of the Project Risk Management Plan, PMI 2021. The identification process requires the project manager and the project team to consider what the potential risks are, how they could affect the project's CSFs, and when they could occur. Project teams can go overboard on the number of risks identified. It is recommended that only risks which have more than a 5% chance of occurring are noted. Additional documentation around risk management can include the creation of an RBS. This requires breaking the risks into key categories, which systematically sorts potential risks, PMI 2021. An example of an RBS is outlined in Figure 4. Figure 4. RBS example by Carmen Reach, Samantha Papavasiliou, and Frank Alani, licensed under CC by Attribution 4.0. Not all risks are identified within the planning phase. Project stakeholders, sponsors, and managers are aware that it is not possible to identify all risks. That is why it is necessary to have a process in place if an unplanned for risk arises in order to respond appropriately. Step 2. Evaluation and prioritization. The next step is evaluating the likelihood and consequence of each potential risk and prioritizing these risks. The most common way to determine the risk likelihood and consequence is risk equals likelihood x consequence. Both probability, likelihood, and impact, consequence, need to be understood and prioritized. This process requires prioritizing risks to ensure that stakeholders understand where their identified risks fit, Hilson and Hewlett 2004. Where risks have been identified, they need to be evaluated, either qualitatively or quantitatively, to determine their level of influence and consequence on the project. This will ensure that appropriate steps can be planned to mitigate or treat them. The list below outlines the probability, likelihood, of risk occurring and the risk impact or consequence. There are a number of ways to assess the likelihood and consequence of a potential risk. Qualitative risk assessment tools include impact of the risk on the total project. Consider the effect of the risk on the entire project. For example, identify if the risk impacts an activity along the critical path of the project. Combined impact of risks. Consider the likelihood and consequence of related risks on activities within the critical path. Risk assessment surveys. Complete data collection surveys to obtain subject matter experts' opinions about their perceived level of likelihood or consequence of risks. Impact assessments. Consider the likelihood and consequences of the risk's occurrence across different scenarios. Qualitative risk assessments can be done in isolation or completed with the support of quantitative risk assessments. Quantitative risk assessment tools include sensitivity analysis. This is a technique which helps understand the risks with the highest likelihood to impact the project. This analysis reviews the level of ambiguity of project components because these can affect the project objectives when all other parts of the project are meeting their planned baseline. Expected monetary value, EFV, analysis. This is a mathematical model which calculates the consequence of future scenarios which could happen, EMV equals risk probability * risk impact. Decision tree analysis. a schematization and calculation method for gauging the consequences of a chain of multiple choices in the presence of ambiguity. Simulation. A project model interprets the risks quantified by their likely consequence on project objectives. These link back to the total project objectives. Project simulations follow computer models to evaluate risk, and these determine the likelihood and consequence on budget or schedule. Simulations often use the Monte Carlo analysis. Empirical benchmarking methods. Historical project data is used to determine triggers and factors causing risks. These are used to determine contingencies, which were used in similar historical projects. The most common approach to understanding risk likelihood and consequence involves making a judgment call. This call includes determining the likelihood or probability of the risk occurring as a percentage and can be broken down into 4 categories, Lavanya and Manglarvici 2008. High probability of occurrence, greater than 80%. Medium-high probability of occurrence, less than 80% and greater than 60%. Medium-low probability of occurrence, less than 60% and greater than 30%. Low probability of occurrence, less than 30%. Alternatively, the consequence or impact of the risk occurring can be ranked. These can be broken down into 3 categories, Lavanya and Manglarvici 2008. High, catastrophic impact on outcomes or deliverables, rating A, 100. Medium, critical impact on outcomes or deliverables, rating B, 50. Low, marginal impact on outcomes or deliverables, rating C, 10. Table 10 provides a guideline for likelihood and consequence within the risk matrix. This is broken into the 4 elements of the iron, or project management, triangle. Table 10. Impact classification guideline. Project objective. Rating C, 10. Rating B, 50. Rating A, 100. Budget. Budget increase greater than 0% or $0. Budget increase between 5% and 10% or greater than $50,000. Budget increase greater than 10% or greater than $100,000. Schedule. Schedule delay greater than 0 days. Project schedule delay, 1 week, 7 days. Project schedule delay, 2 weeks, 14 days. Scope. A noticeable decrease in scope. Minor scope impact. Scope changes require approval and discussion. Quality. A noticeable quality reduction. Minor quality reduction does not impact functionality. Quality changes require approval. A risk score or rating represents the thresholds or classifications for risks. This is based on normal conditions. However, there are circumstances where an upgrade is needed. This includes when critical factors could impact the likelihood or consequence, for example. Who is the client? What level of importance is placed on the specific stakeholder? Is the project or risk management process vital to the long-term relationship between the organization and stakeholder? Is the risk already of concern to the stakeholders or clients? What are the potential penalties of not delivering the project in its current form, or for deviations from scope? Once the risk has been analyzed, the exposure level or risk score needs to be outlined. The risk scope can be determined through the multiplication of the impact/consequence rating with the risk probability or likelihood Lavanya and Manglarvici 2008. This is shown in Table 11. Table 11. Risk exposure scores, also referred to as the impact probability or likelihood consequence matrix. Colors within the matrix outline the urgency of the risk response required as part of the planning, and it documents the reporting levels. Once the urgency and exposure risks have been identified, the next step is to identify the risk occurrence timeframe, Lavanya and Manglarvich 2008. The most common timeframes are identified as near, could occur between now and the next month. Mid, could occur within the following 2 to 6 months. Far, could occur in a period of greater than 6 months. In addition to the above risk analysis process, it is important to understand the classification of risks and their impact on project budget, schedule, scope, and quality. This will help create a risk response process. Step 3. Risk response. The final step in the risk management process is developing the risk response or treatment plan. This is added to the risk register and provides vital information for what actions need to be taken if a risk occurs or is occurring, Lavanya and Manglarvich 2008. As risks can be triggered at any stage of the project, the treatment plan requires an appropriate level of detail. The risk response plan requires numerous components, including risk description associated with the risk analysis and assessment, planned action to respond to the risk arising, owner of risk response actions, commitment date required to finalize actions. The level of detail required for risk management plans will differ depending on their likelihood or consequence, Lavanya and Manglarvich 2008. For the most significant risks, e.g., high likelihood and consequence, a detailed action plan is necessary. For medium risks, e.g., medium likelihood and consequence, a brief action plan will do. For small risks, e.g., low likelihood and consequence, no action plan may be required at all. It is important that all risks within the action plan be allocated to a person who can take the actions required to respond to the risk. The action plan includes the following. The response plan. Each risk identified must be documented within the risk register, and these need to be discussed with the project sponsors and stakeholders. The process needs to be understood by the project manager. Action or response plans are not necessary for all risks. There are different responses which can be applied to the risks identified, Kendrick 2019, including avoid, threat to be eliminated or removed. Transfer, shift the risk to a third party. Mitigate/treat, take actions to reduce the probability or impact of the risk occurring. Accept, where necessary, it may be important to proceed and accept the risk. The risk response plan needs to consider the impact on schedule and budget. Therefore, when planning a risk response schedule, a budget needs to be outlined as precisely as possible. By being precise in the risk response plan, alternative actions can support the implementation of integrated changes. Once the response plan is successfully implemented, risk scores can be lowered or adjusted based on the current environment. Risk triggers. Each risk trigger needs to be documented within the broader risk register. The triggers can be used to identify the causes or warning signs. Furthermore, understanding triggers can support identifying risks that are about to occur or provide an indication about certain risks that are likely to occur. Table 12 outlines an example of the risk triggers. Table 12. Risk trigger examples. Risk event. Risk trigger. Schedule delay due to weather. Confirmed extended forecast showing adverse weather is set to occur. Limited resource availability. Unexpected leave due to illness. 3. Risk ownership. Every risk must be allocated an owner, and this person must be documented within the risk register, Lavanya and Manglarvich 2008. A risk owner is the person or position who can monitor the risk and undertake actions in the response plans. This risk owner reports changes to risk status and takes necessary actions. An example of a risk register is outlined in Table 13, showing the different triggers and response plans. The risk register needs to be updated throughout the risk management process and across the project management life cycle. Table 13. Risk register example. Phase 3. Execution. The project moves into the execution phase when work begins to meet the project goals and objectives, PMI 2021. As the project progresses, more information becomes available and more risks can be identified and support response planning. This highlights the importance of updating the risk register as new information comes to light. Phase 4. Monitor and control. The process of monitoring and controlling within project management and risk management is an iterative process which requires ongoing performance and status reporting, PMI 2021. These reports outline the current state of deliverables or outcomes in comparison to the baseline or plan/expected deliverables or outcomes. This is a point-in-time analysis, which is supported by a status report, e.g., quality, progress, follow-up, and risk reporting. Within risk management, the process of monitoring and controlling risk includes identifying new risks, planning responses for new risks as they arise, ongoing assessment of current risk status, documenting any triggered risk conditions, monitoring whether risks are becoming more likely or consequential over time, considering long-term planning and management of risk treatment plans. Key actions required within the monitoring and controlling process include risk reporting and reclassification. Risk reclassification refers to risks which are not ready to be closed, but whose likelihood and consequence decreases over time due to responses within the action plan. However, not all actions will have been sufficient to address the risks, and more actions may be needed. Next is risk reporting, which is where risk registers require updating. This includes going through risk identification, planning and responses, and status updates. The risk register is the primary risk tool and needs to be accessible by all key stakeholders. The monitoring and controlling process is mandatory in risk management. It is part of milestone and regular project meetings. The frequency of risk management meetings can be altered to meet the needs or risk level of the overall project. As part of the monitoring and controlling process, the risk thresholds may change. This includes the different priorities, where risks change from higher to lower exposure rates. Risks may decrease in risk thresholds or priorities, and lower ranked exposure risks can then be removed from response plans. Phase 5. Closure. When the project closure occurs, there needs to be agreement across the stakeholders, sponsors, and project team/manager that the risk management plans can be finalized along with the project, PMI 2021. All the risks that occurred need to be documented, and their impact needs to be assessed and documented. Table 14 outlines a documentation example for the closeout of a risk management process and corresponding risk register. Table 14. Closeout process of risk register. Risk. Mitigation. Execution. Closure. Late delivery due to weather. Use contingency reserve in the schedule to allow for delays. Confirm the amount of contingency used in the time frame. Inferior quality materials arrive. Send back inferior quality materials for a complete refund. Confirm the delays associated with sending back the inferior quality materials. A risk score or rating represents the thresholds or classifications for risks, Lavanya and Manglarvichi 2008. This is based on normal conditions. However, there are circumstances where an upgrade is needed, including when critical factors could impact the likelihood or consequence. Within the closure phase, additional lessons can be learned from the risk management process across the project management life cycle, PMI 2021. For risk management, this includes assessing the efficiency measures for risk metrics and the auditing processes. Risk metrics refer to the overall efficiency of the risk analysis and management. This is measured by capturing key metrics throughout the project, including number of risks that arose, number of risks identified, percentage or number of risks recurring, how the risks, issues, or problems faced within the project differed from the plan. Each of these metrics are documented within the lessons learned and support future project and risk planning. Risk audits are a process by which an independent analyst assesses the risks and provides recommendations on how to improve maturity or effectiveness of organizational/project risk management processes, PMI 2021. This process includes understanding how good the project team are at identifying risk, checking how complete the list of risks identified was, checking the effectiveness of the response plan, checking for links between the project and organizational risks. Risk audits are not the adherence to process type audit. Instead, they specifically aim to improve risk identification and analysis processes. Through the audit, organizations can set a benchmark for best practices in risk management processes. A risk audit is comprised of a group of technical or subject matter experts brought together via documentation reviews and interviews. Key outcomes of a risk audit include checklists for evaluating project risks, identifying the importance of risk analysis categories within the project or organization, documenting the key risk categories and triggers, adding any additional risks which were identified during the risk assessment process and which were missed in early planning, listing the top 10 project and organization risks which required the most attention. Overall, risk management occurs throughout the project lifecycle. However, project uncertainty can be hard to predict, and through an end-to-end risk management process, organizations and projects can learn from mistakes or previous projects. Within a project lifecycle, appropriate use of risk management supports mitigating crisis situations and improves the chances of successful project completion. Now, let's review our knowledge. Key takeaways. The ISO 31000 considers that all organizations face numerous internal and external factors and influences, which add uncertainty to achieving objectives. The risk identification process requires creating the risk register and the risk breakdown structure and completing a risk analysis. A risk score or rating represents the thresholds or classifications for risks. When the project ends, all the risks that occurred need to be documented, and their impact needs to be assessed and documented. Chapter 13, Risk Management Planning. Learning Objectives. Identify and prioritize risks to the project plan. Identify elements of risk management. Develop a risk response plan. Even the most carefully planned project can run into trouble. No matter how well you plan, your project can always encounter unexpected problems. Team members get sick or quit, resources that you were depending on turn out to be unavailable. Even the weather can throw you for a loop, e.g., a snowstorm. So does that mean that you're helpless against unknown problems? No. You can use risk planning to identify potential problems that could cause trouble for your project. Analyze how likely they are to occur, take action to prevent the risks you can avoid, and minimize the ones that you can't. A risk is any uncertain event or condition that might affect your project. Not all risks are negative. Some events, like finding an easier way to do an activity, or conditions, like lower prices for certain materials, can help your project. When this happens, we call it an opportunity, but it's still handled just like a risk. There are no guarantees on any project. Even the simplest activity can turn into unexpected problems. Anything that might occur to change the outcome of a project activity, we call that a risk. A risk can be an event, like a snowstorm, or it can be a condition, like an important part being unavailable. Either way, it's something that may or may not happen, but if it does, then it will force you to change the way you and your team work on the project. If your project requires that you stand on the edge of a cliff, then there's a risk that you could fall. If it's very windy out or if the ground is slippery and uneven, then falling is more likely. Figure 13.11. Figure 13.1 Risk Management Options. When you're planning your project, risks are still uncertain. They haven't happened yet. But eventually, some of the risks that you plan for do happen, and that's when you have to deal with them. There are 4 basic ways to handle a risk. Avoid. The best thing you can do with a risk is avoid it. If you can prevent it from happening, it definitely won't hurt your project. The easiest way to avoid this risk is to walk away from the cliff, but that may not be an option on this project. Mitigate. If you can't avoid the risk, you can mitigate it. This means taking some sort of action that will cause it to do as little damage to your project as possible. Transfer. One effective way to deal with a risk is to pay someone else to accept it for you. The most common way to do this is to buy insurance. Except, when you can't avoid, mitigate, or transfer a risk, then you have to accept it. But even when you accept a risk, at least you've looked at the alternatives and you know what will happen if it occurs. If you can't avoid the risk and there's nothing you can do to reduce its impact, then accepting it is your only choice. By the time a risk actually occurs on your project, it's too late to do anything about it. That's why you need to plan for risks from the beginning and keep coming back to do more planning throughout the project. The risk management plan tells you how you're going to handle risk in your project. It documents how you'll assess risk, who is responsible for doing it, and how often you'll do risk planning, since you'll have to meet about risk planning with your team throughout the project. Some risks are technical, like a component that might turn out to be difficult to use. Others are external, like changes in the market or even problems with the weather. It's important to come up with guidelines to help you figure out how big a risk's potential impact could be. The impact tells you how much damage the risk would cause to your project. Many projects classify impact on a scale from minimal to severe or from very low to very high. Your risk management plan should give you a scale to help figure out the probability of the risk. Some risks are very likely, others aren't. Risk management process. Managing risks on projects is a process that includes risk assessment and a mitigation strategy for those risks. Risk assessment includes both the identification of potential risk and the evaluation of the potential impact of the risk. A risk mitigation plan is designed to eliminate or minimize the impact of the risk events, occurrences that have a negative impact on the project. Identifying risk is both a creative and a disciplined process. The creative process includes brainstorming sessions where the team is asked to create a list of everything that could go wrong. All ideas are welcome at this stage, with the evaluation of the ideas coming later. Risk identification. A more disciplined process involves using checklists of potential risks and evaluating the likelihood that those events might happen on the project. Some companies and industries develop risk checklists based on experience from past projects. These checklists can be helpful to the project manager and project team in identifying both specific risks on the checklist and expanding the thinking of the team. The past experience of the project team, project experience within the company, and experts in the industry can be valuable resources for identifying potential risk on a project. Identifying the sources of risk by category is another method for exploring potential risk on a project. Some examples of categories for potential risks include the following: technical, cost, schedule, client, contractual, weather, financial, political, environmental, people. You can use the same framework as the Work Breakdown Structure, WBS, for developing a Risk Breakdown Structure, RBS. A risk breakdown structure organizes the risks that have been identified into categories using a table with increasing levels of detail to the right. The people category can be subdivided into different types of risks associated with the people. Examples of people risks include the risk of not finding people with the skills needed to execute the project or the sudden unavailability of key people on the project. Example, risks in John's move. In John's move, John makes a list of things that might go wrong with his project and uses his work breakdown structure as a guide. A partial list for the planning portion of the RBS is shown in Figure 13.2. Figure 13.2 Risk Breakdown Structure, RBS. The result is a clearer understanding of where risks are most concentrated. This approach helps the project team identify known risks, but can be restrictive and less creative in identifying unknown risks and risks not easily found inside the WBS. Risk evaluation. After the potential risks have been identified, the project team then evaluates each risk based on the probability that a risk event will occur and the potential loss associated with it. Not all risks are equal. Some risk events are more likely to happen than others, and the cost of a risk can vary greatly. Evaluating the risk for probability of occurrence and the severity or the potential loss to the project is the next step in the risk management process. Having criteria to determine high-impact risks can help narrow the focus on a few critical risks that require mitigation. For example, suppose high-impact risks are those that could increase the project costs by 5% of the conceptual budget or 2% of the detailed budget. Only a few potential risk events meet these criteria. These are the critical few potential risk events that the project management team should focus on when developing a project risk mitigation or management plan. Risk evaluation is about developing an understanding of which potential risks have the greatest possibility of occurring and can have the greatest negative impact on the project. Figure 13.3. These become the critical few. Figure 13.3 Risk and Impact. There is a positive correlation, both increase or decrease together, between project risk and project complexity. A project with new and emerging technology will have a high complexity rating and a correspondingly high risk. The project management team will assign the appropriate resources to the technology managers to ensure the accomplishment of project goals. The more complex the technology, the more resources the technology manager typically needs to meet project goals, and each of those resources could face unexpected problems. Risk evaluation often occurs in a workshop setting. Building on the identification of the risks, each risk event is analyzed to determine the likelihood of occurrence and the potential cost if it did occur. The likelihood and impact are both rated as high, medium, or low. A risk mitigation plan addresses the items that have high ratings on both factors, likelihood and impact. Example, risk analysis of equipment delivery. A project team analyzed the risk of some important equipment not arriving at the project on time. The team identified 3 pieces of equipment that were critical to the project and would significantly increase costs if they were late in arriving. One of the vendors, who was selected to deliver an important piece of equipment, had a history of being late on other projects. The vendor was good and often took on more work than it could deliver on time. This risk event, the identified equipment arriving late, was rated as high likelihood with a high impact. The other 2 pieces of equipment were potentially a high impact on the project, but with a low probability of occurring. Not all project managers conduct a formal risk assessment on a project. One reason, as found by David Parker and Alison Moby in their phenomenological study of project managers, was a low understanding of the tools and benefits of a structured analysis of project risks, 2004. The lack of formal risk management tools was also seen as a barrier to implementing a risk management program. Additionally, the project manager's personality and management style play into risk preparation levels. Some project managers are more proactive and develop elaborate risk management programs for their projects. Other managers are reactive and are more confident in their ability to handle unexpected events when they occur. Yet others are risk-averse and prefer to be optimistic and not consider risks or avoid taking risks whenever possible. On projects with a low complexity profile, the project manager may informally track items that may be considered risk items. On more complex projects, the project management team may develop a list of items perceived to be higher risk and track them during project reviews. On projects of even greater complexity, the process for evaluating risk is more formal with a risk assessment meeting or series of meetings during the life of the project to assess risks at different phases of the project. On highly complex projects, an outside expert may be included in the risk assessment process, and the risk assessment plan may take a more prominent place in the project implementation plan. On complex projects, statistical models are sometimes used to evaluate risk because there are too many different possible combinations of risks to calculate them one at a time. One example of the statistical model used on projects is the Monte Carlo simulation, which simulates a possible range of outcomes by trying many different combinations of risks based on their likelihood. The output from a Monte Carlo simulation provides the project team with the probability of an event occurring within a range and for combinations of events. For example, the typical output from a Monte Carlo simulation may indicate a 10% chance that one of the 3 important pieces of equipment will be late and that the weather will also be unusually bad after the equipment arrives. Risk mitigation. After the risk has been identified and evaluated, the project team develops a risk mitigation plan, which is a plan to reduce the impact of an unexpected event. The project team mitigates risks in various ways: risk avoidance, risk sharing, risk reduction, risk transfer. Each of these mitigation techniques can be an effective tool in reducing individual risks and the risk profile of the project. The risk mitigation plan captures the risk mitigation approach for each identified risk event and the actions the project management team will take to reduce or eliminate the risk. Risk avoidance usually involves developing an alternative strategy that has a higher probability of success, but usually at a higher cost associated with accomplishing a project task. A common risk avoidance technique is to use proven and existing technologies rather than adopt new techniques, even though the new techniques may show promise of better performance or lower costs. A project team may choose a vendor with a proven track record over a new vendor that is providing significant price incentives to avoid the risk of working with a new vendor. The project team that requires drug testing for team members is practicing risk avoidance by avoiding damage done by someone under the influence of drugs. Risk sharing involves partnering with others to share responsibility for the risky activities. Many organizations that work on international projects will reduce political, legal, labor, and others risk types associated with international projects by developing a joint venture with a company located in that country. Partnering with another company to share the risk associated with a portion of the project is advantageous when the other company has expertise and experience the project team does not have. If a risk event does occur, then the partnering company absorbs some or all of the negative impact of the event. The company will also derive some of the profit or benefit gained by a successful project. Risk reduction is an investment of funds to reduce the risk on a project. On international projects, Companies will often purchase the guarantee of a currency rate to reduce the risk associated with fluctuations in the currency exchange rate. A project manager may hire an expert to review the technical plans or the cost estimate on a project to increase the confidence in that plan and reduce the project risk. Assigning highly skilled project personnel to manage the high-risk activities is another risk reduction method. Experts managing a high-risk activity can often predict problems and find solutions that prevent the activities from having a negative impact on the project. Some companies reduce risk by forbidding key executives or technology experts to ride on the same airplane. Risk transfer is a risk reduction method that shifts the risk from the project to another party. The purchase of insurance on certain items is a risk transfer method. The risk is transferred from the project to the insurance company. A construction project in the Caribbean may purchase hurricane insurance that would cover the cost of a hurricane damaging the construction site. The purchase of insurance is usually in areas outside the control of the project team. Weather, political unrest, and labor strikes are examples of events that can significantly impact the project and that are outside the control of the project team. Contingency plan. The project risk plan balances the investment of the mitigation against the benefit for the project. The project team often develops an alternative method for accomplishing a project goal when a risk event has been identified that may frustrate the accomplishment of that goal. These plans are called contingency plans. The risk of a truck driver's strike may be mitigated with a contingency plan that uses a train to transport the needed equipment for the project. If a critical piece of equipment is late, the impact on the schedule can be mitigated by making changes to the schedule to accommodate a late equipment delivery. Contingency funds are funds set aside by the project team to address unforeseen events that cause the project costs to increase. Projects with a high-risk profile will typically have a large contingency budget. Although the amount of contingency allocated in the project budget is a function of the risks identified in the risk analysis process, contingency is typically managed as one line item in the project budget. Some project managers allocate the contingency budget to the items in the budget that have high risk rather than developing one line item in the budget for contingencies. This approach allows the project team to track the use of contingency against the risk plan. This approach also allocates the responsibility to manage the risk budget to the managers responsible for those line items. The availability of contingency funds in the line item budget may also increase the use of contingency funds to solve problems rather than finding alternative, less costly solutions. Most project managers, especially on more complex projects, manage contingency funds at the project level, with approval of the project manager required before contingency funds can be used. Project risk by phases. Project risk is dealt with in different ways depending on the phase of the project. Initiation. Risk is associated with things that are unknown. More things are unknown at the beginning of a project, but risk must be considered in the initiation phase and weighed against the potential benefit of the project's success in order to decide if the project should be chosen. Example: risks by phase in John's move. In the initiation phase of his move, John considers the risk of events that could affect the whole project. Let's assume that John's move is not just about changing jobs, but also a change of cities. This would certainly incur more risks for the project. He identifies the following risks during the initiation phase that might have a high impact and rates the likelihood of their happening from low to high. His new employer might change his mind and take back the job offer after he's given notice at his old job. Low. The current tenants of his apartment might not move out in time for him to move in by the first day of work at the new job. Medium. The movers might lose his furniture. Low. The movers might be more than a week late delivering his furniture. Medium. He might get in an accident driving from Chicago to Atlanta and miss starting his job. Low. John considers how to mitigate each of the risks. During his job hunt, John had more than one offer, and he is confident that he could get another job, but he might lose deposit money on the apartment and the mover. He would also lose wages during the time it took to find the other job. To mitigate the risk of his new employer changing his mind, John makes sure that he keeps his relationships with his alternate employers cordial and writes to each of them thanking for their consideration in his recent interviews. John checks the market in Atlanta to determine the weekly cost and availability of extended stay motels. John checks the mover's contract to confirm that they carry insurance against lost items, but they require the owner to provide a detailed list with value estimates, and they limit the maximum total value. John decides to go through his apartment with his digital camera and take pictures of all of his possessions that will be shipped by truck, and to keep the camera with him during the move so he has a visual record and won't have to rely on his memory to make a list. He seals and numbers the boxes so he can tell if a box is missing. If the movers are late, John can use his research on extended stay motels to calculate how much it would cost. He checks the moving company's contract to see if they compensate the owner for late delivery, and he finds that they do not. John checks the estimated driving time from Chicago to Atlanta using an internet mapping service and gets an estimate of 11 hours of driving time. He decides that it would be too risky to attempt to make the drive by himself in one day, especially if he didn't leave until after the truck was packed. John plans to spend one night on the road in a motel to reduce the risk of an accident caused by driving while too tired. John concludes that the medium risks can be mitigated and the costs from the mitigation would be acceptable in order to get a new job. Planning phase. Once the project is approved and it moves into the planning stage, risks are identified with each major group of activities. A risk breakdown structure, RBS, can be used to identify increasing levels of detailed risk analysis. Example, risk breakdown structure for John's move. Figure 13.4 risk breakdown structure, RBS, for packing John's apartment. John decides to ask Dion and Carlita for their help during their first planning meeting to identify risks, rate their impact and likelihood, and suggest mitigation plans. They concentrate on the packing phase of the move. They fill out a table of risks, as shown in Figure 13.4. Implementation phase. As the project progresses and more information becomes available to the project team, the total risk on the project typically reduces as activities are performed without loss. The risk plan needs to be updated with new information and risks checked off that are related to activities that have been performed. Understanding where the risks occur on the project is important information for managing the contingency budget and managing cash reserves. Most organizations develop a plan for financing the project from existing organizational resources, including financing the project through a variety of financial instruments. In most cases, there is a cost to the organization to keep these funds available to the project, including the contingency budget. As the risks decrease over the length of the project, if the contingency is not used, then the funds set aside by the organization can be used for other purposes. To determine the amount of contingency that can be released, the project team will conduct another risk evaluation and determine the amount of risk remaining on the project. If the risk profile is lower, the project team may release contingency funds back to the parent organization. If additional risks are uncovered, a new mitigation plan is developed including the possible addition of contingency funds. Closeout phase. During the closeout phase, agreements for risk sharing and risk transfer need to be concluded and the risk breakdown structure examined to be sure all the risk events have been avoided or mitigated. The final estimate of loss due to risk can be made and recorded as part of the project documentation. If a Monte Carlo simulation was done, the result can be compared to the predicted result. Example, risk closeout on John's move. To close out the risk mitigation plan for his move, John examines the risk breakdown structure and risk mitigation plan for items that need to be finalized. He makes a checklist to be sure all the risk mitigation plans are completed, as shown in Figure 13.5. Risk is not allocated evenly over the life of the project. On projects with a high degree of new technology, the majority of the risks may be in the early phases of the project. On projects with a large equipment budget, the largest amount of risk may be during the procurement of the equipment. On global projects with a large amount of political risk, the highest portion of risk may be toward the end of the project. Figure 13.5 closeout of risk mitigation plan for John's move. Key takeaways. A risk is any uncertain event or condition that might affect your project. Risk can be negative or positive. The risk management identifies key risks and develops plans to prevent them and/or mitigate their adverse effects. Managing risks on projects is a process that includes risk assessment and a mitigation strategy for those risks. Risk assessment may be objective or subjective/qualitative or quantitative, includes both the identification of potential risk and the evaluation of the potential impact of the risk. Risk identification involves using a checklist to identify potential risks and evaluating the likelihood that those events might happen on the project. Identifying the sources of risk by category, exploring potential risk on a project. A risk breakdown structure, RBS, organizes the risks that have been identified into categories using a table with increasing levels of detail to the right. After the potential risks have been identified, the project team then evaluates each risk based on the probability that a risk event will occur and the potential impact, loss associated with it. A risk mitigation plan is designed to eliminate or minimize the impact of the risk events, occurrences that have a negative impact on the project. The project team mitigates risks in various ways. Risk avoidance, risk sharing, risk reduction, risk transfer. Contingency funds are funds set aside by the project team to address unforeseen events that cause the project costs to increase. Projects with a high-risk profile will typically have a large contingency budget. Project risk is dealt with in different ways depending on the phase of the project. SWOT analysis as a strategic tool for developing the quality management system of an educational organization. Irina Spichak 1*, Svetlana Stanyushkina 2, Igor Polvoy 2, Anastasia Nazarova 2, and Svetlana Kucheryavenko 2. 1 Institute of Pharmacy, Chemistry and Biology of Belgorod State National Research University Belgorod, Russia. 2 Institute of Economics and Management, Belgorod State National Research University Belgorod, Russia. Asterisk corresponding author, Spichak at bsu.edu.ru. Abstract. The article discusses the need to implement effective risk management tools in the quality management system of an educational organization due to the increasing requirements of the external environment, increasing competition, and the globalization of the educational space. The main focus is on SWOT analysis as one of the reliable and effective tools for qualitative analysis of the organization's strengths and weaknesses, opportunities and threats. The article highlights the features of using SWOT analysis in the process of risk management of an educational organization. Copyright the authors. Published by EDP Sciences, 2021. This is an open access article distributed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution License 4.0, which permits unrestricted use, distribution, and reproduction in any medium, provided the original work is properly cited. 1 Introduction. The current stage of development of the management system in the field of education is characterized by the consequences of internationalization and globalization of the educational space, increased competition, increasing instability and uncertainty of the external environment, for which it is necessary to create adequate diagnostic procedures for risk situations, management methods and tools, and create new requirements for the qualification of personnel. To do this, risk management tools are increasingly used, which is an integral part of strategic management in an educational organization, and allows to determine possible deviations from the planned results of activities and predict the onset of risk events in time. Recently, it has become obvious that new methods and technologies of risk management in educational organizations should be used instead of the old ones, which have already lost their strength and effectiveness. In this regard, educational organizations tend to focus on the needs and requirements of stakeholders, diagnose risk events at an early stage, and provide for the impact of negative consequences of risk situations at the stage of planning educational activities. Risk management should be carried out at various levels. This will allow to best control risks and take preventive measures. Thus, risk management should be an integrated system, not an independent one. Integrated risk management is a new concept of risk management, which is a structured and consistent approach characterized by pooling resources in order to reduce uncertainties in relation to a changing set of risks through the integration of a risk management system and a system of operational and strategic management. 1. The main features of an integrated approach to risk management in an educational organization are: continuity of the risk management process, coverage of all types of activities, the entire set of risks of an educational organization, and possible measures for their management are considered. Risk management is considered as a separate structural element integrated into the overall management system. Coordination by senior management and active use of motivation tools for personnel involved in risk management. Using a variety of methods and tools to identify and assess risks, as well as opportunities that arise during the implementation of a risk event in order to influence them to enhance the expected positive effect or minimize negative consequences. 2 main part. To identify risks and opportunities of an educational organization, their ratings, and further define actions for dealing with them, it mainly uses the analysis of various documentation and numerous methods and tools for collecting information. Some of them are brainstorming, Delphi method, expert survey, analogy method, and SWOT analysis. Then the risk assessment is performed, and we compare the results of the risk analysis with the established criteria to determine whether the risk and its probability are acceptable or reasonable. This contributes to making a decision about the impact on risk. Risk assessment should be performed at least once a year. The probability of risk can be determined on a 5-point scale, Table 1. The acceptable limit in BSU is the average probability of risk. Risks below the acceptable limit may be accepted without a risk management plan. Otherwise, risk management actions are developed and should be documented. The next step after the risk assessment is to analyze the factors for the probability of risks, their impact, proximity, and expected price of the risk event. 2. Quantitative and qualitative methods can be used in assessing the identified risks. Quantitative risk assessment consists in determining the numerical values corresponding to general and individual risks and ranking them by the degree of influence. Quantitative analysis allows to calculate the numerical values of the possibility of occurrence of risk events and their consequences during its conduct. Permits to make quantitative assessment of the degree of risk events and to identify the level of risk possible in a particular situation. Qualitative risk assessment involves identifying the interdependence between the causes and risk factors and assessing the conditions for their occurrence. It means determining the sources and causes of risk, forming stages and works in which the risk appears, identifying all possible risks, calculating profit and loss when making a risk decision. The qualitative analysis is based on the conclusions of experts, risk managers, as a result of which the subjectivity of such assessments reduces the validity of the results obtained. An additional increase in the reliability of the analysis results can be achieved by quantitative structuring of the estimated factors. One of the most effective expert methods of qualitative risk analysis is SWOT analysis, an approach based on comparing the opposite qualities of the evaluated object. The results of SWOT analysis are formalized in the form of a table containing 4 sections and allowing you to clearly contrast the strengths and weaknesses of the organization, its opportunities and threats. Based on the structural analysis, further research is conducted, including ranking of the identified factors and pairwise combination of strengths and weaknesses of the educational organization, its opportunities and threats. All this is reflected in the compilation of 4 lists. 1. Opportunities built on the strengths of the project. 2. Strengths that can be reduced by the possibility of threats. 3. Weaknesses that do not allow you to use the capabilities of the organization. 4. Project weaknesses that make the organization vulnerable to threats. Then measures are developed to overcome the most serious weaknesses and counter the most powerful threats. 3. Table 1. Scale evaluation of risk events probability. 3 results and discussion. The following table, Table 2, shows the results of the SWOT analysis of BSU as of January 1, 2020, taking into account the specifics of educational activities, which were worked out by the quality commissioners of BSU. After identification of threats, their assessment and analysis, the stage of choosing the method of exposure to risks comes, which is carried out mainly in 2 ways, reduction and preservation. Reducing risk implies reducing either the extent of possible damage or the likelihood of adverse events. There are 3 main ways to reduce risk. Rejection of risk. Avoidance of an event associated with risk, refusal of any operations/investments that carry an unacceptable risk for the educational organization, and therefore refusal of profit. Reduction of risk, reservation, limitation, distribution, minimization. Transfer of risk, insurance, hedging, and distribution. It is important to note that this method is rarely used by educational organizations. Risk transfer measures mean transferring responsibility for it to third parties while maintaining the existing level of risk. Keeping the risk at the existing level, which means creating special reserve funds that will contain funds to compensate for losses in the event of adverse events, is also rarely used in the practice of Russian universities. Risk management is determined by the effectiveness of the interaction process between all stakeholders in risk management. Risk management is carried out both in the internal and external educational environment, which confirms the need to interact with internal and external participants in this process. Risk management in higher education requires a clear distribution of powers and responsibilities that are necessary for making management decisions. In order to ensure full risk management, it is important first of all to establish effective interaction within the educational organization. Risk management is the responsibility of the top management. Its prerogative is to distribute responsibility and authority among the relevant employees. Decisions made in the risk management process must meet the requirements of Russian legislation and quality objectives. It is important to establish an optimal balance between the level of risk responsibility and the ability to control this risk. 4. The risk management process in the quality management system of BSU can be represented as follows. The Quality Management Center summarizes information about risks, opportunities, and defining actions for handling them in the processes of production and service delivery, procurement management, and annually includes it in the draft report on the analysis of the quality management system by management. Actions to manage and identify risks and opportunities in the form of events are reflected in the university's development strategy, in the roadmaps of target programs, in the work plans of the university and its structural divisions, in lists of instructions from the rector and academic council, and so on. The heads of structural divisions, together with the quality commissioners during planning, at least once a year, determine which of the factors identified in the SWOT analysis are the most important and can have a significant impact on the ability of the division to provide educational services that meet the requirements of consumers and applicable legal and regulatory requirements. Actions to deal with the assessed risks and opportunities in the form of measures aimed at minimizing risks and maximizing available opportunities are included in the quality assurance plan of the relevant process in order to prevent or reduce the undesirable impact of risks, eliminate the reasons for preventing their recurrence, use existing opportunities to ensure continuous improvement of the university's quality management system in general and its structural divisions in particular. The assessment of actions to handle risks and opportunities' effectiveness is carried out at the end of the academic year by making a record of the risk probability assessment by the head of the process in the structural divisions after the introduction of risk management measures in the completed column of the quality assurance plan on a 5-point scale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If a risk event still occurred and had a negative impact on the activities of the educational organization, the risk event receives the status of problem. Such problems are recorded in a special register. Educational organizations that implement lean manufacturing tools use visual boards with information about problem management. These visual boards usually contain a brief description of the problem, the owner of the problem, the place and time of its occurrence, the severity of the problem, the necessary actions and deadlines for solving it, the status of actions and the status of the problem. 5. The effectiveness of processes in relation to risks and opportunities is reflected in reports on the analysis of the quality management system by management at the level of both structural divisions and the university as a whole. In the report on the results of self-examination of BSU in the framework of collecting information when monitoring the effectiveness of higher education institutions. Table 2. Results of SWOT analysis for BSU on January 1, 2020. For conclusions. Thus, we can conclude that the operating environment of educational organizations is currently characterized by accelerated changes, globalization, instability, and constantly increasing requirements for the quality of services, which requires the use of effective strategic tools and risk management methods. The success of identifying risks and opportunities in the implementation of risk management depends on the use of various approaches to risk assessment and analysis, one of which is SWOT analysis. In the process of risk management, participation and interaction of all employees of the educational organization is of great importance, which requires a high level of communication development at the university and a high organizational culture. Identification of risks and opportunities should become an integral part of the quality management system of educational organizations and contribute to their continuous improvement and dynamic development. What is a PESTLE analysis? PESTLE analysis identifies and evaluates how political, economic, social, technological, legal, and environmental factors impact business operations. The strategic planning framework helps business and project managers in the decision-making process. A PESTLE analysis helps them determine how these factors will affect a business's performance and strategy in the long term. It gives a bird's-eye view of the whole environment that business managers need to consider while contemplating a certain business idea or plan based on the 6 elements of PESTLE analysis. In short, that's what the PESTLE analysis acronym stands for: political, economic, social, technological, legal, and environmental. But then, what is PESTLE analysis? A PESTLE analysis is essentially the same as a PESTLE analysis. The slight difference in naming, PESTLE versus PESTLE, doesn't reflect any difference in the analysis itself. It's simply a matter of preference in the order of the letters. The fundamental purpose and methodology remain the same in both frameworks. What are the 6 PESTLE macro-environmental factors in more detail? PESTLE analysis factors are political, economic, social, technological, legal, and environmental. They are all external factors, meaning the organization or business has no control over them. Political factors. Political factors in PESTLE analysis are government, trade, and tax policies, general political issues, changes in leadership, regulation and political trends, economic factors. Economic factors in PESTLE analysis are external factors that influence the economy's performance, which in turn can affect businesses, industries, and individuals. These factors include inflation, interest rates, exchange rates, economic growth, unemployment levels. Social factors. Social factors in PESTLE analysis are social and cultural changes, new trends and patterns in society. These can be lifestyle trends, education level, age distribution, general attitudes, consumer behavior, health consciousness, family and population size, technological factors. Technological factors in PESTLE analysis are external factors related to the existence, availability, and development of technology, automation, research and development, and the amount of technological awareness that a market possesses. Common factors in this section are e-commerce, cybersecurity threats, emerging technologies, big data and computing, AI and machine learning, supply chain automation. If we were to stop here, these factors would make for a pest analysis, much like Francis J. Aguilar came up with inventing pest. But let's continue. Legal factors. Legal factors in the PESTLE model are external factors that refer to how the law and regulations affect the way businesses operate. These may include labor laws, consumer laws, market regulation, health and safety laws, import-export regulations, anti-competitive practices, environmental factors. Environmental factors in PESTLE analysis are external factors that describe how our planet and ecosystem can impact the organization, and some are sustainability, climate change, waste management, environmental regulations, consumer environmental awareness. Note that each of the factors may have a different effect depending on the business type. For example, the rise of e-commerce, technological factor, has a positive impact on online shopping marketplaces such as Amazon, eBay, and Shopify. At the same time, it has negatively affected traditional retail stores such as JCPenney and Sears. Political support for renewable energy policies, political factor, is an ally for companies that manufacture and sell electric vehicles such as Tesla, but a challenging factor for businesses operating in the fossil fuel industry. Learn more details of the external factors here. Get our analysis in your inbox. Insights and resources on pestle analysis and other business analysis tools for business students, managers, and owners. Subscribe. No spam. Unsubscribe anytime. How to do a pestle analysis the right way. Once they know the 6 factors that make the pestle model, business and project managers need to ask certain questions to reveal how external factors affect the organization, business, or project. To know how to do pestle analysis, they need to ask political factors. What is the country's political situation, and how can it affect the industry and, subsequently, the business? Is the political environment changing, and what are the current trends under the specific administration? Economic factors. What does the economy look like currently? Is the economy growing or shrinking? Social factors. Are there any significant shifts in consumers' preferences and buying trends? What are the latest social patterns, and how have they influenced people's behavior? Technological factors. What are the latest technological advancements and breakthroughs? Legal factors. What kind of regulations and legislation are put into effect? Any key changes in the legal system and compliance policies? Environmental factors. What are the current environmental trends and policies? It's up to the manager or analyst to figure out what information is relevant to the scope of their analysis. For example, it doesn't make sense to include every legal or environmental factor if those have no influence on the specific organization in question. As long as the factors do affect the business, though, we don't just blindly list them in their relevant category. Usually, we start with the most impactful factor and move to less important ones for each category. When we have listed all key factors that influence the business operations, we can fill in the pestle analysis template. As a tip, try keeping your pestle analysis simple. They are better kept short and concise. Focus on relevant information and make sure the analysis leads to actionable recommendations and ideas. What is a pestle analysis used for, and why is it important? The aspects of this technique are crucial for any industry a business might be in. More than just understanding the market, the pestle analysis framework represents one of the vertebrae of the backbone of strategic management, which not only defines what a company should do but also accounts for an organization's goals and the strategies attached to them. As we said, a pestle analysis is used to analyze the macro environment and assess its 6 external factors: political, economic, social, technological, legal, environmental. As a result, pestle analysis is used for capturing new opportunities and avoiding potential threats. That's why pestle is usually accompanied by a SWOT analysis for a complete overview of the business. Advantages of pestle analysis. Pestle analysis is simple, easy, cost-effective, and straightforward. Offers a deeper understanding of the business. Raises alertness. Showcases opportunities. Makes the business compliant. Helps in future strategic planning. Disadvantages of pestle analysis. While being a powerful strategic planning tool, pestle analysis cannot offer the full picture. Is time-consuming. Is data-hungry. Needs regular updates. Risks mishandling information. Isn't necessarily the best tool because of its simplicity. Pestle analysis examples. Here at PSDLEanalysis.com, we have conducted a pestle analysis for various companies, industries, and even countries. Pestle analysis examples vary from startups to conglomerate corporations, from tiny to huge industries, from the smallest to the biggest countries in the world. Let's see a few distinct examples of each very briefly, since you may check the full analysis in the corresponding article. Pestle analysis example of a company. Let's first take a look at the external factors that affect Nike, the sportswear company, according to our pestle analysis of Nike, to understand the pestle meaning in the business world. Political. As an American company, Nike is influenced by the political stability in the United States. Other political factors include regulatory compliance, global trade policies and tariffs, international relations, and economic and environmental policies. Economic. Supply chain costs, market segmentation, and economic demographics are huge economic factors for Nike, followed by trade agreements and global economic fluctuations. Social. Nike is affected by the latest health and fitness trends, digital and social media influence, demographic shifts, and cultural and fashion trends. Technological. Innovation in product design and material are probably the biggest technological factor affecting Nike. Wearable technology, virtual and augmented reality also play a big part, as these technologies enhance the online shopping experience and drive engagement in retail spaces. Legal. Labor laws and practices, anti-competitive and market regulations are affecting Nike. Environmental. Waste reduction and recycling trends in the fashion industry are having an impact on Nike, making them introduce a recycling program. Other environmental factors include the introduction of eco-friendly materials and operation impact due to climate change. Pestle analysis example of an industry. In our pestle analysis of the food industry, we examined the external factors below. Political. The food industry is affected by global regulatory frameworks imposed by governments to address health concerns. These health policies and food safety regulations lead the industry's companies to adapt their business plans and introduce new options in their menus. Meanwhile, government bodies offer subsidies and support affecting the competitiveness within the industry, while environmental regulations towards sustainable farming influence the production practices. At the same time, taxes and trade agreements affect import, export, and total costs. Economic. Consumer spending power and increasing labor costs are at the top of the economic factors affecting the food industry. Global commodity prices has a direct effect to the industry's growth, while inflation, supply chain costs, and economic stability can have a big impact on the food industry's operations. Social. Social factors affecting the food industry include health and wellness trends, cultural diversity, demographic and lifestyle changes, social media influence, and education level. Technological. The food industry is dependent on new food production and safety technologies, packaging innovations, automation and robotics, nutritional science advances, and even data analytics, as they improve consumer behavior prediction and personalized marketing. Legal. Employment and animal welfare laws, health and food safety standards, labeling requirements, and advertising regulations are all part of the legal factors that affect the food industry. Environmental. The food industry is hugely affected by climate change, water scarcity, energy consumption, and waste management, along with consumer awareness and packaging materials. Pestle analysis example of a country. According to our pestle analysis of Japan, the country is affected by the following external factors. Political. Japan's growth depends on the winning party in the elections, despite being a monarchy, since the emperor isn't very involved in politics. Given the Liberal Democratic Party, LDP, has dominated the elections since World War II for the most part, Japan isn't affected by regular leadership changes. Japan is also affected by its pacifist constitution that renounces the act of war. Also, following the nuclear disaster in Fukushima in 2011, Japan's shifting energy policy against nuclear sources has affected its international environmental agreements. Economic. Japan's future is affected by its public debt, an export-driven economy and currency fluctuation. Social. The Asian country is strongly affected by its aging population, its unique work culture and lifestyle, its strong emphasis on education and technological literacy, along with challenges originating from the trend of urban living. Technological. Japan's focus on innovation and technology fuels its economic growth. Their emphasis on big data, robotics, and promoting the concept of Society 5.0 addressed societal hurdles and created a smart society. Japan's automotive sector is hugely affected by its smart transportation technologies, while the widespread access to high-speed internet helps businesses flourish in the digital era. Legal. As intellectual property rights, environmental regulations and data protection policies are becoming popular legal trends worldwide. Japan's legal system is bound to be affected as well. As the world shifts towards a stricter regulatory framework, Japan is posed to follow along. Environmental. The same can be said for the public's increasing environmental awareness. Worries about climate change, biodiversity, and conservation efforts, along with waste management and recycling policies, will influence how Japan moves into the greener future of our planet. PESEL analysis templates. Using a PESEL analysis template in PDF, Word, or PowerPoint format offers significant benefits. These formats provide flexibility and ease of use, allowing students, business managers, and owners to customize the analysis according to their needs. PDF ensures a professional, easily shareable document, while Word and PowerPoint formats allow for seamless editing and integration into reports and presentations. Additionally, exporting in various formats like JPEG, PNG, and SVG makes it easy to incorporate the analysis into different types of documents. Check out our article on PESEL analysis templates for more on creating your own template and where to find free ones. Get our PESEL template for free. Join our community of students, business managers, and owners and get our PESEL template in your inbox. Subscribe. No spam. Unsubscribe anytime. PESEL analysis variations. The PASTEL framework has undergone specific alterations. Business experts have added things like an E for ethics in steeple analysis and AD for demographics in steepled analysis to instill the element of demographics while utilizing the framework in market research. What is the difference between PESEL and SWOT analysis? SWOT analysis is another popular tool to help in business and project management and is often mentioned along with PESEL analysis. SWOT analysis reveals the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats of an organization. While both strategic planning tools offer valuable insights that are very important in the decision-making process, they view the world from a different perspective. PESEL analysis focuses on external factors only. SWOT analysis considers both internal and external factors. PESEL analysis offers a broader view of the external environment, while SWOT links a business internal potential with the external environment. SWOT analysis is used to formulate business strategies that leverage strengths and address weaknesses, which PESEL analysis is totally ignorant of. Industry analysis frameworks, PESEL, SWOT, and Porter's 5 forces. Sally Armstrong. Frameworks for conducting industry analysis. It is important you are familiar with 3 commonly used industry analysis frameworks. The 3 frameworks are PESEL, SWOT, Porter's 5 forces. The PESEL and SWOT analysis were first introduced to you in the company research module, but they are equally relevant to industry research. These frameworks are helpful tools that you can return to each time you are conducting industry research, as they help you to understand how an industry is currently operating and the competitive dynamics. A PESTLE analysis assesses 6 external influences on a company: political, economic, social, technology, legal, and environmental. This framework is well suited to the idea stage for a company as it allows you to gain an understanding of the external environment to identify a potential opportunity for your company. This video provides additional details on factors to consider when researching the 6 external influences. A SWOT analysis stands for strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. It helps you clearly lay out the positives and negatives associated with a potential business strategy and helps you decide the best decision to move forward. This video provides a great overview of a SWOT analysis and an example of how to complete one. Porter's 5 Forces is a framework that identifies and analyzes 5 competitive forces that shape every industry and helps to explain why various industries are able to sustain different levels of profitability. The 5 forces are: competition in the industry, potential of new entrants into the industry, power of suppliers, power of customers, threat of substitute products. Here is a short video from Harvard Business Review explaining the 5 forces. Databases to find a SWOT analysis. There are a handful of databases at the library that provide information to support a SWOT analysis. A few were already covered in the Finding a SWOT Analysis section of the Company Research module. The most robust coverage is through Business Source Ultimate and their coverage of MarketLine SWOT analysis reports. On the main search page of Business Source Ultimate, scroll down to the Search Options section and under Publication Type find SWOT Analysis, as shown in the screenshot below. If you are searching for a specific company, you can add the name to the search box. If not, you can select Search to see the entire list of SWOT analysis reports available through Business Source Ultimate. As you can see, there are over 58,000 results for SWOT analysis reports. You can select PDF full text to view the entire SWOT analysis report, as shown in the screenshot below. IBIS World has a brief SWOT in the industry summary in every industry at a glance section of their reports. While this is not as detailed as the reports you can find in Business Source Ultimate, it helps to give you an idea of the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats you can further research on your own. Lastly, Statista industry reports, only available for the United States, have a small section on risk assessment that addresses strengths and weaknesses. From the Statista homepage, do a search for SWOT and select a report from the list. Improving strategic planning, the crucial role of enhancing relationships between management levels. Having a fruitful relationship with all levels of management can increase the likelihood of better opportunities within and outside the organization. In some environments, it is known that participation in strategic planning creates better overall conditions for all partners, better conditions for retention, and above all, loyalty to talent. The very acceptance of contributions to this desideratum entails knowledge, sharing, and knowledge management. Our study examines how the relationship between management levels can disrupt strategic planning, particularly in contexts of resistance to change, situations that can affect talent retention and loyalty. Gathering the essential data to enhance the recommendations and contributions, the organization's overall robustness takes shape through a combination of participant and non-participant observation, alongside interviews and questionnaires administered within the company. Initially, a qualitative approach was employed, involving interviews with a cohort of N equals 14 top management executives. Subsequently, a qualitative method was employed, involving questionnaires distributed to a group of N equals 204 individuals encompassing middle and lower management levels. Our conclusions, therefore, reflect the continuation of a research study. This paper contributes to the literature of work pursued by exploring how social actors and different stakeholders can make a difference in participating in strategic planning and how they can overcome, in counterpoint, the limitations of possibly not being able to participate in such strategic planning. Our contribution will also result in a critical understanding of the need for talent retention and loyalty, highlighting how retention efforts, especially the small nudges that are absolutely significant in terms of employee participation and even emotional pay purposes, are differentiators and can overcome, very concretely, resistance to change. Keywords: improvement, management levels, management roles, performance, retainment, strategic planning. 1. Introduction. Strategic planning has been advocated as a process of determining the major objectives, mission, strategies, and policies that govern allocating and acquiring resources to achieve organizational aims. Pearce et al. 1987. Glaister and Falshaw 1999. Although researchers Steiner 1980, Mintzberg 1994, Bond and Christodoulou 1996. Gallo et al. 2019, Posh and Christian 2020 have seen its ups and downs over the years. The question of how strategic planning can be effective in improving organizational performance continues to affect every member of the organization. Langley and Clegg 2014. To accomplish this achievement, strategic planning faces several challenges that might be considered a failure factor with repercussions at various levels of the organization. For instance, to the best of our knowledge, these difficulties could create more prolonged separation in relationships between management levels, increasing the likelihood of one's work becoming less meaningful, causing work pressure. And organizational impediments, Amabel 1997, Haber and Skarshimt 2021. Additionally, from this gap, a barrier could rise and bring a distorted perception, vague strategic priorities, and interpretation barriers. Del Valle and Fuentes 2003, which could be negatively perceived as resistance to change affecting retainment and loyalty. Although the responsibilities of each level are well defined, we understand that top management must deal with the intense responsibility of making the company more competitive and sustainable for an extended period of time. Middle managers must execute and put in place the strategy with the difficult task of aligning and orienting their coworkers, and the employees must be able to comply with the given orientations and maintain the operations running. To establish guidelines for improvement and provide contributions to overcome challenges, it is required that the focal actors know how to impact others and do not rely only on their single solutions, but search for answers within the stakeholders. Muller et al. 2019. In other words, to display organizational purpose and significance, it is necessary to shorten the distance between actors and straighten relations to increase opportunities in the company while improving strategic planning. In this paper, we examine how the relationship between management levels can disrupt strategic planning, particularly in contexts of resistance to change, and have a prominent effect on talent retention and loyalty. Assuming that the culture of distance from top management is a diversity attribute that has a direct effect on company performance, Zhang and Lo 2023, and that resistance to change is important in determining how resistance can have a significant influence on the success or failure of change efforts, Warwick 2022, we ask, how is the relationship between the levels of management could be improved in order to ensure participation in planning? What efforts are needed to increase participation and motivation within the organization? What can be made to have better retention, and why is there a lack of it? What are the factors that contribute to resistance to change? We examine these questions through a mixed method setting. Our research will first introduce the literature on strategic planning to understand its relation with the actors and the impact on the organizational process. The literature also includes subjects related to resistance to change affecting retention and strategic planning. Second, we empirically analyze the organization's 3 levels, top, middle, and low management, to seek patterns regarding their work and participation in the organization's activities. This will be followed by interviews and questionnaires that will give the necessary information to answer our questions. Third, the paper contributes to a critical understanding, Dempsey and Sanders 2010, Shabram and Maitlis 2017, of exploring how social actors and different stakeholders can make a difference in strategic planning participation based on our contributions and recommendations. Additionally, we explore a need for talent retention and loyalty to increase participation, as well as a need for knowledge participation and knowledge management. 2. Strategic planning, change, and management levels. 2.1. Improvement and disruption. Due to the growing demands from markets, governments, and citizens, several stakeholders were compelled to adopt new practices to improve their organizations, Bolivar et al. 2020. To put in place these adaptations and design initiatives, managers were required to establish a volume of processes, tasks, and procedures, including stakeholder involvement, making it necessary to formalize strategic planning as a guideline for achieving not only societal but organizational goals as well, Amralahai and Rowland's 2018. Cryer 2022, Weston 2020. The development and application of planning should be, as mentioned by Lee et al. 2017, high quality, providing a baseline for evaluating strategic performance that serves as a public relations document and a form of communication for external and internal audiences. Additionally, this systematic process contributes to the overall accountability of those involved in the organization, which helps them to make more transparent policies guided by clear goals and objectives. Guyadine et al. 2023. Although the planning process can be used in any organization, several studies have denoted differences between the public and private sectors. According to George, 2017, there are more challenges in the public sector, which could lead to a more bureaucratic process with managers less committed to their organizations, making processes more difficult. Boyne et al. 2002, George et al. 2019, compared with the private sector where the impact is noticeable. Nevertheless, the principle of planning requires continuous improvement to maintain stability with markets and stakeholders. According to Bossink and Blau, 2002, these refinements can be made through developing and implementing programs, identifying the improved areas, making a rigorous assessment of performance, understanding every stakeholder's point of view, and reporting on the financial, social, and environmental levels. The idea of having better results is also supported by Helberg and Fosganger, 2022, by stating that a strong involvement of people who work closely is necessary for the operations of the organization to be successful. In other words, a higher level of commitment. However, despite planning benefits, managers have rarely integrated this tool into scenarios and land change simulations due to many challenges that could cause disruption and instability to the company. Hertzberger et al. 2018. Considering the integration of this method within management levels, Vecchiato, 2012, observed that top management cases showed a more resilient and cautious foresight to prepare themselves for environmental shocks in moments of crisis, with some managers disconnecting from their teams and starting to lead into a more divergent thought. Ranucci and Wang 2022, thus creating disengagement and less receptiveness to focus on strategic future. Wang et al. 2022. On the workforce side, If managers cannot include a competency plan in strategic planning, the possibility of uncertainty would be much higher, and as a result, workers will not be able to take care of themselves and will be unable to build resilient work. Life Scenarios, Clause 2019. This interference level can translate into inherent resilience, which can harm operations and performance in the short term and devastate supply chain efficiency, customer satisfaction, and service levels. RG et al. 2023. 2.2. Resistance to change and retention. Resistance is defined as various forms of covert or open opposition to material actions. It is considered a vague term even though it has been deeply discussed and analyzed in different works in the literature. Mumby et al. 2017. The term is often understood to concern organizational control. Ezemal et al. 2001, Paulson 2015, Abima and Horvers 2017, which is combined with several forms of resistance varying from open and concrete expressions such as protests or strikes to more subtle forms as non-complying with the routines, distancing in the shape of cynicism, humor, skepticism, gossip, and nostalgic talk. Fleming and Sewell 2002, Fleming and Spicer 2008. It is also well acknowledged that this topic unveils dynamic, unrelenting, and unpredictable change becoming the norm, and that resistance accompanies change or lack thereof. However, whatever form resistance takes, it is considered one of the primary reasons change efforts fail. Irwin and Garman 2010. And becoming skilled at effectively managing resistance has significant payoffs for companies, while a lack of such skill can have noteworthy costs. Burns 2015. Resistance to change in management is considered a serious key topic in management. Del Valle and Fuentes 2003, and determines the inability to change with negative consequences on performance, which may be more noticeable in the case of centralization. Giannaccaro 2018. Some of the motives involving resistance to change can include the changes in the working format of employees, which could turn out to be either a nuisance or bad apples. Personal reasons can also be a motive based on uncertainty about what that change will mean for the organization, conflict information, or lack of knowledge. As pointed out by Buckingham, 2022, and Lanewand et al. 2022, there are two main causes for potential resistance in organizations' internal management philosophy, culture, structure, power and control, and external markets, changes in technology, customer expectations, competitors' activities, government legislation, quality and standards, and economy, systems. On the other side of the organizational coin, there is a significant value in employee loyalty, defined as a behavioral and attitudinal element, Cachon-Rodriguez et al. 2021, and retention as an intention to carry on within company activities, Book et al. 2019. Both these activities are relational variables of a long-term relationship whose absence leads to undesirable outcomes for those involved in the organization, such as decreased productivity, employee satisfaction, and profitability. Cachon-Rodriguez et al. 2022. 2.3. Management levels. The concept of MR, in the words of Al-Sawafi et al. 2021, is generally defined as a management commitment toward improved qualities, which produces better and positive performance results, Tari et al. 2017, for the organization. Each management level requires this effort. Without these connections, it becomes difficult to attain any payback or return, especially for employee relations, Kim et al. 2012. Considered one of the strongest and most difficult relations to attain, top management primarily deals with strategic choices regarding environmental activities, Shahab et al. 2018, and, as a result, performs a task that is non-routine and invariably complex, Nadkarni and Barr 2008. Albana and Newman, 2022, conceptualized top management support as an exclusively positive phenomenon whose heterogeneity can be analyzed from two perspectives. First, the decision-making and the information processing highlight the positive impact of TMT in the company, assuming that teams have a broader knowledge and skills that eventually provide teams with several resources to be used in the construction and making of strategic decisions for the organization. Van Nippenberg and Schippers 2006.